HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Sends that one to left. Altuve going back, watching this one. That's a slam the other way. Trent Grisham, who already has his career high in home runs this year with 28. Previous career high was 17. It's number 29, and it's a slam. And all of a sudden, it's 6-0.
You know what? I did not see that. I heard some of the coaches saying that, but I don't know if it was if the clock was running and saying like step off. The pitch clock was running out, but I did not see that. So I got to go and look at it.
Okay, welcome in everybody on a Wednesday. That
ask me how I'm feeling this morning, Sean?
Yeah. How you doing, Seth? How you feeling?
Brandy wants me to apologize to you for being irrationally agitated when you asked me how I was feeling yesterday.
I really wasn't coming at you. I wasn't being passive.
No, you weren't coming at me. No. In my mind, I was going somewhere, and you kind of veered me off track, and that's when I turned into a petulant child. So I'm not feeling great this morning after yet another. Look, for those of you just waking up who didn't see, we had a little bit of a situation last night where Framber may or may not have been ignoring Cesar Salazar, the catcher, and then may or may not have beamed his own catcher in the
two pitches later, yeah.
After allowing a grand slam.
Yeah.
I'll let Sean lay it all out for you.
Okay.
But this is a classic Framber moment because none of the explanations afterwards really add up. Yeah, I've done the deep dive. If I were an attorney and I was cross-examining people, none of the explanations really make sense, other than that at the base of it all, it's hard not to think that Framber had a classic Framber meltdown.
Yeah, the intent is the big thing. So I'll do my best. Yeah. I'll do my best to lay this out because I had my fantasy draft last night, as you know, Seth. This is the league I've been in for nearly 30 years. Next year will be year 30. I'm in it with several other media members, two of whom we compete with in the mornings. Our good friends John and Lance and Adam Wexler's in there. So we had the game on, but we didn't have the sound up. So I only saw the grand slam. I didn't see all the controversy till I got back up to my apartment afterwards and saw the social media. But the grand slam that you just heard, faithful audience, Cesar Salazar appeared to want Framber to step off the mound before he threw the pitch that resulted in the grand slam. Framber either just didn't see it or just completely ignored him and threw a sinker right down the heart of the plate.
Yep.
And Grisham sent this thing opposite field well into the Crawford boxes.
But wait, it gets worse.
Yeah, it gets worse. Yeah, so that the game at that time was 2-0, which I know feels like an insurmountable lead these days. Well, if 2-0 feels insurmountable, boy, let me tell you what 6-0 feels like. So a couple of pitches later, Framber throws another sinker that just looked like it crossed up Salazar, but it beamed him right in the chest.
Yeah.
With zero remorse from Framber over the whole thing, and Salazar taking off his mask and having a look on his face like this.
I thought he was going to charge the mound.
Ben. I almost, this guy.
Salazar might be the first person in Major League Baseball history to get beamed by both starting pitchers in a baseball game because he got hit by pitch in this game as well. So I don't know. It was
okay.
It's so crazy.
So this was Joe Espada.
And I think you said it. Yeah, Salazar was setting up for a curveball, had his glove way down low.
Yep.
And for anybody that asks, it's an understandable question. It's just not so easy to just, when you're expecting a curveball, to all of a sudden adjust to a 92-mile-per-hour sinker.
Correct.
So it wasn't. People have asked, like, well, why didn't he just catch it? Like, it's because it's really, really fast.
Yeah, it's coming. Exactly. It's really, really fast. So the big question is, did Framber do this out of frustration? Did he do it intentionally? Here was Joe Espada on this sequence on the cross-up, air quotes, between the two after the game.
You know what? I think it did. It's not the first that happened. That pitch comp could be an issue. But But I got to talk to, Sally about it because he kind of looked like he got crushed up.
Okay, now here are the other things that we need to know. And Brian McTaggart had a good summary of this whole thing in the clubhouse afterwards. Is that Framber claims that he apologized to Salazar in the dugout after the inning was over.
Yeah.
The two were seen speaking in a very animated fashion in the clubhouse. Salazar is
still in his full gear.
Yeah.
Framber dressed in his street clothes,
after the
having
game.
showered. Yeah.
Yeah. Then the two were pulled into the manager's office.
But I promise you, there's nothing to see here.
Yeah, right. They came out after. Framber, somewhere along the way, Framber did his post-game media availability, I think before this, because he was still in his uniform. Yeah. And he claimed that it was not intentional, that the two got crossed up.
Well, and so this is where, everything just nothing adds up, because he says he called for a sinker, which meanwhile, Framber doesn't wear the device that allows him to call for a pitch.
Right.
So there's that.
Yeah.
And when somebody followed up and asked, so how'd you call for it? He says, it wasn't necessary that I called for it. It was just the pitch I had in mind. He called for a curveball, but it was already in my mind that I was going to throw a sinker, so that's what I threw. And that's what happened.
90-something pitches in a game, and this happens to be the one where I just had this one in mind.
I feel like Salazar is trying to fall on his sword here.
Yes.
And I wouldn't criticize him if this isn't the whole truth, because I think he's trying to be, just do right by the team on this one. He says he said it was the buzz in the stadium following the grand slam made it hard to hear. He says it was a big spot for the Yankees. The stadium was loud, and I thought I pressed the button, but I pressed the wrong button, and I was expecting another pitch. I pressed the wrong button, and that's what it was. Okay. But then he also did say, heat of the moment got to us. He apologized after. Okay, I don't. If you press the wrong button, you press the wrong button. As far as the heat of the moment part of it and Framber apologizing, there's something that doesn't add up here.
The buzz in the stadium, you're in your home stadium. I know a lot of Yankee fans travel. Yeah. I get that. But the buzz in the stadium, that does not. There's several things.
And Framber saying that he called for a sinker.
Dude, yes.
When he can't call for a sinker.
There are several things that don't line up here. If what we're trying to adjudicate is the intent of that stray sinker that Framber threw. Number one, Salazar is a guy who's just trying to hang on to a major league job. So he is going to fall on his sword. There's nothing Cesar Salazar is going to do. If the company line on this is it was a cross-up, Salazar is going to play nice and go along with it. Let's start there with that. Number two, Framber does not have the benefit of the doubt on anything that involves being a child this year.
Right.
He is not backing up bases. He leads the league in pitch clock violations.
He's blaming defensive positioning at times. Like when that one fly ball where he blamed the defensive positioning, it was exactly the right positioning that it should have been based on his history.
And he's got two or three more quotes just like the one Seth pointed out right there, where he's blaming guys after games. And ignoring, I think he probably ignored Cesar Salazar when he said to step off the mound. I don't think it was, I didn't see him.
I didn't see the catcher who I was aiming the ball at, waving his hand.
Framber gets no benefit of the doubt on any of this stuff. None of it. It was intentional.
And credit to, I think, it was Chandler Rome pointed this out, because my first question was, all right, has Framber gone off the rails and stopped consulting as sports psychologist? For whatever it's worth, Andy Nunez, the team's sports psychologist, was making one of his yearly visits to the team yesterday. That's when he started. He was there yesterday. So I don't know. Maybe he tried some new form of hypnotism or something before the game that backfired. I don't know.
Or he had a look. These guys aren't hitting right now. Maybe they prioritized the hitters with him yesterday. And Framber's waiting in line to see him, and then the game just started. He's like, well, I guess I'll just see him tomorrow. I could see, if of all the players on the team that might use Nunez, the sports psychologist, could you also see Framber as being the one that forms has a jealous relationship with him somehow? He sees Nunez talking to somebody else. Oh, yeah. And he's like, you're mine. You're mine. What are you doing? You don't talk to him. That's right. And then Framber's way to deal with it is he just doesn't talk to him at all before the game. What if Nunez pissed him off or something? Pissed him off and he snubbed him. Yeah. To me, okay, what does this all mean? Well, the Astros lost last night 7-1. So that the big thing is you lose a game. Now, thankfully,
it was a battle of two of the best ground ball pitchers in the league.
Yeah.
They've got the second and third highest ground ball rate in the. Framber's got the best home run rate in the league in terms of not allowing up home runs.
Yeah.
He allowed 2 last night, including a grand slam.
Yeah. So those numbers didn't play out last night, at least on the Astros side of things. Thankfully, the Mariners marinered again last night. They lost. The Astros are still 3 games up.
Is there anything that's been frustrating you about the Astros offense? It was there in great form last night. They were just dribbling balls off of their bats. They might as well have been hitting them with tissue paper.
Dude.
The average velocity off the bat was like 90 miles per hour. They left. They were 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position.
Oh,
Good
stop
job.
me if
That's
you heard this
consistency
before.
there.
Yeah.
They're going to down 5 or 6. They're trying to bunt late in the game.
What was that,
why not?
dude?
Yeah, let's just get on the board.
What was that?
We're bunting poorly.
It's not just we're bunting. It's Jeremy Pena, who's been your best hitter all year, is bunting, and he bunts it right back to the. You may as well have hit a comebacker. Bunts it right at the pitcher. What are we doing? So they lose and it's the Yankees. So it's tough to watch the Yankees celebrating grand slams in your ballpark, and it's.
You know what? I didn't realize this. Aaron Boone was at the UNC game the night before this game
with
as well.
a sweater tied around his waist like some preppy. Yeah.
And Yankees fans were not happy about that. His son is a football coach. And I thought, is there a Belichick connection here? His son was there the year before, though, as a football coach with Mac Brown. So
and he
Belichick
kept him on the
retained
staff.
him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Must be a good recruiter. That's what I would guess. I could see that. Aaron Boone's got at least a lively personality. I could see that apple not falling not far from the tree.
Yeah, and then Aaron Boone was justifiably peeved about the strike zone last night. He was all agitated and talking to the umps between innings and everything. Yeah. There's nothing about last night that was fun for me.
No.
Text in. What am I forgetting or not misremembering about any fun part of last night?
Well, these are the games where it's fun to come in and see what people were texting to Patrick and Sean last night, because they're on the air while the game is going on. Let's see. This is Joe in Minnesota. I just watched the Framber video. If I was the catcher, I would have thrown one back at him when he turned his back on me and pegged him in the back. Screw Framber. What a child. So done with this 31-year-old toddler.
That's the whole thing. It's Framber's body language and facial expression afterwards. He did not look like a guy who felt bad that he had just beamed his catcher in the chest.
No.
He was glaring. I thought they were going to throw hands.
He looked like a killer. He had the assassin
He's like, that's what
stare.
you get.
Yeah.
That's what you get.
That's exactly what it was.
That's what you get look.
Yep. That's exactly what it was.
It's like when you take something, like when you punish your child and you're just like, and you're like, oh, nope, that's what you get. Nope.
Now, text message. Now you understand why Maldonado was so important to have on this team. Oh, a tribute to Maldi. Nice on the text page. All right. Man, a lot of text rolling in on this. We'll keep an eye on what you guys are saying about this. We got a lot to get to this morning. Nick Caserio joins us at 7:30 on the show today. So we'll talk to the Texans executive vice president and GM, kind of preview the season, start to get ready for 2025. He made a move yesterday, move that I liked, and a move that we've kind of discussed throughout the preseason. Is this how the Texans are going to handle this position moving forward? I'm not just talking about this year. I'm talking about in future years. That is coming up next.
Future years. When we start talking about future years, you also have to think about Trajan wealth, because if you want to take care of your financial
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Nick Caserio joins us in a little over an hour. He'll join us at 7:30 today. One of the moves I'm sure we will ask him about was the most recent move by the Houston Texans. Texans, of course, start their season this Sunday against the Los Angeles Rams. We'll talk about that as well. Davis Mills signs a 1-year, $7 million fully guaranteed extension yesterday. This is one of those tweets, Seth, where I'd ask myself, okay, is this a tweet from like a year ago getting pushed to the top of my timeline for some reason? You know, the algorithm does weird things sometimes, because he did virtually the same thing about a year ago when he extended his rookie contract 1 year for $5 million. And that's the contract he's playing under this season. This contract ties Davis Mills to the Texans through 2026. Fully guaranteed, 1 year, $7 million extension. Davis Mills was definitely a topic during training camp because he had a really good training camp. He had maybe one or two bad days out there. And other than that, Davis Mills, for the first couple weeks of training camp, he was the best quarterback out there. Now, granted, he was going against twos every day. CJ Stroud is going against Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, et cetera, every day. So there's a degree of difficulty. But nevertheless, Davis Mills, and in the brief times he got into the games as well, Davis Mills looked pretty good too in the preseason games. I like this move for the Texans. I like this move for Davis Mills. If this is the life Davis Mills wants to carve out for himself, being a backup quarterback and just kind of going year by year and just stacking $5 million and $7 million and whatever the number is each year, I'm a little surprised by this move, to be honest with you, Seth. I think if Davis Mills had just gone through this season as the backup quarterback for the Texans, even if he hadn't gotten into any games, I think he might have been able to get a bigger deal out on the open market, but I'm guessing he likes it here with this team.
I think he likes it here, but I also think that, and yeah, I'll ask Nick about this. I don't think we'll probably get a straight answer, but maybe, who knows. I wonder if there was a conversation with him, too, about like, hey, listen, you know, if a good trade situation comes up and we think that it's good for both of us, then we'll trade you. If you have a chance to be a starter, and it's like, you know, I think there's a level of trust there with Davis Mills now, and obviously Davis Mills doesn't have an axe to grind with the organization. This is the second time he's re-upped. Yeah. That I think Davis might look at this as, well, look, who knows what the future holds and what my opportunities will be. I like where I am right now, but also there might be an opportunity via trade. It doesn't have to be that CJ Stroud gets injured or something. And that's where, and at the same time for the Texans, they can continue to develop Graham Mertz, and maybe this time next year, maybe their price. The Texans right now might think, okay, we really need Davis Mills to be our backup quarterback. Yeah. He's got experience, this, that, the other. But if somebody gives us a deal that we just can't refuse because it's too good, then we can trade him. Mm-hmm. You get to next year, and if they feel good about Graham Mertz, then it can become, okay, somebody offers up a 4th or 5th rounder for Davis Mills. We can trade him for a draft pick, get that money off our books. So I like it. It's kind of a good hedge for all parties involved.
Yeah. I do think it's to a degree. I mean, it's $7 million, so it's a tiny sliver of the salary cap. But I do think that it extends, the fact that it extends Davis through this year, and well, he's already extended through this year. It extends him through next year. I think that plays into something you and I had talked about within the last couple weeks, which is, hey, if Davis had to start X amount of games, how do we think the Texans would do in those games? I think we even played the hypothetical. Let's pretend CJ Stroud got abducted by aliens, and now all of a sudden Davis Mills is your starting quarterback. You know, I think Davis Mills, with this defense on the other side, I think the Texans can win eight or 9 games with Davis Mills as their quarterback. I think that much of the defense, and it's not that I think Davis Mills is, Joe Burrow or something like that, but I think he's good enough now. He's been in this system, some variation of it before in his career. He was in this system more than C.J. Stroud's been in this type of system, given that he played for Tim Kelly his rookie year. So I think it's validation also that they feel like, hey, if we had to get through a patch without C.J. Stroud, we feel perfectly confident that Davis Mills can navigate that patch of schedule for us. Yeah. Otherwise, they're not extending him.
If you look at Deshaun Watson in seasons 2021 through 2024, he has a QBR of 40.4. Davis Mills in that same time, while making drastically less money, has a QBR of 41.2.
Yeah.
So I mean, they've basically been the same guy.
Wow.
Well, Deshaun Watson has had $170 million guaranteed, just hitting his bank account bi-weekly. Weekly, whatever it might be.
Yeah, and for another couple of years too.
Yeah.
Hey, he's working out diligently on videos I've seen on Instagram.
Dude, it takes a lot to stay motivated to be a fifth-string quarterback on one of the worst teams in the league while making that much money. So kudos to Deshaun for just plugging away in a blue-collar fashion. Yes.
$46 million a year. Sam Warren had a really good piece on the Chronicle yesterday on the website about Cole Papovich. You brought this up, I think, towards the end of the show yesterday, this piece that Sam Warren wrote about Cole Popovich's journey. I got, and we'll definitely ask Nick Caserio about Cole Papovich and how he feels Cole's been doing in coaching that offensive line, because it's from the article, Nick was the one who placed the phone call to Cole Papovich about coming and working for the Texans. The two had history back when they were both with the New England Patriots. And for those who don't know the story, Cole Papovich, you read this article, he's a rising star in the offensive line coaching ranks. You know, he was set to be the guy to take over for Dante Scarnecchia after he retired in 2019. He and another coach whose name escapes me were co-offensive line coaches during the COVID year in 2020. And then in 2021, where the league required pretty much everybody to get vaccinated, Cole Popovich chose not to, and they parted ways, the Patriots and Cole Popovich. He ends up coaching at Franklin High School, which is where his son went to high school.
Yeah, his son was a freshman that year. Yeah.
In 2021. He coached at Troy University in 2022, and then 2023 is when he came over to the Texans. What impressed me most about Cole Popovich in this article, Seth, was how he threw himself into the Franklin High School job. The coach at Franklin High was expecting Cole Popovich basically just to be somebody who gave little pointers and things like that. He's on Zoom calls with coaches.
Every night with the players and doing cut-ups and everything. This is one thing, I honestly, as I was reading that part of the article, it's just, that's the same experience that I'm guessing D'Amico's experience was kind of like that too. Guys, they leave the NFL and they start coaching high school just maybe in their spare time or whatever, and it's a different level of commitment, you know, and the things you just expect to do automatically, they're doing it, and it's, you know, because high school coaches, most of the assistant coaches have actual jobs, either teaching or otherwise, and they're, you know, trying to, like, where the pro guys are throwing themselves into this voluntary job like it's a full-time job, and they ended up having a lot of success that year. It was he's had a long, because he was like 26 years old when he got into coaching. He kind of bounced around a little bit in different jobs after college. He got into it, and then ultimately on the recommendation of one of his college coaches, got hooked up with Belichick in New England. Pat Hill at Fresno. That's right, it was
Pat Hill.
A one-time Texans coaching interviewee, if I recall correctly.
Is that, he was
back in like 2006.
He was David Carr's coach in college, and he was early 2000s, man. When Fresno State was pulling off all those upsets of the Big Pro, Pat Hill was a rising star in the coaching ranks back then. The
Texans interviewed him the year that they ended up hiring Kubiak, if I remember correctly.
That sounds about right. Yeah. That sounds right. Hey, maybe David Carr's college coach can rehabilitate David Carr's career in 2006. What impressed me most about Cole Popovich in this article, I came away from this article feeling really good about the hands that the offensive line is in right now with the Texans, Seth. I like the two stops that he had. And again, this was a guy who, when he got cut loose from the NFL, was a rising star in the position coaching ranks. I found it cool. It didn't seem like there was any bitterness with him. The two jobs that he had that were non-NFL jobs in that interim period, Franklin High School and Troy, he walked away from both of those jobs, like using them as learning experiences. Like the high school one, he said, Dante Scarnecchia always said to separate the important from the unimportant. And that really hit home with high schoolers because you can't put too much on their plates. You know, you've got to
get some basic.
You got to boil it down
before you start trying to do all the fancy stuff.
Yeah. So he came away with a renewed respect or a renewed internalization of that tenet of the Scarnecchia, Bible. And then at Troy, he said it was cool because I learned new schemes that weren't being used in the NFL at the time. It gave me a new perspective on how to look at some things that I guess have been really beneficial for him here. It was a really good article, man. I didn't know much about Cole Papovich other than just the fact that he got let go from the Patriots because of a vaccination issue. I recommend to go read it if you're looking to feel good about how the offensive line is being coached. I came away feeling better about it after reading that article.
The biggest thing about coaching is that, especially on the line play, for me at least, just because that's where I played, it's you can tell whether a guy's a good coach or not just by the evidence of two things. One is the technique across the board, generally pretty sound, and two, do you see improvement in guys, the younger guys especially, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. I feel like the technique across the board is so much better this preseason than it was last year. The footwork, the lack of miscommunications, all of those things, it's just night and day what it was before. But also, I mean, people initially, the first question, and it's a justifiable question, was, hey, wait a second, this guy was the assistant offensive line coach last year. Why is he becoming the line coach when clearly all of these things were an issue? From the very onset, I said, look, I can't judge an assistant position coach by the work of the full-time the assistant coach, because I've seen instances where there were assistant position coaches who I knew were really good coaches, but there's only so much they can do.
Yeah.
Like they're not going to override or supersede what the main assistant coach is going to do. But then the other was, I think it was DJ Bijani that first reported that some of the changes the Texans made in their play calling, in their run selections in the end of the year and in the playoffs were due to the input of Cole Papovich, and that he had really pushed for it. And you look at that chart, when they closed out the Charger game with a drive that was nothing but runs.
11 straight runs with Joe Mixon. Yeah.
That first drive in the third quarter of the Chiefs game, again, that was reportedly a lot of Cole Popovich's influence. So I think that probably right down when they were starting to get desperate, maybe Cole Popovich or somebody else said, like, listen, we got enough's enough. We got to fix this.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. The evidence, have you seen evidence that this offensive line is well coached by the definition you just had a couple of minutes ago?
They're completely different than what they were last year. It's the technique across the board and the lack of miscommunications. Those are 100% better than they were last year. Like last year in the preseason, there were so many just so many missed assignments and obvious confusion on the offensive line where guys just flat out didn't know what their responsibilities or assignments were. This year it's been the exact opposite. It's been very rare. There have been missed blocks that were just physical losses, and the physical losses are going to happen. There have been very few instances I've seen where a guy just flat out didn't know who he was supposed to block. Or two guys, last year what we would see all the time is like a guard and a tackle both thinking that they were going to work up to the linebacker, and they would just leave a guy like DeForest Buckner completely
running
unblocked.
Straight at CJ Stroud.
Good luck, DeForest. We're going to go hang out with your friend EJ Speed for a little bit.
That's right. That's right. Text message. Guys, when are we talking about how Framber drilled Salazar on purpose? We talked about it extensively in the open. We'll talk about it again in headlines.
And we talked about how bogus the explanation for it was afterwards.
The stance of Payne and Pendergast is that it was intentional by Framber.
We can't. Yeah, I'm sorry. If you're asking when are we going to talk about it, we can't talk about it every single segment for 4 hours. Okay. Because I would stab myself in the face. So, but we will be talking about it frequently.
We will talk about it in headlines in the next segment for sure. Text message: Sean, Mills' contract is the second largest for NFL QB backups. I'm not sure how much more he would have gotten in the open market. Okay. I'm not sure.
He would have gotten largest per year, but if you do the and I don't know, send me the link on that.
Right.
Because I'm skeptical. I think Deshaun Watson's got the largest backup quarterbacks.
Texter, take that.
Yeah, but it's a one-year deal as opposed to a multi-year deal that he could have gotten for probably more total guaranteed money.
Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm just obviously fact checking that erroneous text. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So we'll talk about Davis Mills in headlines. We'll also talk about Framber Valdez in headlines. Nick Caserio joins us on the show at 7:30 today. So we'll start to dig in on the season with Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. But first, let's talk Texas Star Grill Shop. We'll do headlines coming up next. But Texas Star Grill Shop.
and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Sends that one to left. Altuve going back, watching this one. That's a slam the other way. Trent Grisham, who already has his career high in home runs this year with 28. Previous career high was 17. Hits number 29, and it's a slam. And all of a sudden, it's 6-0.
You know what? I did not see that. I heard some of the coaches saying that, but I don't know if it was the clock was running and saying like step off. Pitch clock was running out, but I did not see that. So I got to go and look at it.
All right, what Joe Espada is referring to, that in that sentence there, was Cesar Salazar, the catcher for the Astros, appeared as Framber Valdez was getting ready to deliver that pitch that resulted in a grand slam. It looked like Salazar wanted Framber Valdez to step off of the mound. The Astros lose last night 7-1 to the Yankees, and the big blow in this game was the grand slam that you just heard. Looked like Salazar wanted Framber to step off the mound. Framber went ahead and pitched anyways, and the ball wound up in the Crawford boxes, and the game was essentially over at that point. 2 pitches later to the next batter, Framber Valdez drilled Cesar Salazar in the chest with a sinker when Salazar was looking for a curveball. All parties afterwards said that this was just a mix-up between the two, but there appears to be plenty of evidence, at least in terms of facial expressions, body language, and maybe some of what was going on in the clubhouse afterwards, that's not the case.
The cover-up doesn't match up. This is what always happens, is they couldn't get their stories straight. So as you mentioned, it looked like Salazar was going to rush the mound, and it looked like Framber was there for it. We were about to have a Nolan Ryan experience, where it just, except with a team. Well, I mean, as we pointed out, Salazar becomes the first Major League Baseball player in history, I think, to get beamed by both starting pitchers, because he got hit, he got hit by pitch in this game as well by Max Fried, Framber says that he called for a sinker. And credit to whoever in the Astros press pool asked Framber, how exactly did you call for a sinker when you don't have the device that allows the pitcher to call for a pitch? Yeah. And he said, it was, how did he say it, Frank? It wasn't necessary that I called it. It was just the pitch that I had in mind.
He had in mind.
He called for a curveball, but I was already in mind that I was going to throw a sinker, so that's what I threw, and that's what happened.
And just coincidentally, it happened to be 2 pitches after the grand slam where he ignored the catcher stepping off of the mound. Yeah.
So Salazar trying to, I guess, fall on his sword here and trying to take accountability for it, says that he pressed the wrong button, but that also it was loud. So this is where it all breaks down. He says he pressed the wrong button, but that also it was really loud, so you couldn't hear anything. So it was either that Framber couldn't hear, or maybe he couldn't hear that he had pressed the wrong button. None of it makes any sense.
If you were at the game last night, tell us, text in, was the buzz in the building after the Grisham grand slam so notable and so loud that the pitcher and the catcher wouldn't have been able to hear pitch-comm communication with each other?
Because this is on, so you have the grand slam, and then you have the next batter come up. And
grand slam by the road team, by the way.
Yes,
by the
and
road
then
team.
In the second pitch of the next at-bat, somehow it's still so loud.
Still buzzing, yeah.
So Framber ignored it. In my mind, Framber ignored it, threw what he wanted to throw because he was being pissy. And there's nothing that anybody said afterwards would really sway me from seeing what I saw and it all making sense, especially when it's Framber, who this year has gotten his blame, doesn't cover first, his blame defensive positioning at times. It's been kind of a old Framber type of year. Yeah. And to add insult to injury, my first thought was, okay, well, is he still seeing a sports psychologist? I don't know, but Nunez, the sports psychologist, was in the building yesterday. It was the first day of one of his the visits that he makes to the Major League ballpark.
Yeah. Someone's asking, does good Framber even exist anymore? I don't know if he exists. I don't know if this is a Darth Vader situation where you're looking, you go, well, there's good in him still. If we kill off Darth Framber, then Anakin Framber comes back. Does good Framber even exist anymore? I don't know. I don't really care. I just know that this version of Framber is a little toxic right now for this team. The version of Framber that's a little inattentive to details out there on the field, the version of Framber that points fingers and blames, the version of Framber that I think is in his bag to bean his catcher last night out of frustration. I don't think that's outside at all of the realm of possibility. I think he did it. I think that's exactly what happened.
And let's say even if he didn't intentionally do it, it was still in that environment. The very best I could say is that I would guess, all right, Framber was just losing it emotionally and he wasn't in the right frame of mind, and that's why they got crossed up. It all comes back to Framber at some point.
It does.
And like in a night where, man, they were all set up for a classic duel of two ground ball pitchers. Framber for his struggles this year or whatever, he still has the lowest home run rate per inning in the league. He lets up 2 home runs, including a grand slam. Whereas Fried had some scary moments in this game, but by and large was exactly what Framber used to be.
Yeah.
Just an extreme ground ball, soft contact pitcher.
It was disappointing because it is 2 big names going against each other. You bought a ticket to that game, like Valdez and Fried, that pops. It was not that kind of game. It was a game that was a lot like a lot of Astro games lately. It was kind of boring. There was no offense on the Astro side. What's disappointing about that is the last time they faced Max Fried, they shellacked Max Fried. Remember that was I forget who the other ace pitcher it was that they faced in back-to-back series. It might have been Garrett Crochet. I think it was Crochet and Fried on back-to-back days back in maybe July or August. It was early August. They shelled them on back-to-back days, and then there was none of that going on last night. The Astros didn't score a run until late in the game. 7-1 the final score. They're still 3 games up in the AL West over the Seattle Mariners.
Astros were 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position, as they tend to do. And but don't worry, everybody. The Astros are currently the 7th best team in terms of batting average in the league.
Yeah,
that's why they're bunting late in this game when they're down by.
They are putting a great case together for how meaningless batting average is these days.
Oh, I know. It's just every time I see how high they are in batting average, I'm like, this is why I knew when I was 7 years old that batting average was a stupid stat.
Yep.
It was just didn't make any sense at all.
Nope. As we mentioned in the previous segment, the Texans, they extend Davis Mills, backup quarterback, for another year. He's obviously under contract this year. He signs a 1-year, $7 million, fully guaranteed extension to stick around as the backup quarterback next year. So some continuity in the quarterback room. There will be another quarterback contract, I would imagine, coming along at some point before the 2026 season. It'll be a whole lot bigger than this one, but a big key to have your backup quarterback position nailed down for the Texans. Texans back at practice today, getting ready for the Rams in week 1. So we should get our first injury report of the year. We already know that CJ Gardner-Johnson, according to D'Amico Ryans, will play on Sunday. He should be ready to go for Sunday. That was the big one, I think, coming out of camp.
I think because of all the focus on Matt Stafford's back, one really important injury for the Rams in this game is Alaric Jackson, their offensive tackle, because he's been dealing with blood clots all year long. And I actually talked to a couple people from the Rams yesterday, and I was like, okay, so what's really the deal with Alaric Jackson? And they don't really know. I think he's expected to play, but it's not clear just how good or effective he'll be after missing most of training camp with these blood clots.
Yeah, 2 of their most important guys on offense, their left tackle and their quarterback, did not have a full training camp. That's advantage Texans right there. So that's good news. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you heading into the 7 o'clock hour. Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, is going to join us at the bottom of the 7 o'clock hour. 7:30, we'll do a nice preview of the season. We'll talk to him about everything going on with the Texans as well. Nick Caserio. So circle that. Be here at 7:30. And stick around through the break. We got some good stuff coming up, including David Mulugheta. Mulugheta does not do many interviews. David Mulugheta, super agent. He's the agent for Micah Parsons, also the agent for CJ Stroud. He was on First Take yesterday, and he was on there specifically to refute all the propaganda that Jerry Jones has been putting out there about the Micah Parsons, air quotes, negotiations. This is good stuff. So David Mulugheta providing some clarity on that. We'll have that audio for you coming up next.
Underdog Fantasy, it is available in Texas. Football.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we have Nick Caserio joining us at the bottom of the hour. In the next segment, prior to that, we'll hear from Sean McVay. He met with the media yesterday or earlier this week, and we'll get updates on the Rams side of things. We mentioned the two players, key players for the Rams that are going to be coming in at least a little bit rusty. We'll talk about that at 7:15 on the show. David Mulugheta is the agent for Micah Parsons, and, of course, Parsons just traded from the Cowboys to the Packers for a couple of first-round picks and a player, and in the process, Micah Parsons becomes, by far, the highest non-paid quarterback, or not highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL at $47 million a year. There was a lot of stories out there swirling, Seth, about how this whole thing went down over the last several months, and all of those stories prior to yesterday had been coming from Jerry Jones' side of things. Micah hadn't really spoken about the contract. David Mulugheta, his agent, doesn't do many interviews to begin with. So you can imagine the importance that David Mulugheta felt in the truth getting out there when he did a 15-minute sit-down with Stephen A. Smith on Get Up yesterday.
Which he doesn't. Mulugheta doesn't really, participate in name slinging or anything like that, or just, coming out and trying to dish about how contract negotiations went. So it is notable that he went on with Stephen A. Smith to talk about this specifically.
Yep, and they asked him, were the Cowboys, because Jerry Jones claimed we were ready to make Micah the highest paid non-quarterback when Micah and I had our handshake deal back several months ago. Were the Cowboys going to make Micah the highest paid non-quarterback?
From an APY standpoint, if you're just looking at the average that was offered to him, I believe it was 40.5 was the offer, which would have made him at the time, from an APY standpoint, the highest paid. That being said, the way the cash flow was structured over his first 3 new years, he would not be paid as the highest paid player in the NFL. So again, that's why I say the devil's in the details. And another important part of the contract was a 4-year deal versus a 5-year deal, right? When you look at that, that fifth new year could be the difference in $30 to $40 million for the player. If you look at where the pass rusher market was a year ago, it was at $35 million or so with Nick Bosa. Now it's at $47 million in 1 year with Micah Parsons. So 4 years from now, what do you think that number is? It's probably closer to $65, $70 million a year. And if we lock in that fifth year currently at $40 million, just that year alone is worth an additional $30 million to Micah, if not more. And that's not even counting the raise that he got for the next 4 years, or the fact that the Packers were good enough to us that they gave us the fifth-year option as a linebacker this year as opposed to a DN. So that's an additional $3 million. So, the difference between those two deals you're looking at could be possibly, $60, $70 million when it's all said and done.
Yeah, the Cowboys wanted to lock him in for a fifth year on this extension.
Yeah.
That would have been at 2025 prices. And Mulligata's saying, hey, man, the price of poker is going to go up.
And with the guarantees in the first year but not beyond, this is exactly – all of this, everything Mulligata said yesterday, it confirms how I suspected it would probably actually went with Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons, not the way that Jerry was claiming it. And just before we get into any of this, do you realize how bad your reputation is as an owner if by and large the majority of people are completely buying the story of an agent over the owner? It's just, that's how bad Jerry Jones' reputation is. So the entire time it felt to me like this was a classic instance where the billionaire owner was trying to pull the wool over the young, dumb athlete in his mind, the young, dumb athlete's mind, and tell him things like, oh, yeah, hey, your average per year will be the highest of a non-quarterback in history. That's how they try to get the idiots, is the average per year. Because the average per year means very little without the context of everything else. Yep. And Mulligata went on to say more about how this was basically I've said, an unscrupulous timeshare salesperson trying to dupe somebody into a deal.
Especially when you're about to hear this, especially when you hear how Jerry Jones was able to lure Micah Parsons up to his office to have this conversation. He lured him up there under the guise of, hey, I want to talk about leadership. And then it turns into a contract negotiation.
As far as Micah's concerned, he was out of the country. He got a call from Jerry's assistant and was asked to come in to meet about leadership. So when he got back from his vacation, he came in and he gave them a call, told him he was back, he was ready to meet. At some point during that meeting that was represented to him was going to be about leadership, it turned into contract talk. And, if you're a 25-year-old football player and your boss, who happens to be the most powerful person in the NFL, starts talking about contracts, it's hard for you to end that conversation. So they had a conversation. Micah nodded his head out of respect. Obviously, there's a power dynamic that's a little different there. One guy is the owner of the team and the GM, and the other one is Micah Parsons, a young 25-year-old football player. So I'm not sure if there was a miscommunication there by the time Micah walked out, but at no point did Micah believe that he was negotiating a contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's exactly how you just described it.
No, and just Jerry, and that's exactly how I figured that it went. Yeah. And because I know, Sean, I know these people. I know these owners and these that's the way. And it's with people like Jerry, especially. Jerry strikes me as the classic kind of guy that if he doesn't hear an objection, he assumes that it's agreement.
Validation.
Yeah. Or if Micah says something like that sounds good or something. But then Jerry, we don't even have to speculate on it. Jerry very conspicuously continued to violate the collective bargaining agreement by trying to exclude the agent from the conversation.
Oh, yeah.
And having excuses for why that was so, or no, that's David Mulligata's part. No, he flat out said the agent doesn't need to get involved. That's a violation of the collective bargaining agreement. So he was every step along the way trying to isolate Micah Parsons and basically bully him into taking this deal. And it was one of the most backwards-ass things I've ever seen out of a guy who's done a lot of backwards-ass things. This was one of the most egregiously bad. He is a scumbag, man. Yeah. Jerry Jones is a bad person. He is an awful, awful person. And if it were simply the fact that you're 82 years old and maybe starting to lose it, I might not be as aggressive in saying that. But this is how he's operated for a long, long time. He's a bad person. He used to be great for the NFL. Now he's really bad for the NFL.
Yep. Here's one more from David Mulligata. This is yesterday on First Take. He said Micah grew up rooting for the Cowboys. He wanted to be a Dallas Cowboy.
I think the most important thing is that Micah wanted to be a Cowboy, right? He grew up cheering for the Cowboys, wore the blue and white at Penn State, wore it in the NFL with the Dallas Cowboys. He wanted to be a Cowboy. And we did everything we could for him to remain a Cowboy. We reached out, and like you said, I don't really do these interviews. We try to keep the negotiations out of the media. But in this case, so much information has been put out there that we wanted to just address a couple of things. But as far as Michael is concerned, he wanted to be a Cowboy. We did everything we could. And sometimes you got to be a little careful with what you read in the media as far as what was offered to Micah, the guarantees that were offered, the APY that was offered. There's so much that goes into an NFL contract. If you look at many of these contracts that the Cowboys have done over the past few years and the recent ones, the guarantees don't stretch much further than the first new year. If you look at Micah's current deal, he has guarantees into 4 years from now. So again, there are certain things that have been put out in the media to make it look as though Micah turned down a fair or a great deal, but that's simply not the case.
The part about that Mulugeta points out, like that he doesn't often do these things out front like this, like he's doing this interview yesterday, I think is notable. I can't remember David Mulugeta doing an interview like we saw yesterday with Stephen A. Smith, where it was almost like they were taking the 4 or 5 biggest things that Jerry Jones had put out there last year and one by one going through them and saying, no, here's what the truth is. I mean, I'm paraphrasing now, but essentially saying, no, this is what happened. No, this is what happened. Here's what happened with Micah getting called. The fact that he got called in to the office under the guise of I just want to talk about leadership.
Dude, it feels there's so much.
Not only real quick, Seth. Not only that it was a topic that Jerry Jones clearly didn't want to make the main topic, but one that probably Micah viewed as something that was stroking him a little bit. Hey, I want to talk about leadership, and oh yeah, I want to talk about this. He sees me as a leader on the football team. Let's talk about this.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, Jerry thinks he's negotiating a contract with you.
There's so much. Most young people wouldn't have seen the movie North Dallas 40, but it's out there. You can watch it on YouTube, probably for free. They've become the embodiment of North Dallas 40, this old football movie where the owners are just acting super, super shady. They might as well have been calling Nick Nolte into the office to show him a video or a picture of him smoking a marijuana cigarette. It's just shady stuff.
It is.
And honestly, Jerry Jones tried to make this about him versus David Mulugeta. And David Mulugeta worked Jerry Jones over.
Yep.
Just pummeled him.
Yep.
Mulugeta could have ended it in the 3rd round, but he extended it on into 15 rounds so he could just keep pummeling him. Jerry Jones looks like an idiot right now.
All right, coming up next, the Rams and the Texans play on Sunday. 2 big players for the Rams. Might they be rusty? Big positions here on Sunday. We'll talk about that. Nick Caserio joins us, bottom of the hour. That's all coming up next.
No, have you been pummeled by an automobile?
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Here was Sean McVay in his press conference earlier this week talking up the Houston Texans, his opponent, on Sunday at 3:25 Houston time.
They're a great team. I think they take on the personality of their head coach, and D'Amico's a guy, physical, tough. They play smart. They toe the line. I think they're really, that's reflected in all three phases. They have continuity in the defense and on the special teams where they've been excellent. And then I think they've been really dang good the last couple years on offense. Obviously took a little bit of a step back, but, we know what a great coach Nick Caserio is. They kept a lot of their great coaches that were already in place. He and Jerry Shaplinski are really the only new guys as far as I know. It's excellent personnel. There's a style of play. There's a reason why they've been a top 8 team each of the last couple years, winning their division and then being able to advance into the divisional round. And, they're excellent. We got a chance to practice against them a year ago, but everything that they're about is what I respect, and that's why we know it'll be such a great challenge, and that's what you love about the league.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun. That's one of the better matchups of Week 1. I will say that for sure.
The little part where he caught himself there was that they've been a really good offense the last couple of years, and he caught himself. Said they took a step back. I think he's probably a fan of CJ Stroud and thinks that he's good moving forward. And the big dynamic there is, look, he mentioned Caserio, and it's understandable. I myself wonder, okay, well, how much does he know about Caserio and how much does Caserio know about him? You throw all of that out the window, in this situation especially, because McVay will change things from year to year, and they don't play any of their starters at all in the preseason. They get most of their work done in joint practices with their starters, so you're not going to have any intel, or if they're deciding to add any wrinkles or operate a little bit differently, it's really hard to see. I think the disadvantage for the Texans when it comes to the coach versus coach matchup, for the Texans it might be that, hey, Nick Caserio is trying to install an offense. He's putting it right out there, whether it's starters or backups or anything else. I think you watch what they've done in the preseason and figure, okay, this is at least the basic framework of what they're going to do.
The vanilla version of what they're doing.
Yeah. And, McVay's not going to read too much into it, but they've got some film that they can use to prepare their players with, where the Texans, you get less of it. You got last year's film, and you've got all of that. So you can work on the individual players. But the Rams might just have some wrinkles and some tricks up their sleeves that there's no way to prepare for it. You got to do it on the fly.
Yeah, we'll talk about that dynamic with Nick Caserio when he joins us in about 10 minutes or so here on the show. Texans Executive Vice President and GM. Two big players. We talked a little bit about this in headlines, but two big players for the Rams are going to be, this we know, playing with very little training camp under their belts. The first is Matt Stafford, the quarterback. He's had back issues, as we know. He's been taking epidurals for a disc in his back. This is Sean McVay, though, confirming Matt Stafford will start on Sunday.
Do you expect Matthew to start against Texans?
I do. Yeah, he'll be good.
Will he participate in the full week of practice?
Yep.
And then did Alaric practice today?
He did. He looked good, and everybody was out there and accounted for. And so I'll have the full injury report for you guys on Wednesday, but expect to be everybody ready to go.
Okay, so that was and a shout out to Sarah Barshop, former Houston Texans reporter for ESPN. That was her voice on there.
And she's asking about Alaric Jackson, the starting left tackle. Who's the other clot issues?
Yep.
He's had blood clot issues throughout training camp.
Yep. So he was the other player that I was alluding to. So Stafford. Yep. Truncated training camp, and Alaric Jackson, as Seth just said, blood clot issues. One more from McVay, and then we'll get thoughts on what this means. Is Jackson? He expanded upon this. Is Jackson ready for Week 1?
I think we'll get a gauge to see how he feels. The answer is that's the plan. We want to make sure that we're taking it a step at a time throughout the course of the week. But, he earned the right to be in the position where, you pay him. He was a huge priority for us to get him back. He's done everything in his power to be ready to go. This has always been the end goal in mind, is to be ready to go against the Texans. Now, it's a great challenge. We know what a great team they have as a whole, and especially great defense. But I do believe that we'll be at our best with him out there.
And you said, Seth, you talked to a couple people that cover the Rams yesterday, and they kind of got the shoulder shrug emoji going on right now. Maybe
I think that with both Alaric Jackson and Matt Stafford, they're not your typical routine football injuries.
No.
You don't hear that much about herniated. Like a herniated disc for a defensive lineman or something is like, good luck with that. You're gonna, it's probably not going to work out. You're going to be on IR. For a quarterback, this is how I always feel about back injuries. It's not a problem at all until it's a huge problem. It's all or nothing. And if he's getting an epidural and he feels all right, I'm guessing that you should expect him to go out and play like whatever last year's version of Matt Stafford was, perhaps.
Yeah.
Not peak all-pro Matt Stafford or what have you, but a pretty good NFL quarterback. But if he's taking hit after hit and if he's under duress, even if he's feeling all right, there's got to be a little bit of a psychological apprehension there, and not to mention he just hasn't played that much football this year in training camp. I really feel that the Texans, you don't have to overcomplicate this. The Texans' pass rush is really good. They've got questions about the pass protection of the Rams and the health of their left tackle that at some point in this game it's probably going to turn south for Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
And at the very least, I think that the Rams are going to have to play a pretty conservative game plan and really try to lean into the run. I think they're going to live with the quick passing. The Stafford last year, when healthy, did not do a great job when pressured. So now with a potential herniated disc issue, it becomes that much more important that they get rid of the ball quickly, that they probably keep extra people in protection. The thing that I worry about the most is just that if it takes just 2 or 3 times in this game when Matt Stafford can figure out where there's a mismatch and they've got max protection, can you take a shot downfield? And that just because the coverage is right, the play call is right, if he's judicious in when he takes his shots, he's very much a threat.
Dude, the edge rush, I think one of the big themes of this game, the edge rushers on both sides have to be licking their chops in this game.
Yeah.
Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, because you've got a debilitated quarterback who's being protected by a left tackle who hasn't really had a training camp yet. And then on the other side, you've got Jared Verse, whose cut-ups were making their way around the internet yesterday. Like, holy God. This is what Ariante Ursary has to deal with.
Well, and the other thing real quick, too, is because I'm so enamored of Jared Verse that I need to talk more about the other defensive linemen there. The interior defensive line. Poona Ford's a really good nose tackle, and they brought him in. Braden Fisk, the rookie from last year, he's a very good interior defensive lineman. And then Robinson on the other side, the edge rusher, he's very good as well. So it's this brand new offensive line versus some really already established young players for the Rams. It's going to be one in the trenches.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Up next, we will talk to Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. He drops by for his annual preseason chat with us. We'll get you ready for not just week 1, but the upcoming season and all the stuff going on with the Texans as well. They extend Davis Mills yesterday. We'll ask him about that and a whole lot more. Nick Caserio is up next.
I feel like the guy that we're talking to next is
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, you know what that music means. Can only mean one thing. It's 7:30 on a weekday on Sports Radio 610. I'm Payne and Pendergast. That is the walkout music for the Texans executive vice president and general manager, Nick Caserio, who joins us here in advance of week 1 of the 2025 season. Nick, it's great to talk to you. How you feeling this morning, my man?
Morning, fellas. Great to be here. Does that the music mean we're going to talk about the clash in Paris?
I was going to ask you, Nick. So you, like everybody else, didn't have a game this past weekend. So did you just settle in like I did and just kind of kick your feet up and you have college football on one TV and CM Punk on the other TV? Does Kathleen allow that?
I probably saw a little more college football than CM Punk, but I did see some of the clips. So I'm sure your TV is better than mine. It's probably a lot better for your viewing.
So what did you? So you settled in and watched a little college football. Do you get to enjoy it because you're kind of like it's at least a little bit of downtime before the season? Or are you still watching it through that scouting lens?
Probably watching it more from a big picture scouting lens. There happen to be some pretty good matchups over the weekend, so you're seeing some of the better players play against one another. So it's just a quick cursory overview, and then you're going to do a deeper dive. We had a number of folks that were out over the country. We had a number of scouts at the different games. It's really just an initial starting point, but not really looking at it as a fan, looking at it more from two competitive teams. There's a number of prospects and players on the field at one time. How's the game going? How's the flow going? And sometimes, depending on the channel and the game, you get to see some things up close. You get to see some of the quarterback communication, some of the things that they have to handle. So there's always a benefit. There's a TV scouting element, but then you're going to go back to the All-22 and do a deeper dive when you go through your process.
You know, I'm glad you brought that up, Nick, because that part of it fascinates me, the difference between watching the All-22 versus watching on television. And I always looked at it as, man, when coaches and personnel people watch on television, it must be really frustrating because you really can't see what the receivers and defensive backs are doing for a large majority of the time. But they're like what you just said, I never thought of it that way. There's a benefit to being able to see some of the up-close stuff that you don't necessarily get on the All-22.
For sure, Seth. You can glean a number of different things. Sometimes you can't see the whole play, how it ends up unfolding, but there are things that you can gain from a TV copy, even during the course of the year when we're watching our opponents. There's TV copies. I mean, you guys watch all the NFL games. I mean, there's 4,000 cameras that are in the stadium, so when they have one right on top of the center, I mean, there's a lot of things that you can see. So you're kind of combining everything together. So you might be going back through the All-22, and when the play comes up, you might say to yourself, oh, I remember that play. I saw that play and what happened. But then you're looking at the overall context of the play and what goes on. So part of our responsibility is to piece it all together. You're not going to put like one is more important than the other, but the All-22 certainly has relevance, but there's a lot of relevance to the TV copy as well.
You know what? This is a big win for the movie Draft Day because remember when they're breaking.
I've never seen the movie, so I can't speak. I can't speak to that.
That was exactly what happened. Now the TV copy, which had been available to everybody for like 6 months in this instance, Kevin Costner notices something about the way one of the linebackers in the draft operated based on the TV copy.
So essentially, our job is a really big movie. So I guess we're all Hollywood stars.
Yeah, Nick. We don't ask for much, but if and when the time comes that you watch Draft Day, could you please allow Seth and I to sit next to you while you're watching it?
I'll probably be a lot older than I am now.
That's fine.
So it won't be on my radar anytime soon.
Yeah,
so
okay.
Sorry, Kevin, but no, I'm not. I'm not really into it.
Hey, last thing, we'll get to NFL stuff here, I promise. But as long as we're talking about the college, as you know, Nick, I watched the Notre Dame Miami game on Sunday night, and it felt like every Miami guy that made a play in that game, Sean McDonough's going, that's a transfer from Jacksonville State. That's a transfer from LSU. That's a transfer from here. They were all transfers, it felt like. And I was curious watching this game, as you're scouting, how has all the transfer portal stuff affected the way you guys scout players? Does it make it more chaotic, or in some ways does it actually make it more beneficial? You've got more data points to work with.
No, I think you articulated it very well, Sean. It hasn't necessarily created more work, and we don't really view it any differently. What we try to do is just understand the rationale and the thought process behind each individual player and the reason that they transferred. When you look across the country, you've seen multiple examples of players transferring from, call it big program to big program. You have other players that have transferred up. When you look at the Rams, Fisk and Verse are two good examples of players who essentially transferred up. And, they're two of the better players that they have on their team. So I think our job is just to understand the context of what went into it. Say Miami, they've put an emphasis on the transfer portal. Some teams are a little more portal-centric than others. When you look at Indiana with Coach Cignetti, essentially he took a large cohort of players that were with him at JMU, and they showed up in Indiana. So it's just to understand the landscape. We're never going to penalize a player because he's transferred multiple times. You just have to understand what went into it. Now, as you do a deeper dive, if the motive was not necessarily for football-related reasons or there was something more that went into it, then there's a financial component that we're all familiar with that we have to be cognizant of. So you just have to put all the pieces of the puzzle together and just understand, A, how the program is built, what do they emphasize. I think, Clemson, Dabo's talked about this. They haven't really been big portal. They haven't been into the portal. Now they've had a few over the last few years, but it's really what's the philosophy of the program? How do they build it? Clemson, Georgia, how they go about it, Ohio State, maybe a little bit different than some other programs. It doesn't mean one's right or wrong. It just means that that's their process. That's how they've put the team together. And our job is to understand some of the dynamics that went into it.
What if you're facing a team like the Rams this week, since we're talking about watching games on television at least, the Rams don't play any of their starters all preseason long, or by and large, very, very few of them in the preseason games. Is that a disadvantage compared to the way some other teams operate? And I know that most teams don't play their starters much anyway, but just in terms of really seeing perhaps what they're working on, do you have a little less than you might with another team?
The reality is week one is probably where the most unknowns take place for the reasons that you articulated, Seth. Some players have played, some players haven't. There's a number of new players that have come on from other teams. How are they going to deploy them? How are they going to utilize them? Part of that is going to transpire during the course of the game. So what we have to focus on, make sure that we're sound in the things that we're doing, focus on our fundamentals and techniques, be sound in the call, just be able to go out there and rely on the communication and the work that we've put in training camp, understanding that there's going to be adjustments that we're going to have to make, other teams are going to have to make, especially in the first week. And then once you get into, call it weeks 3 to 4, essentially teams probably declare about what they look like, how they play, how the personnel is deployed, all those types of things. So there's nothing we can do about it. I'd say in the Rams case, the staffs have a certain level of continuity. So what they've done over the past couple of years, what Sean's done offensively, what Coach Shula has done defensively, what Coach Blackburn has done in the kicking game, at least you have a reference point. Now what that looks like in 2025, we're probably going to all find out together.
Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, joining us on Sports Radio 610. Nick, we'll get into the Rams matchup with you during this conversation for sure. Just coming out of training camp now and heading into the season, we've been talking a ton about the offensive side of the football, obviously, and Nick Caserio, new system, the responsibility CJ Stroud is going to have. How are we feeling right now? CJ's now been through the entire offseason with Nick Caserio and through an entire training camp. How do you feel about where CJ is at heading into this season?
Yeah, we're ready to go. We're in a pretty good spot, so we put a lot of work from, call it the spring, up until this point. Now we're going to get into more of a game plan-centric kind of week to week. We have the foundation of the offense that's in place, and then now we're going to look at what's the opponent, what are the things that we're comfortable with, what are the things that we can focus on, what are the things that we can emphasize, and then as we go, probably make some tweaks along the way. So we're in a pretty good spot. We're going to go out here and practice the next 3 days and kind of put the finishing touches on and everything. But the reality is, hopefully we'll go out there and we're going to do the things and run the things that we know how to do and then match them up with what they're doing on the defensive side of the ball. So in the end, it's going to come down to, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, same thing offensively as we talked about defensively. It's just focusing on your fundamentals and techniques. Probably have some core principles and core concepts that you're going to rely on early that everybody is comfortable with, so you can go out there, you can play fast, and just react to what the defense is doing.
Nick, I'm not going to ask you to break down UNC football or anything, or even that game, but obviously you have a lot of experience with Bill Belichick. And Sean and I were talking about it yesterday. And I said, Sean, there was a period in the 2010s where it seemed like every other year the Patriots would get destroyed early in the season by the Chiefs or the Lions or somebody like that, and then come back and win a Super Bowl later on in the season. What's the mindset in the building, like after a loss like that early in the season when Belichick was the coach, and what was the what was the strategy for dealing with something like that? Because obviously they did a good job of rebounding from it.
Sure. I think this league is very process-oriented, and it's such a week-to-week league, so you can't let what happened, good or bad, the previous week impact what's going to happen in future weeks. So in our case, the focus will be on the Rams, regardless of the outcome on Sunday, which hopefully we play well enough to win. But regardless of the outcome, it's take inventory of what happened, understand where the issues are, and let's focus on those areas, try to get those fixed and corrected, and then figure out if those are going to be applicable moving forward or are they not. And then once we turn the page, then it's going to be about the next opponent and what do we need to do that week to put ourselves in a position. So I would say over the course of time, I think that was probably one of the things that we did probably fairly well. And just focused on the present, focus on the 1 week at a time, one game at a time, and just focus on that opponent. When you start to let things that happened in the past in one game affect the next few weeks, and then there's sort of a snowball effect, it's just going to lead to potentially, the result that you don't covet. So I'd say that's the way the league is designed, and it's such a week-to-week endeavor. I know it's kind of a cliche, and nobody really wants to hear that, but that's the reality of the situation. And D'Amico has talked about this multiple times whenever he's been asked about it. I've been, asked about it as well. And I think that's where you have to keep the focus. You have to have a certain level of discipline and focus to be able to block that out. Again, regardless of the result, good or bad, because what happened one previous game it's hopefully is not going to affect what goes into your work for the next week.
I'm looking at a headline from September 26, 2018 that says the Patriots look finished, so they will probably win the Super Bowl, which is exactly what that was. That was the year they lost to the Jaguars, and then got drubbed by the Lions. And then a couple years since you guys had lost to the Chiefs early in the season, and then won the Super Bowl last year, that year. So yeah, that tracks.
Well, it's never fun. Like those, I'm going to say those days after those games are very much fun, but it's work, and you just have to put it behind you. It leads to some long nights, some long trips home. I mean, the Kansas City trip, we were flying back from Kansas City in the middle of the night because it was a Monday night game. So,
that's the worst. That's the worst. Oh no, getting destroyed in a night game on the road. It's the worst. Oh, let me tell you a quick story. So
please.
Okay, so this was, I think, in 1990. I think it was 1998. I was with the Jaguars. I was injured at the time, so I was watching from home, but it was on Sunday Night Football up in Minnesota. They just got destroyed. Third-string quarterback Jonathan Quinn started the game, and it was bad. It was bad.
Yeah, that was a good Minnesota team. That was Randy Moss and all that.
Yeah. No,
was
that
defensive line.
Randall Cunningham. That was a 15-1 year.
That was a good team.
They had John Randall on the defensive line with going against a third-string offensive guard. It was bad. So it's a night game. It stinks. You get beat up there. They're flying home, but the airport was fogged in. So they had to go land in Orlando, sit on the tarmac from 4 to 6 a.m., and then come to Jacksonville. I was injured, so I was going in to do my rehab on a Tuesday morning, assuming it would be me and a few of the other guys who were injured going in there. I get out of my car, and I see Mark Brunell and Tony Baselli in their suits getting out of their car to walk in. I was like, what's going on, guys?
Hey, guys.
He said, well, Coughlin said everybody has to come in and get a
NFL
workout.
isn't as glamorous as everybody thinks.
Coughlin made everybody who had been sitting on the airplane all night long go from the airport to go do a workout and get their cardio in. They had to do a 15-minute exercise bike because he was just so disgusted with everybody. Which I feel like with all the modern analytics, that might have been the analytics that might have been
the sleep studies would probably tell you that didn't work out very well.
Oh, man. We didn't know what sleep was back in 1998. Oh, Nick Caserio joining us here on Sports Radio 610. So, Nick, it looks like Ariante Ursary is going to get his first start at left tackle going up against a pretty good Rams front, including Jared Verse. How ready do you feel Ariante is, and how do you help out a rookie in his first start against a defense like this?
Yeah, we're probably as ready as we'll be on the offensive line. So, we understand the challenge in front of us against the Rams. I mean, this is arguably, like top to bottom, like 1 through 5 when you include Poona Ford in there, which not everybody's really talking about Poona. But, yeah. I mean, they have probably – this is collectively, one of the better defensive lines we'll probably see over the course of the year, just from a 1 through 5 basis. Like, we're going to face good defensive linemen every week, and some teams maybe only have 1 or 2. But, when you look at the Rams, I mean, they literally have 5 guys who are as good as anybody in the league at their respective positions. So we understand the challenges that are in front of us, so it's going to take a collective effort, like how we play offensively. We're certainly going to have to account for their defensive line on almost every snap, how they use them, where they line up. I mean, Fisk has a lot of position versatility. He's played defensive tackle. He's played defensive end. They put him on, call it outside linebacker on the edge. I mean, Verse kind of moves around in front a little bit. So, I mean, this is a really good front. Again, it's probably as good of a front, just top to bottom, that we're going to face 1 through 5. So, we're going to need everybody to just focus on their execution, their fundamentals, and their assignment, understand what the intent is on each play, and just make sure the communication is clean. It's going to be a hostile environment. It's going to be on the road. So we just got to make sure we have all 5 doing the same thing, and the tight ends will be a part of it, and the running backs will be a part of it. The quarterback will certainly have responsibility in it as well. So it's going to take a collective effort to handle their defense without question.
Yeah, that's no. We were actually talking about Poona Ford just last hour because I'm guilty of it myself. I've been watching a lot of Jared Verse as of late, and you kind of lose sight of the fact that Poona Ford was a huge addition for them. And look, that Chargers game last year in the playoffs, for the Texans fans that don't remember, Poona Ford was on that team. And even when the Chargers defense was taking their lumps, Poona Ford he kept showing up. So the way I'm looking at this game, Nick, is I feel like, with the new – there's a mindset that, D'Amico has talked about it, the offensive linemen have talked about it. I feel like this might be the perfect game if you want to be about a new mentality of being physical and being blue collar and gritty and all that. It feels like a challenge they can really embrace.
No, it's certainly going to be a challenging situation for our team. I mean, this is a good football team that we're playing, but we have confidence in the players that will be on the field. We feel that we'll be prepared by the time we step on the plane on Friday. We're going out there a day early. So I mean, the goal is to have a good week, just understand. And once you get into the regular season, and we've talked about this, it's such a personnel-driven league. It's just understanding who you're playing. The scheme is the scheme, but also understanding who the players are, what are their strengths, what are weaknesses, what are some areas that you might be able to exploit, because that's as important as anything else.
Nick, for the Rams, what does Davante Adams bring to them? They've already got Puka Nacua, obviously, so now you got Davante Adams, who's one of the best receivers in football over the last decade, and going up against what is obviously a strength for you guys with Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Lassiter.
No, Davante brings a lot. I mean, he's been a very productive player in this league for a long time. I think the one thing that he provides, he has an element of position versatility. He can line up in multiple spots. He can play in the perimeter. He can play inside the formation. When he was with the Jets last year, I mean, he hit us on a touchdown pass there on third down coverage, in a slot fade, which we had decent coverage. I mean, JP was in a good spot, but, Davante ended up making a good move. So the thing about Davante, he does a number of things well. He's a very smart, he's a very instinctive player. He'll probably be lined up all over the formation. Puka gives them some flexibility as well. Atwell is a little bit more, I would say, specific to pass game. Maybe third down kind of brings a speed element. And Whittington's done a good job for them in his role kind of as a fourth receiver. So, I mean, they've talked about Davante all off season. I think the 4 tight ends that are on their roster as well will factor in, including the second-round pick Ferguson. So this is where, going back to what I said a little bit earlier, there's going to be an element of kind of figuring out where they lined up, how are they deploying them, how are they utilizing them. But, I mean, Davante's a really good football player, and he certainly presents challenges on the offensive side of the ball, no question.
Nick, I don't think we talked about this with you the last time because maybe I hadn't noticed it yet. But this training camp, I can't remember the last time I was impressed with the young running backs in pass protection. I don't think it's a thing that I've ever even really noticed or thought about, because usually it doesn't happen. But, with Jawar Jordan and Woody Marks this year, there were some things they did that you don't typically see out of young players. What part of Nick Caserio or the coaching staff in general, and then as well, those two players obviously as well, like what goes into that? Why was that so seemingly impressive this year?
No, it's a great observation, Seth. I think pass protection is about a mentality and an overall mindset, and you have to want to pass protect, and it's understanding, A, who are you blocking, B, there's going to be contact, and there's going to be a physical element that's involved. And a lot of times, if you have the linebacker in the A or B gap, he's going to be coming downhill at you. So you're either going to brace for contact and play with good body position and leverage, or you're not. You're going to get run over. So I would say a ton of credit should go to Danny Barrett. We put an emphasis on pass protection, and playing running back is not just about carrying a ball and catching the ball. It's about pass protection, especially on third down, is an important element. You're not going to get the back out all the time, so inevitably he's going to have to do something. He's going to have to block. He's going to have to block a linebacker. He might be chipping an edge. So there's a number of things. So it takes a certain mentality. Say that group overall has an element of toughness to them and physicality, and you see that in all of them, top to bottom. You mentioned Jawar, even though he's on a practice squad, but he did a good job as any. I mean, British did a really good job in that capacity. I mean, Dare, that's a strength of his. So they have all been asked to do it, and it just comes with the territory. So, and there's a selfless element that's involved, and I would say that group kind of embodies the overall philosophy and mentality of our team. It's whatever it takes to get the job done. So they work really hard at it. Danny really works at it with them, and people, it's like receivers blocking. Like if you're on this football team and you play receiver, you're going to have to block. This isn't like it's optional whether or not, like, there's no choice. So you're going to have to go in there, you're going to have to block the force, you're going to have to dig out a defender. And the way the defenses play nowadays, there's going to be an extra defender. So how do you account for that extra defender? It's probably going to be the receiver. So the receiver's going to go in there and do the dirty work and dig them out, or he's not. And if he's not, he's probably going to not be playing here. He's going to be on another team. So, I mean, Hutch will go in there and do it. Nico will go in there and do it when he's asked to do it. I mean, even Tank, I know he went in there and he got hurt, against Denver a couple of years ago, but it's not for lack of effort and, mindset and toughness. So it's emblematic of what we want this team to look like. But I'd say that's something they take a lot of pride in. And Danny Barrett deserves a lot of credit for their performance of the backs without question.
Nick Caserio joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Nick, reports yesterday that Davis Mills has agreed to an extension for the 2026 season. I thought Davis has had a really good camp. How much did that factor into you guys wanting to make sure he was around for another year after this upcoming season?
Yeah, I mean, we always look at those situations case by case. Let's say in Davis's situation, he's been as consistent a player over the past couple years as probably any player on our team. To your point, Sean, he had a really good training camp, so I have a lot of confidence in Davis. And sometimes those things work themselves out. We had good constructive conversations with his representatives, and it's something that we all felt pretty strongly about from the offensive staff, D'Amico and I, and we were able to kind of get that self worked out. So Davis deserves a lot of credit, as does the offensive staff, Gerard, Jerry, Nick Caserio, and Davis has put the work in. So, that position is valuable, and, it's not important until it is. So, we fill that room overall between CJ, Davis, and Graham, that we feel like it's a pretty strong room. So if we can kind of keep a certain level of continuity in place for a period of time, that's the goal. So, happy that we're able to work that out with Davis, and Davis has earned it without question.
Yeah, Davis is interesting, Nick, because he was the starter for in 2022. He was a starter coming into camp, and we know that there was kind of a bumpy season for him, but he was at one point the named starter of an NFL team, and then a young quarterback comes in, CJ, and obviously highly drafted. He's going to be the guy eventually. But what does it say about Davis that he seems to have kind of embraced that backup role, and what's the dynamic like between Davis and CJ?
Yeah, it's a really good room. They work well with one another. And Davis, you guys have talked to him. Davis is kind of very even keel, kind of stays down the middle. His personality doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low. And the backup that player is to provide, is a good resource for whomever the starter is. I mean, they can talk about things kind of quarterback to quarterback. But Davis is very smart. He works very hard. And like I said, his personality is such that he understands what the role is. It doesn't mean that he's not competitive. He's not wanting to go out there and play. But Davis has taken advantage of his opportunities, and that's all you can ask for any player. So there's going to be competition across positions. There's going to be a starter. There's going to be a backup. There's going to be a role player. And just if you understand what your role is on the team, it doesn't mean you're going to work less. You're going to continue to work and put yourself in a position to do what's best for the team. So there's a selfless element that's involved, I would say, in the backup position, not only for our team but across the league. So that dynamic and, that how you put that room together is important. So it's something that, we spend a lot of time discussing. Davis deserves a lot of credit for the way he handles himself, is as consistent and professional as we have on the team. And to your point, Sean, I mean, there's been a lot of ups and downs in his career, but he started, 27, 30 games, whatever it is. Mm-hmm. And he's always prepared and ready to go. So, credit to him for how he goes about his business.
When you're talking with somebody like Davis that you've known for a long time, you have a relationship with him, obviously there's a certain trust level for him to have re-upped with you a couple times already. Do you have explicit conversations about potential trade opportunities or scenarios that, hey, if something comes up where there's a trade and it could be advantageous to both of us, that we're both open to it?
We're always open. Kind of how we operate is we'll listen, but in the end, we're going to make the decision that we feel is best for our organization. So I'd say Davis is a player that teams have asked about. He's certainly respected for what he provides and what he brings to the table around the league. So in the end, we're going to do what we feel is best for our team and just try to make good, smart decisions along the way.
I guess, yeah. So as a backup quarterback in general, as a general rule of thumb, Davis. You don't have to speak for Davis, but there's an understanding that, okay, I'm signing a deal, but the best thing for that quarterback sometimes might be that he gets traded. So he's they know that it's a possibility that he's not signing up for necessarily 2 years for sure with the Texans.
I think everybody knows kind of in this league anything's a possibility.
Yeah.
So ultimately we're going to, take the information, and if something get presented to us, the way we work is take the information. D'Amico and I will talk about it, and then we'll decide what we feel is best for us. So we're pretty open-minded, but by the same token, in the end, we're going to focus on our team and doing what's best for us.
You're listening to KLT FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station, and we're joined by Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. It sounds like, Nick, that CJ Gardner-Johnson is going to be back for week 1 here, according to D'Amico on Monday. I personally, the fact that we didn't get to see CJ in joint practices or any of the preseason games has me very excited. What do you expect him to bring to this defense this year?
Yeah, CD's certainly trending in the right direction, so hopefully he has a good few days here this week. He's worked really hard to put him in a position. So we've talked about this. I mean, CD's a good football player. He has a certain level of toughness and physicality that he brings. He's a very instinctive, very aware player. Kind of played multiple positions over the course of his career. So excited about what potentially he could bring to our team. Which is why we made the trade for him. So excited for CD, and he's worked really hard to get to this point. So hopefully have a good week and put himself in a position to be ready to go for Sunday.
Jake Andrews, we probably haven't talked as much about Jake Andrews as we have, because he's played 70-some snaps in the NFL, at least on offense, a few more on special teams. But what was it about him that made you interested in him? And then obviously, what was it about him that's earned him this starting job? Or at least as far as Sean and I know, he's the starting center on Sunday.
Yeah, sure. No, he was a player that we evaluated when he was coming out of Troy in 22 or 23, whatever year that was. He had a certain, I would say, playing style, physicality, toughness about him that what we liked, and we graded him kind of accordingly. And then he was drafted there in the 4th round by New England. And then kind of was up and down there. There's a number of things that took place, some coaching things, different coaches, different philosophies. And then in 24, his season essentially was cut short with an injury. So I think it was a situation where when they moved on, it was just about he probably needed a fresh start, and they were kind of moving in a different direction. So that was a situation for us. We went back to, we've talked about this. We went back to our notes from the draft. What do we think of the player coming out? Even though, to your point, Seth, there wasn't a lot of film, but that's where you got to go back and trust the information that your scouts had accumulated. And the fact that Cole had coached him, we had some more better understanding of what the player was about. We felt that was a player that when we claimed him, he would at least be competitive with the rest of the group, understanding we were kind of still piecing that together. But from jump, I mean, his attitude, his mindset, the way he works, I mean, he's upstairs as much as any player watching film, spending time with Cole and Zach and just making sure that he's ready to go. He doesn't say a lot. He kind of lets his actions do the talking, which is emblematic of a lot of players on this team. And we had legit competition at center. JP's played a number of snaps. He started and played quality football for us. Juice really has the most position flexibility between those guys, center to guard, but Juice has started at center. So we let the competition kind of sort itself out. The reality is we're probably going to need everybody in that room at some point. But Jake has earned this opportunity with his work ethic, with his mindset, and we're glad that he's here.
Yeah, what along that offensive line, Nick? Like you got 9 guys that are on the 53-man. I know you got a few more on the practice squad, but the 9 guys on the 53-man, I think more than half the guys might be new faces to you guys this year that you picked up in the offseason. What would you say is the biggest thing that you were prioritizing when you were looking at bringing in those new faces on the offensive line?
I wouldn't say there was any one thing in particular, Sean. It was just there were some players that we moved on from, whose contracts were up, or that we released. So we had to kind of backfill that room and refill that room. So we kind of did it in stages. It wasn't, well, we're going to do A, B, C, and D. Like, for me to sit here and tell you that, like, I'm not that smart. Like, what we did is take inventory of what are the opportunities that are available to us. Does it make sense? And try to create as much competition as possible. And when you look at the composition of that room, honestly, they've kind of come from everywhere. Players that were here, players that we drafted, players that we claimed, players that we traded for. So for me to sit here and tell you, well, here we go. We're going to bring all these guys in here. This is how we're going to do it, and this is what's going to happen. No chance. Like, I'm not going to tell you that. Like, maybe somebody else, like maybe Omar can tell you that, but that wasn't really part of the plan. So it was just to try to create as much competition as possible and let that sort itself out. But by the same token, also bring in players that maybe have a certain degree of position versatility. And when you look at the composition, you have young players. You have young players that have experience in the league. You have some veteran players that have started a number of games. And reality is, whoever is in this building, there's a good chance that they're going to be on the field at some point. And we have confidence in those players, which is the reason that they're here.
The biggest mystery on the team for me right now, and I mean that literally, is Trent Brown. And I say literally because he's 6'8", 360 pounds. He's a gigantic mystery. And what?
Massive human being. Yes, he's a massive human being.
Big.
How is he physically? And if you had to use him this year, would you be able to use him soon, or is it still kind of a long-term thing?
No, we'll probably have an idea here. Trent's on the practice squad, so he should be out there practicing. He's kind of was working through rehab and some different things here in the off season. He was coming off. He had the injury kind of week 4, 5, 6, whatever it was in Cincinnati last year. So Trent's a work in progress. Trent's also played a lot of football, so I think the big focus right now is going out there and getting some real legitimate live reps in practice, and we'll kind of monitor that progress as he goes, like we do with all the players on a practice squad, and all the players that, whether they're active, inactive on a practice squad. I mean, the goal for those players is the same thing. Go out there, try to perform to the best of your ability on a day-to-day basis, and then we'll evaluate their progress and try to figure out what makes the most sense for us.
Nick, if I'm not mistaken, pre-COVID, you would never have been able to have Trent Brown on the practice squad. It was all younger guys. How big a luxury is that now to have those spots where you can actually have veteran guys on the practice squad?
No, the league's done a good job of just kind of creating some opportunities. You're absolutely right, Sean. I mean, the practice squad was composed. It was a certain cohort of players, and you had a cap in terms of the number of players that you actually could have on a practice squad.
Mm-hmm.
So, they put the rules in place where you had a little more flexibility, where you can have veteran players like Jakob Johnson, like Trent Brown, like Harrison Bryant on the practice squad. You can have up to 6 of those players that kind of fit that quote-unquote veteran category. And then the other 10 are standard to practice squad exceptions. So, I mean, part of our job, just to understand the rules, like what are our options, what are the opportunities, and it might give a player an opportunity if he's not on a roster, he's on a practice squad, but it puts him a step closer to potentially playing. So I'd say everybody has probably benefited across the league, and it makes a lot of sense. And when you look at the rigors and the demands that are placed on the players, it's very taxing physically and mentally. So you just want to make sure you have enough reinforcements in the building so that at some point when a guy can't play because of injury, like you have an option hopefully in your building to go in there and play at a competitive level.
Nick, one of my favorite coaching positions in all of sports is the bullpen catcher. Because you're a coach, but you're the bullpen catcher. You're not allowed to play in the games. That's why I need you to push for this offseason. I want
to find the equivalent of the bullpen catcher in the NFL.
Bullpen pass rushers that you could just have guys
that can never play.
They can never. They're not allowed to play, but like J.J. Watt could come in and on Wednesdays and Thursdays be out there for blitz period and stuff, and just give your guys a look without, so you can have kind of one-on-one battles, but with less taxation on them. Yes.
And then he can go call his games on Sunday. So get a couple days of practice and then go call some games on Sunday.
That'll be his production meeting. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Speaking of which,
why don't you pitch that to him?
That's my dream, for there to be a bullpen pass rusher position. But Tom Brady, he broadcasts games on Sundays. He's going to be allowed in the production meetings this year. You've got a lot of experience with Tom Brady, and you know the way his brain works. If one of your players is going in to do a production meeting with Tom Brady, do you tell him to watch out? Do you tell him hey, almost like he's meeting with Hannibal Lecter or something? Just listen. Be careful about what you say to this guy because he's also an owner of the Raiders.
You can never go wrong by saying less. So if you follow that formula, you're going to be in a good spot. I mean, Tom's one of the smartest people, literally, that's ever been in this league. So he's very strategic and very smart, so be careful about. Don't give him any extra ammunition because he's certainly going to use it to his advantage.
Will Henderson's going to be so nervous the first time he goes into a meeting with Tom Brady. He's either going to because it's so hard for him to not talk.
I know Will would be the one I'd be most nervous about for sure.
Yeah, I feel like Tom would give him a couple compliments or something, and maybe some cookies that his wife cooked, and
we'll just make sure Tom's not trying to recruit Will to come out there.
And
Crosby.
No, please.
That's when you got to fill him in on all the dirt about Tom. What a horrible person he actually is. Hey, listen, Will, this is what you don't know about this guy.
Oh, my God. That's great. Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Nick, Sam Warren had a really good piece in the Chronicle, I think yesterday, about Cole Papovich and kind of his journey to, through the NFL, well, really through some small college stuff into the NFL and now here to Houston. And he was steeped under the wings of Dante Scarnecchia when he was in New England. What have you seen from Cole so far as the guy coaching the offensive line that maybe that there are? I'm not saying he's Dante Scarnecchia, but at least some of the traces of some of the learnings that he's had through the years here.
Yeah, Cole's worked really hard during this opportunity, and he didn't have it easy. When you look at kind of where he started and to where he is now, it's a credit to him and his approach. And I think what you're hoping for as a player is just whomever the coach is just for somebody that's consistent, that's honest, and that's authentic. And I think Cole embodies a lot of those principles. And we're all a product of whatever our upbringing is and how we were trained and what we learned. But there's only one of that equivalent person. There's only one Dante Scarnecchia. There's only one Tom Brady. There's only one Cole Popovich. So you really have to be true to who you are. But you observe and you watch and you learn and you see some of the things that worked. Why was that effective? How did the players respond to certain things? So your job as a coach is to figure out, how am I going to teach? How am I going to communicate, and what's going to be my process on a day-to-day basis? And, I think the way Cole goes about his business, he has his own style, which is important, but he's very smart. He works very, very hard. He played the position, so he has a little bit of a background in terms of, what the expectation, understanding is of scheme, etc. And he and Zach Yenzer have worked really well together. And your job as a coach is just to get the players prepared so when they go out there, they can perform at an optimum level. Cole's worked really hard. There's a reason that we brought him into the program when we did. And he's put himself in a position to lead the group. It's not an easy job. I mean, you're managing a lot of different people, personalities. It's a bigger room as there is on a team. I mean, we got 9 on the roster, 3 on the practice squad. So you're dealing with 12 offensive linemen. Defensive line is close, but you're managing a lot of people, and there's only 5 that can play. So how do you handle those situations? I mean, there's a delicate balance in there, but I mean, I think we all learn from coaches that were around. I mean, I learned a tremendous amount from Dante. I mean, I have a tremendous amount of respect and admiration and appreciation for his work ethic, the way he works. I think that's one of the things that anybody that was around him took away from him. Nobody worked harder than Dante Scarnecchia, even at the end. I mean, he literally was in the building at 4 o'clock in the morning. He was the first one in the building. Like, you knew, like, if there's a coach that was there, it was going to be Dante. So, I mean, I think when you see something like that, you can't but tip your hat and say, you know what, that might be smart to kind of maybe take some of those principles and philosophies with me. But, Cole's earned this opportunity, and we're glad he's here.
When it comes to hiring a position coach, is that like, obviously you have the, you talk to common acquaintances and all of that, but do you do actual film work on going back and kind of seeing how players have progressed through the season with groups they've worked with?
There's a lot of different ways you can handle it. So if you have players where they coach X number of players, you might ask them for their evaluation of the player, what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses, and then when you get into a meeting, with the coach or with D'Amico, there's probably going to be some scheme things that come up. Hey, what are you teaching here? What are you looking for? What's your thought process? How do you go about it? So there's always there's no one size fits all when you're doing an interview, but you're trying to get information, and you're really trying to get a sense and a fit and a feel for the overall personality, and does it fit within the program that you're building. D'Amico's as good as anybody is just understanding people and working with people. So there's always a lot of factors that go into, bringing assistant coaches on. And the reality is, it's like players. You might think it's going to go a certain way, and for whatever reason doesn't work out. No hard feelings. You just move a different direction. But you got to go through your process and try to arrive at an endpoint that everybody feels comfortable with.
Nick Caserio joining us. Hey, Nick, before we get you out of here, the calculus changed again over the last week for highest non-paid, or highest, why am I having such a hard time saying this? Highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. And that whole thing's taken a big jump this offseason. If there's a contractual theme, it was in the low 30s, and now it's $47 million a year. I'm just curious from a GM's perspective, especially one who's probably going to have some big contracts coming up here soon. When you're seeing that, just put us in your shoes for a second, I guess, when you're seeing that sort of market explode the way that it has.
Yeah, sure. You're cognizant of everything. I mean, we're observing what's going on. It's our job is just have an understanding of the market, and there might be some dynamics that affect your team. There might be some that don't. So you just have an understanding of what it means. It's not one size fits all. Every contract and every discussion is going to be on a case-by-case basis. So you're looking at the market, you're looking at the growth, where's the salary cap, where's your team, how many players do you have under contract, what are your future commitments going to be. So there's multiple conversations that are going to take place, but the players that receive those contracts have earned those contracts, and they're some of the best players in the league, and that's just the way the market is. So our job is to understand it. There's nothing we could do about it. We can't go back and try to change it. Well, it's grown this much. I mean, well, that's what it is. So your job is to adjust and adapt and understand, and just figure out how that fits within the context of your team.
Is Notre Dame going to be okay this year, Nick?
I think Notre Dame will be fine.
Okay.
I think Notre Dame, no panic. Who do they play? Who's coming up here next?
They have the bye week, and then
we have a bye week.
Then they have the Aggies after that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a good game last year. Is that game in South Bend this year?
Did they flip it? It's in South Bend, and I'm just looking at the Texans schedule. No, you're home that weekend, so you won't be able to.
You're trying to match up schedule. I know, believe me, I'm doing the same thing.
You're going to meander over to South Bend for a game.
Notre Dame will be okay. They got one of the best coaches in football, and I thought CJ Carr did a really nice job. So he's, I think he's going to be a pretty good player.
Okay, so we've got
I think the program's in pretty good hands.
Okay, that's good. I feel a little bit better.
And Heinish's brother, of course. So,
Donovan Heinisch, baby. Yeah.
When you're out, especially when you go to games or go to practices for various colleges, do you start to get a pretty good feel for, okay, this is a disciplined program versus like, oh boy, like what the hell's going on here with these guys?
No, absolutely, Seth. I mean, we're evaluating programs as much as we are evaluating players, because players are ultimately a byproduct of the environment of what the program is. It doesn't mean it's right or wrong. It just goes back to understanding what are the emphasis points, what's the philosophy, how they built a team, what are they coaching, what do they allow players to get away with, what are they not allowed to get away with. So we're absolutely evaluating programs, just to have an understanding, because what we're doing is saying, okay, this player in this program, and then we're trying to project him into our program. We understand what's expected in our program and demands that are placed on those players. So what programs maybe have some of the similar types of qualities, so the transition, there's a little bit more of an ease in transition. So no, you're absolutely 1,000% correct. I mean, it's something that we talk about with our staff quite often, actually, is let's understand the program. Let's understand the coaching staff. Let's understand, like, when you look at Georgia's program, what Kirby Smart is doing, a player that comes out of that program, he's probably going to make it in just about any NFL program, but the reality is that player's probably going to be able to make it in our program as well. Kamari is a really good example of that. So that's absolutely a big part of the evaluation.
What's the biggest one, so other than Georgia, where maybe you ever stepped on a campus for the first time and with a particular coach you thought, oh, these guys work hard, or like, oh, this is like you got to be mentally tough to play for this coach?
Yeah, I mean, Georgia, I would say when you go back to, obviously, some of Coach Saban's programs, I think what Coach Lanning is doing at Oregon, there's a lot of similarities to Kirby's program. So, I mean, those are some of just how they practice. And again, there's certain restrictions. Sometimes you can see a team practice, they're in full pads that day and they have, one-on-one periods or whatever they have. But yeah, no, I would say Kirby, honestly, Sark has built a really good program down there at Texas as well. I mean, they lost to Ohio State the other day, but, how they practice, how they go about their business, I mean, a lot of respect for what Sark has done. And I would say, honestly, when you look at Coach Elko and what he's doing at A&M, and honestly, I don't really watch that much, but I did watch the SEC profile on Netflix, so you really kind of get a behind-the-scenes view. I mean, Coach Elko doesn't mess around. I mean, he holds the players to a high standard, and they play with a certain mindset and mentality, and you can see why the results are the results and why that program is moving in the right direction. So, you can certainly feel it when you walk onto the campus, watch them play, watch them practice, and, it's exciting to see.
Okay, so just to bring this conversation full circle, have you ever crossed a quarterback off of your big board because his teammates didn't show up to his 21st birthday party? Because that's what happened on draft day with Bo Callahan.
No, yeah. I can't say that I have. Okay. I have some rules with quarterbacks that I won't disclose here publicly on the air, but I definitely have like a checklist of things that are like, if this player has this.
Oh, man. We are going to truth serum you. We are going to truth serum you someday. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Well, no, you know what? It was. I talked to D'Amico. I got to do an interview with D'Amico during training camp, and I asked him about energy vampires, because we heard a lot about, hey, no energy vampires the first year D'Amico was here. And I told him, like, I haven't heard people use that phrase a lot. And he said, we got rid of all of them. That is
not allowed in our building.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Not with his personality. I mean, he's too upbeat, positive, consistent, and no complaining. Like, we don't have a lot of rules around here. That's one of them, and that's not going to change.
No Karens in the building. Yeah, big sign. Nick Caserio joining.
The biggest thing for me has always been just forever. Whenever a player decides that where the truth needs to be told is to by anonymous quote or something before he's ever addressed it to one of the actual coaches or something. Like you can't have that guy. Like be a man. If you got an issue with the coach, yeah, there's a difference between complaining and discussing. And if you got an issue with the coach, you go discuss the issue with the coach. But like airing it publicly or anonymously is like you've jumped like 7 places in the order of how you handle a problem.
Yeah.
We're all adults. Just handle everything professionally and just have honest, constructive conversations. Not a hard formula.
There you go. Texans Executive Vice President and GM Nick Caserio. Nick, appreciate the time. I'm looking at the calendar. I think we'll get you at least once before the smack off on Halloween, so we'll be able to dig into that. I'll be leaning on you for material and whatnot between now and then. No,
absolutely, perfect. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks
for having us on.
Yeah, for sure. Appreciate the time as always. That's Texans General Manager Nick Caserio. All right, let's bounce out here. Let's dig back into some of the things he had to say, particularly about this upcoming Week 1 matchup against the Rams. And the offensive line, the trenches, is where this game is going to be decided. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
Coach D'Amico shared his thoughts after the Texans' initial 53-man roster was announced.
Things are always in flux. Things are always moving. We're always looking to improve our roster as best we can. But we feel really good about the 53 men that have made our team so far, and those 53 guys definitely deserved it.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Those Nick conversations have gotten fun. Listening, this is a text message. Listening in Tulsa daily on Odyssey. This is by far my favorite segment of the week. You guys and Nick genuinely sound like you enjoy talking to each other. We do. We have good rapport with Nick, I think. I thought two things. There were several things in the interview that jumped out. We'll have audio later throughout the day here on Sports Radio 610. The Brady question with you, that was really funny. And Nick was leaning into it also.
I asked, hey,
be careful what you say to him.
Be careful what you say to him. What do you say? Less. You can never go wrong by saying less. You can never go wrong by saying less.
Yeah.
Which honestly, I think goes into their sparse reporting about injuries as well.
Yeah.
And I know, look, I think D'Amico 100% means it when he says he wants to protect players and not put out information any more than he needs to. Yep. But I do also think there's a general strategy of, man, if we don't have to talk about it, we're not going to talk about it, because you never know how, why, when, or where any little bit of extra tidbit of information can help your opponent. So having a policy of just saying as little as possible whenever you can, that is just, you don't overthink it. You say as little as you have to.
Yeah.
And I think that guides part of their injury information policy.
100%. Well, and Nick expressed in his press conference last week, I think the other thing, he expressed this when he started to do like the why as to why they handle it, is that, look, if we start giving you estimates on when guys come back, we don't know at this point. Like, injuries are fickle. If we start giving you time frames and we don't hit that time frame, then you guys get all angry with us about that.
No, I'm glad you brought that up, Sean, because after we talked about this the last time, I forgot to bring it up. It's that people here, when they have a set number of weeks attached to something, people treat that as a firmer number than it actually is. Mm-hmm. That injury rehab is not, it's not pure science. You can't predict that this is a 6-week injury or this is a 3-week injury. And if you say it's a 3-week injury and after 3 weeks the guy isn't back, honestly, you start to get people are still PO'd. Like with the Astros, they're okay, great. The Astros give you some information. Then you criticize them for the information they give you because you don't like the information. If they don't say anything at all, you criticize them.
That's right.
People just get agitated when somebody's getting injured. And it's a no-win situation for the organization. So if your policy is just, nope, we say as little as we have to all the time because that's just a good policy in general, whether it's game planning or injuries.
That's right. I enjoyed the part of the conversation about Davis Mills. The one little thing he dropped in there where I was like, ooh, is he said that we've had teams call us about Davis Mills. Yeah. Which is, I would imagine calling, I don't know if they called about them being, about Davis being their starting quarterback. I don't think Nick would have told us one way or the other had we followed up with that at all. But the teams are calling about Davis Mills, I think, is telling at least about where he sits on the backup hierarchy right now.
Yeah. No, I think, look, there's obviously some value to him.
Yes.
It's just, okay, what are the Texans willing to part with him for? And then also, I guess what I was kind of getting at, and maybe I could have phrased the question differently, but was just, I wonder with a guy like Davis, when he's re-upped with you a couple times, if there's conversations like, hey, like, you're not going to trade me to a stinker of a situation, right? Please, part of having that trust in signing as a backup quarterback is that please don't make me the 7th string quarterback for the Browns. If the Browns decide to just keep adding quarterback after quarterback, if you do trade me to a good situation or one that I approve of or are cool with.
Yep. Did you ever hear, this is a text message, did you ever hear the interview with Jason Kelce where he was asked who gave him the most trouble in his career, and one of the names he said was Poona Ford. Nick brought up Poona Ford, who plays defensive tackle for the Rams, unprompted. Well, we asked him about the matchup along the offensive line, and he brought up Poona Ford and said not a lot of people are talking about him, and I'm glad you pointed out, Seth, that 2 segments prior, you brought up Poona Ford's name.
Nobody talks more. That's we are widely known for 2 things: being the best in the world and being the show that talks about Poona Ford a lot.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes.
And this is
talk to the Marconi people about it, okay? Yeah.
You guys know how I love to screw up names. Do you know how hazardous it is for me to talk about Poona Ford on a team that also has a Puka Nacua.
Right.
The fact that I haven't called Poona Ford Puka Nacua or vice versa so far this week is pretty damn impressive by my standards.
That you have the courage to go out there and analyze Poona Ford in a game like this one coming up says a lot about you.
When I could easily misspeak and say Puka Nacua.
Right.
Or Puka instead of Poona.
That's courage right there.
Mm-hmm.
This offensive line, we dug deep on the offensive line because you asked him about Jake Andrews, and we got some Ariante Ursary. I loved his answer about Cole Papovich and Popovich's background with Dante Scarnecchia and how Cole's been. It sounds like there's a high confidence level that Cole Popovich has this offensive line moving in the right direction.
No, and I think it's very evident just by the way they operated in the preseason that it's going to be better than it was last year. I don't feel super confident about the ceiling of the offensive line. It's possible that they could end up being a really good offensive line. Right now, possible I'm saying in that, hey, anything can happen. You look at the guys on paper, and the only guy I get really excited about for the future right this moment is Ariante Ursary. But every year in the NFL, there are offensive lines that overperform. The Ravens were that way last year, just based on good coaching. It helps when you have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry to block for.
Yeah.
But maybe it could end up being that situation. But as of right now, I just don't want it to be what it was last year, which was an abysmal mess.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to be an abysmal mess last year. I think they're going to look like a competent offensive line.
Yeah, I asked him in that conversation, like, as you were bringing in all these new faces, because they've got 4 new faces on the offensive line. Titus Howard's going to be the right tackle. The other 4 guys are all new, and to Nick's point, we're all brought in different ways. Trade, signed a street free agent in Jake Andrews, drafted a guy fairly high in Ursary, signed a kind of a journeyman level contract with Laken Tomlinson. And when I said, what's the one thing maybe that you were prioritizing in bringing these guys in, Nick's answer was kind of like, that I'm not smart enough to really plan it out that way. We just see the opportunities that are presented. I do feel like, though, that toughness and love of football were the cover charge to at least get into a conversation with the Texans.
Well, there's some kind of non-starters, right?
Yeah.
That this is a deal breaker. If you don't have this, then this is a prerequisite.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got some prerequisites. One of D'Amico's prerequisites is you can't be an energy vampire.
Yeah.
And I think in some respects, Laramie Tunsil might have been an energy vampire. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. But the guys that don't fit the mold, you just don't have time for it. We're trying to do too many of these things in a certain way. We don't have time for guys that are dragging us backwards in terms of energy level or being all in on the way we're operating, practicing perhaps. Like this is, you look at it, you've got a situation with the Texans which is not the standard situation in the NFL where your best players on the team are also psychotically passionate about practicing.
Yes.
This is one thing that Peyton Manning used to say about Marvin Harrison and his receivers that he had there was how much he appreciated that those guys really, really cared about being out there at practice.
Yep.
That Peyton couldn't do what he did if he didn't have guys that were out there really passionate about nailing down the finer details and everything. And they've done a good job in these last couple of years kind of whittling it down to, hey, our impact players and the guys that we pay the most money are also the guys that practice the way we want everybody on the team to practice.
Along those lines, I'm looking at a tweet from an account called Blitzfits. You mentioned Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
Blitzfits, Seth, is an account that their bio says they're changing the narrative of football and fashion. Stay fitted. Yeah. Stay fitted. And it looks like they may have done an article or something about Laramie Tunsil. Yeah, feature article about Laramie Tunsil sitting with his nice, what I'm sure is about a $500 flannel shirt, unbuttoned with his chest hanging out. He's sitting in kind of like baggy jeans, barefoot on his couch. And the Twitter caption says, the title of the article is The Big Man Blueprint, Laramie Tunsil. Now in D.C. with the Commanders, the Pro Bowl tackle is rewriting the rules for big men. From calculated fits to custom cleats, he's proving linemen deserve the same tunnel talk as the skill guys.
Finally,
somebody said
Sean,
it, and it's Blitzfits. Yes.
I've always said you cannot win this year's Super Bowl in last year's fashion. Sean, this is, if you don't...
You've been saying that.
Yes. What, are you going to win a Super Bowl when it looks like you went to Macy's 2 years ago?
Dude.
No. Yeah.
I mean, and I saw a graphic last night about this.
He's redefining the game.
He's redefining. Well, you got to have, Seth, if you're going to be a big, burly left tackle, you better do it with some drip, all right?
Nothing speaks hard-nosed, lunch pail football like Cliff Kingsbury and Laramie Tunsil on your team. Those old the hogs from the 80s, probably, boy, Tunsil would fit right in with those guys. Yep.
Oh, my God. Dude, I can't believe what I just read on the air. Now in D.C., the Commanders' Pro Bowl tackle is rewriting the rules.
That's right.
Laramie, I think Laramie would take more pride in there actually being an actual rewriting of the rules with an accreditation to him at the bottom of it than winning a Super Bowl. If he found, he would rather change the world of fashion than change the world of left tackles in football.
Would Laramie Tunsil rather win the Super Bowl or Sexiest Man Alive?
Oh, are you kidding me? Sexiest Man Alive in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
In a heartbeat, yeah. Best dressed, cover of GQ. Would Laramie Tunsil rather be on the cover of GQ or the cover of, if it still existed, Sports Illustrated?
Sports Illustrated, yeah. I think
yeah.
Only if it was Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. That would be.
That would be amazing.
Laramie Tunsil in a bedazzled thong.
That would be incredible.
Kind of just suggestively posed on the cover.
Blitz fits, the big man blueprint, Laramie Tunsil. Oh.
Finally, the city of Washington is getting the.
I've really not been able to internalize.
I've
really not been able to internalize how glad I am that he's gone. That we're not.
I know.
If that were him in a and he were on the Texans going into this season the way last season went. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, by the way, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Here's how you do it. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. The slimiest move we've seen by an owner in a long, long time was discussed on First Take yesterday, and we've got it for you coming up next.
Oh, the best dip you've had in ever. Daisy French onion dip. In stores near you. Go to a grocery store.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. If you missed our interview with Nick Caserio earlier, Seth told an incredible story. I'm so glad you told this story, Seth. I like that we've got the relationship with Nick where we can go on some tangents like that. That's kind of I think Nick enjoyed this story tremendously. This actually predates Nick being in the NFL. I don't think he got to the NFL until 2000, but this is when Seth was on the Jags. You were rehabbing. Well, I'll let you tell it real quick. Tell the abridged version of it
Just
here.
a real quick
because
version.
I've got the box score in front of me for this game.
The Jaguars played the Vikings on Monday Night Football and just got absolutely destroyed. And on the way home, I was on the injured reserve, so I was just at home watching it. On the way home from the Monday Night Football game, the Jacksonville airport was fogged in, so the team had to land in Orlando and sit on the tarmac for 3 or 4 hours, whatever it was. And I'm going in to do my rehab the next day at like 7 a.m., and in the parking lot, I see Tony Baselli and Mark Brunell getting out of Brunell's car wearing their suits that we would have had to travel with. And I said, what's going on, guys? And he said, well, Coughlin's making everybody come in and do 15 minutes on the exercycle because we lost. So after, there was no go home and get some sleep.
Nope.
No, you don't deserve sleep. You need to go in and exercise, and then you can go home and sleep.
That was a funny wisecrack by Nick. I guess this is before we knew about all the sleep studies and whatnot.
Yeah.
50-10 was the final score of that game.
It was so bad.
50-10, and it was a slow, not a slow bleed, but Minnesota had 3 in the first quarter, 9 in the second quarter, 14 in the third quarter, and then the floodgates just opened, and there was 24 points in the fourth quarter.
At one point, they had to play a practice squad call-up at offensive line, who was awful. He was a really bad offensive lineman. And I'm watching at home, and I'm like, oh, no. And then what the guys told me on the field was this kid came – I won't even say his name. He was that bad. I don't want to embarrass him. John Randall started barking maniacally.
Yeah, you've told this story.
And then him and Robert Smith's brother, what was his name? Anyway, we're fighting with each other over who got to line up over this
No
guard.
way.
And go against him, yeah.
Oh, my God, that's incredible. Robert Smith's brother, I'm looking at the starters, so yeah, nobody named Smith on there. 50-10 the final score. Fred Taylor had over 100 yards rushing in that.
Fernando Smith.
Maybe
Fernando was it might have been another one of their defensive linemen.
Yeah. That was a Jonathan Quinn joint that night. 12 of 27, 88 yards, 2 picks. Yikes. All right, so we will not dwell on that game. That was a hilarious story. If you missed it, you can either on the Rewind feature or subscribe to the Payne and Pendergast podcast like so many thousands of others have, and you can listen to the interview in its entirety because I know Ben Gary, our producer, does a great job of getting the podcasts up. Here was David Mulligetta yesterday on First Take. Sat down with Stephen A. Smith and the group on First Take. David Mulligetta is Micah Parsons' agent, and he went on there to clear the air about some of the misconceptions that were out there about how the whole Micah Parsons contractual saga went. As Jerry Jones tells it, he and Micah sat down and agreed to a contract back in the summertime, and that he felt that was a binding deal. They didn't need to involve David Mulligetta. David Mulligetta paints a very different picture of the meeting that Micah had with Jerry Jones when they discussed contractual terms. Here's how it went via David Mulligetta.
As far as Micah's concerned, he was out of the country. He got a call from Jerry's assistant and was asked to come in to meet about leadership. So when he got back from his vacation, he came in and he gave them a call, told him he was back, he was ready to meet. At some point during that meeting that was represented to him was going to be about leadership, it turned into contract talk. And, if you're a 25-year-old football player and your boss, who happens to be the most powerful person in the NFL, starts talking about contracts, it's hard for you to end that conversation. So they had a conversation. Micah nodded his head out of respect. Obviously, there's a power dynamic that's a little different there. One guy is the owner of the team and the GM. And the other one is Micah Parsons, a young 25-year-old football player. So I'm not sure if there was a miscommunication there by the time Micah walked out, but at no point did Micah believe that he was negotiating a contract.
You nailed it. That is a timeshare salesman tactic right there.
That's exactly the way that I thought it sounded. And I deduced all this from Jerry Jones and the way he was talking about it. This was Jerry Jones trying to pull the wool over a young person or somebody who's not as, doesn't have the financial acumen that a billionaire does, and just trying to dupe them into signing a contract and enforcing, oh, nope, we agreed on it. We agreed on it. This is why players have agents. And this is why the collective bargaining agreement doesn't allow owners to try to cut the agent out of the process. And Jerry Jones kept trying to play this Southern Belle, like, well, I didn't realize we had to get a third person involved. I thought that we could just come to it like grown men and have this discussion. He might as well have been a judge saying, like, son, I don't know why you think you need an attorney. Don't you think you can stand up for yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, there's a reason. Yeah. The reason we have defense attorneys, the reason you have agents, the reason you have lawyers. And if somebody has one, you're not allowed to try to cut him out of it. No. Like, the Cowboys should be getting fined heavily for the way Jerry Jones acted in this situation. The problem is that the NFLPA currently has no gonads whatsoever.
It's a headless horseman right now.
Yeah, like literally, I don't know who's in charge right now.
Right.
I know they don't have any human beings that know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah, if what David Mulugeta, if the way he lays that out is accurate, that is nefarious on the part of Jerry Jones.
It was nefarious in plain
evil.
sight.
Yeah.
It was nefarious in plain sight, the way that Jerry Jones was operating and acting like he was befuddled as to how it works in the NFL. That apparently he's got something they call an agent. I don't know. I've never heard of such a you clown.
And I know
you've been in the league for over 3 decades.
There's going to be people like, oh, he's so evil. He was going to give him $40.5 million. Then you just don't understand how negotiations work.
Right. No, and also they presented it. They did a classic, like bad baseball teams do sometimes when they say, hey, we offered him this, or they leak that we offered him this. But Jerry doesn't have to leak it. He says it. But doesn't. And again, that's where he was trying to dupe, in his mind, the dumb football player.
Yeah.
The average per year is meaningless.
Yeah.
Sometimes players care too much about the average per year, and they only want to be the highest paid player, and the teams are kind of like, cool, we can get away with it. We'll call you the highest paid player, but not give you the right guarantees.
Yeah, we give you a bunch of funny money years at the end that we're never going to pay you.
And that's what it sounds like Jerry Jones was trying to do with Michael Parsons. He was trying to treat him like a babe in the woods and take advantage of him and tell him that he doesn't need an agent.
The problem is that because there's social media now and fans keep score on these things, the easiest way to keep score is average annual value. So that's become the metric because we as a watching populace here, it's the easiest thing for us to consume. Like, I know that $47 million a year is higher than $45 million a year, and that's all I need to know. And you're right, that's not the real scoreboard. Shouldn't be the real scoreboard. But for some guys, you're right, it is. They like the accolades of people saying that they're the highest paid guy.
Right.
When in actuality, they're not. You know, like Stingley's a good example of that. Sauce Gardner now has the highest average annual value for a cornerback. He surpassed Derek Stingley Jr. Stingley is getting more guaranteed money. Stingley knows he's going to get $89 million. Now, Sauce is not going to go poor, but he's making like 83, something like that. You know, like that's the scoreboard.
Because, you know, as an owner, as a GM, you like to be able to like placate the player by making him the highest average paid player, but also, not actually giving him the best deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yet at the same time, I feel like most of the players who can't grasp that being the highest paid player, it doesn't mean all that much until you look at it, are also the kinds of guys that you don't necessarily want to give all that money.
Right.
Like a guy that's so wrapped up in being the highest paid guy as opposed to a guy who's wrapped up in winning Super Bowls or anything else. Like there's a division there. I'd almost be like, if this guy accepts this contract, I don't know if he's the right kind of guy.
Yeah, you're right. It's a catch-22.
If his ego is so easily manipulated, I'm not sure he's the right guy. That's a offer retracted.
Yep, it's a catch-22, no doubt. David Mulugeta said that Jerry's assistant called Micah while he was out of the country. I bet he was on that trip to Asia with CJ Stroud. I bet that's where he was. He was on that trip. I bet he got the call, and Micah looked over at CJ and said, oh, yeah, I got to go in. You think you're this big leader. I'm getting ready to go talk to my owner about leadership. Yeah. He wants to talk to me about leadership. He probably wants me to put together the entire framework of a leadership Bible for the Dallas Cowboys.
Ugh. Gosh.
Nope, he's just trying to get you to sign for several tens of millions less guaranteed than your agent will get you eventually.
Creepy old geezer that dude is.
Yep.
I mean, he's been creepy before he was old. He's been creepy. That trailer they showed for the Netflix one the Netflix
stuff.
where he winks.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the creepiest wink you've ever seen?
It's up there. Yep.
Yeah, like it looks completely like a wink of like, sure, you can have this job, but there's strings attached.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
Hey, one quick text. We just got done talking about Laramie Tunsil in the previous segment. Anyone else on false start watch this year for Laramie? Yes, sir. I will be on false start watch every week for Laramie Tunsil.
Every week, though.
Yeah.
People don't understand. They just don't understand.
They don't. Washington.
I go on these. When Laramie Tunsil got signed, I went on. You and I both did radio shows in Washington. We went on and we told our version of the truth.
Yeah.
And every single time, like, oh, come on, it's 5 yards. You don't know. You didn't live through it.
That's right. That's right. You'll find out. You'll find out, Washington.
The most fun I had was I was on a show in Washington, and I told them about the Minnesota experience where the Texans, by way of 4 straight pre-snap penalties, took themselves out of field goal range.
Yeah.
The final 2 were Laramie Tunsil. And the host was dead set against me. He looked up the box score as I was talking about it, and he was like, oh, wow.
Come on over, buddy. Come on over. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. If you missed it, we had Nick Caserio on a little bit earlier. You can hit that rewind feature on the Odyssey app or just subscribe to the Payne and Pendergast podcast, and you'll get the entire thing. We talked for a good 50 minutes with it. I think this might have been our longest hit with him today. We talked to him for about 50 minutes. It was a good conversation. A lot of Rams game stuff in there if you're looking for some preview material. We'll play some of that in the 9 o'clock hour. We've got some Caserio cuts that we'll get to. But let's circle back. The big topic today here locally actually is Astros. Did Framber Valdez intentionally bean his own catcher last night in the game against the Yankees? We will reset that and give you our take on it coming up next.
Thirsty Thursday is back. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sends that one to left. Altuve going back, watching this one. That's a slam the other way. Trent Grisham, who already has his career high in home runs this year with 28. Previous career high was 17. It's number 29, and it's a slam. And all of a sudden, it's 6-0.
You know what? I did not see that. I heard some of the coaches saying that. But I don't know if it was the clock was running and saying like step off. Pitch clock was running out. But I did not see that. So I got to go and look at it.
Is that something, Seth? And, okay, we should probably set exactly what Joe Espada was talking about before I ask you this question. And, Ben, have that Espada cut queued up again. The grand slam that you heard was by Grisham from the Yankees, made it a 6-0 game yesterday against Framber Valdez. If you watch the replay of it, it's very clear that Cesar Salazar, the catcher of the Astros, is waving Framber Valdez to step off the mound, so they could reset, so they could, collab for a minute there. Framber ignored it, threw a sinker right down the heart of the plate, and it wound up in the Crawford boxes, and that was it for the game. Like the way the Astros are playing offense right now, that game was over as soon as that grand slam was hit. So, a couple of pitches later to the next hitter, Framber Valdez threw another sinker when Salazar was clearly expecting a curveball, and it beamed him right in the chest. And the reaction of both guys involved here, and it looked like Framber was doing it out of anger or spite, I don't know, but it looked intentional. Framber said it wasn't after the game. But Framber's body language, he did not even put up the hands to say, hey, my bad or anything like that. He just, with a very surly look on his face, turned and walked back to the rubber. And Cesar Salazar took off his mask to throw a ball back out to Framber with a look on his face like, what the hell, man? Like, what was that all about?
None of the explanations make sense for why this happened. Salazar seems to be at least trying to take the high road or fall on his sword or what have you. And he's claiming that because of the buzz because of how loud it was, because of the grand slam. Yeah. Mind you, this is the second pitch in the at-bat after the grand slam.
Grand slam by the road team, mind you.
By the road team.
Yeah.
That somehow that was where people weren't going to hear this. Okay, maybe that's the case. But then you've got Framber saying that he had called for a sinker. Yeah. And somebody in the press pool asked, well, how did you call for a sinker? You don't have the device that allows you to call for a sinker. Framber said, it wasn't necessary that I called it. It was just the pitch I had in mind.
It was he had it in
called
mind,
for a curveball, but I was already in mind that I was going to throw a sinker, so that's what I threw, and that's what happened. And yet, somehow, it wasn't intentional or a mistake or whatever.
Right.
None of it makes sense. I think it was, at the very least, whether he meant to do that or not, Framber did not look like he was in a good state of mind emotionally.
No. So here was Joe Espada in his media availability after the game. I'm going to replay the cut we just played. I've got a question for you about this, Seth.
You know what? I did not see that. I heard some of the coaches saying that. But I don't know if it was the clock was running and saying like step off. Pitch clock was running out. But I did not see that. So I got to go and look at it.
Okay, this is where I get a little bit nervous with Joe Espada. That would seem to me, especially in light of the fact that there was a pitch two pitches later that looked suspect. That Framber looked like he may have intentionally crossed up his catcher. Why are you waiting till after the game to go do fact-finding on this? Like, you're in the dugout with these guys. Like, that's kind of a big deal that there was a miscommunication during a swing that scored 4 runs for the other team.
I mean, maybe it was one of those things where the pitching coaches were talking to Framber, and they kind of briefly updated Espada, but they didn't think it was I don't know. I don't know, Sean.
I mean, I'm not fire Espada over this, or I'm not. I hear that, and I'm like, this sounds like something I would want my manager to fairly aggressively go find out what exactly took place.
So and then in the locker room afterwards, it was interesting because at one point, Framber is already in his street clothes and everything, and Espada was sitting in his full catcher's gear still.
Salazar,
was in his full catcher's gear. and they were having some kind of a discussion, and then they went off to go meet with Espada.
Yeah.
Man, we're sitting here. It's September. You're leading the division, and we're having a discussion about whether or not Framber Valdez intentionally beamed his own catcher.
Yep.
It's the most Framber thing that has ever existed in a long and spotty Framber history. This is crazy stuff, man.
It's crazy stuff because with the way Framber's been acting this year, it's almost like, well, I got to do something I haven't done yet, because I've thrown my teammates under the bus in multiple media sessions. What else have I done?
I've criticized the defensive positioning.
Yep, I've done that. Yeah. I can check that. I lead the league in pitch clock violations. That shows an extreme inattention to detail right there. I didn't back up a base in a loss a couple of weeks ago. God, I got to find some new and exciting ways to really show off the fact that I'm not all that excited to be here. How about I ignore my catcher when he asks me to step off the mound, and then I act like it's his fault 2 pitches later by beating him in the chest with a 93-mile-an-hour sinker. I could do that. Nobody's done that yet. I'm going to do that. I 100% think that Framber Valdez intentionally did that because this version of Framber, which I hate that this version exists because in past years you had good Framber and bad Framber. This is evil Framber right now. This is evil Framber, and I do not like evil Framber at all, but evil Framber does not deserve the benefit of the doubt on this, especially with all the anecdotal and just the evidence that we've got here that this was something that once it was brought to everybody's attention, the Astros felt the need to manage this thing. We had a texter point out here, Seth. I saw on X that they were all, as you'd mentioned, they were all pulled into the manager's office after the game. I bet they were told what to tell the media to prevent the story from getting any bigger. I think they knew what to tell the media. I don't think either guy was going to say it was his fault, no, it was your fault, and especially Salazar. Salazar's not going to do that. Salazar's trying to keep a job in the major leagues. Framber feels like, again, he's suffering from senioritis, and he wants to just get to the next contract.
I just in all of those things of okay, all right, are you that tender that you need to have your chosen Caratini? And that, nope, can't do that. Yep, Salazar's screwing me all up.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I usually shy away from this in baseball because it seems like for the most part, guys in any one season aren't going to hurt their value as a free agent. With the book that's already out there on Framber, and the narrative has been kind of unfairly stacked against him, I think, in recent years, because people have talked about him like he's as erratic as he was in his younger days.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been, even this year where he's been erratic, he's still a 3.40 ERA pitcher. I think that there's usually any given free agent only has a few teams that really want to pony up big money. And it could very well be that one or two of those teams looks at Framber this year and thinks, okay, well, gosh, this is how he's operating when he's got everything to gain by walking a straight and narrow path.
Yeah.
And it seems like he's more erratic than he's been in the last few years. I don't know. I don't know if this is the guy that we want to pay $30 million a year.
It's not helping. I mean, it's not, and he's already an older guy that's hitting free agent. And he's like 32. Like, most guys that are getting that second contract are of his level, guys of his that are going to make his average annual value, to use a term that we used a little bit earlier. The guys that are going to be in that neighborhood are, like Kyle Tucker, who's going to be 27 or whatever when he hits free agency. So he's already an older guy. The irony of it is that the guy whose contract from last offseason, who has most been associated with what Framber could be looking for, Seth, is the guy who was across the diamond from him last night, Max Fried. Got 8 years, $218 million from the Yankees, so somewhere in the high 20s, 27, 28 per year, something like that. But for a long, long term, Framber ain't getting that. I mean, nobody's paying Framber till he's 40. Framber is going to I think Framber's going to get a 3 or 4 year deal. And if that were the case, I would have said, well, the Astros can play in that neighborhood, I would think, if it were a shorter term deal. I think the Astros have to question, at the price it's going to cost, do you want Framber Valdez back?
I think the fan appetite, at least look, it's going to be at an all-time low right this morning after this incident last night.
Yep.
And I think he's entered that category of, all right, I don't really care exactly what happened. It's that if you had to ask me before the game, and I didn't know who was pitching. Hey, there's going to be an incident, and this is how it's going to play out during this game. Which pitcher do you think it is? How long would it take you to answer Framber?
Oh.
This is exactly. He is the only pitcher on this staff that this situation could have happened.
No. This is how you know that this guy is the biggest lock, because the appropriate question would be, other than Framber, who is the pitcher? If you wanted to make it an interesting question,
it would be really, really hard to figure it out.
Framber, who is the pitcher who's going to get into some sort of incident tonight? I don't know who the answer would be, but Framber
not some kind of an incident. Yeah. The incredibly rare, perhaps unprecedented incident of a pitcher beaning his own
being your catcher incident.
We're talking about we're in a playoff race here.
I know.
It's September 3rd, and we're talking about whether or not Framber intentionally beamed his own catcher.
Yeah. With Framber, like you and I, we're probably due for a circle of trust. We haven't done one in a while.
Yeah.
Like the Framber conversation with trust is totally different now. Like it's not even, do you trust him to go out and give you 6 good innings? It's like, do you trust him not to bean one of his own teammates? Do you trust him not to get into a fight with somebody? This is not for people on the text page trying to make this a 2-scenario thing. Like, is this good Framber versus bad Framber? This is a different Framber. Michael Chiklis had a quote back in the first season of The Shield when he had to go in and interrogate somebody, and the guy, the perp, is sitting there at the table, and Chiklis walks in and he goes, "So, are you the good cop or the bad cop?" He goes, "I'm not the good cop or the bad cop. I'm a different kind of cop." And then he proceeds to beat the snot out of the guy. That's Framber. Framber is Michael Chiklis in season 1 of The Shield. He's not good Framber. He's not bad Framber. This is a different kind of Framber right now. That's who he is. And there are people calling him a POS on the text page. This Framber, September 3rd, 2025 Framber. Today's Framber might be the least popular Astros player that we've seen. The least popular good Astros player. Jose Abreu was very unpopular. Framber might be the most unpopular Astros player for something other than sucking at baseball that we've seen maybe throughout today. This version of Framber throughout this golden era of Astros baseball. People hate him right now.
I'll tell you what, Cesar Salazar still does sit there with a 0.00 ERA as well. Cesar Salazar is a better pitcher than him.
Jealous much?
No pitch com weirdness with him as a pitcher.
Yeah. Did he pitch 1 inning earlier this year?
He pitched a whole inning, didn't he?
I think he did too. Yeah.
It was an entire inning.
Yeah. Chaz is probably jealous of him because of that. Chaz is
He's got a 0.000 whip, Cesar Salazar does, whereas Framber has the highest whip he's had since, I think, the COVID year.
Yeah.
So,
and that's the other thing. Maybe I shouldn't say that, like, this is the most mad people have been about something other than baseball performance, because Framber, other than his start against the Rockies a week ago, has been terrible over the last month. Yeah.
Highest whip since 2021,
okay.
Not the COVID year.
Yeah, there you go. And he's been... Other than one start against one of the worst teams in the history of baseball, Framber has been abjectly terrible over the last 6 or 7 starts.
I know a lot of people are asking, "Hey, what about the sports psychologist? Nunez there, Andy Nunez?
Yes.
Is he around? How's he helping?" Ironically enough, yesterday was the first day of one of his visits that he makes to the major league team every year. So he was in the building and presumably in the ballpark during the game. I don't know if maybe that was somehow, maybe it was one of those things where I don't know. He was working through some things from. I don't know. I don't know what the hell happened.
Is he the team psychologist or is he Framber's personal guy?
He's one of the team sports psychologists.
Okay, he is. All
He's
right.
based in the Dominican Republic.
Gotcha.
So he works with the entire organization, but he makes specific. He makes visits.
Does he set up a stand like Lucy used to? When Lucy was a psychiatrist and she set up a stand, and for a nickel you could stop by for advice.
I'd like it to be more of like a confessional booth type of scenario.
Yeah.
Just have guys come in and chat with them for 10 minutes.
Framber, if it was a confessional booth about this season, Framber would need like 2 hours in there with him.
Hey, how long does confession take?
You asked me all these Catholicism questions, and I don't.
Yeah, but you went to church when you were a kid, didn't you?
Yeah.
You went through your first communion and everything and all that stuff.
I don't remember anything, man. I don't.
You don't remember? You don't remember? Oh, wait a second. Okay, all right. Now we might have to be. We might need to call in the sports psychologist.
Yeah.
You might have some repressed memories here. You're telling me you don't remember anything from any of your childhood experiences in the Catholic Church?
I don't. I didn't. I never got fully confirmed in the Catholic Church. I went to Catholic church as a kid. Yeah. So that's why, you're asking me like I know this stuff. You do this all the time.
I feel like you've got to dig into some stuff here, man.
You do? Okay, you want to do that? You want me to dig into some religious background?
When somebody tells me, you can tell me various stories about your childhood, but you can't specifically remember things that happened to you in the church.
Confirmed. I was never confirmed in the Catholic Church. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Yeah.
No, I'm worried about your welfare.
Yeah, no, I'm all right.
I'm worried about what you might be repressing.
I'm not repressing anything. I just don't have answers. You
can't say I'm not repressing anything. You don't know if you're repressing it.
Okay? Well, I don't think I am. But this is the.
I'm repressing nothing from that 3-year block of my childhood that I don't remember.
This is the 15th time you've asked me questions about religion, and I never have answers for it. I don't know why you're still asking me. I never have answers. I don't know the dirty details of all this.
You're an intelligent person. I would assume that you would just remember something from going to your. I remember.
I've never been to confession. How do you like that? I've never been to confession. Yeah.
Well, do you not? Okay, I'm not going to ask you this. I'll ask the listeners. Do you not go to confession until after you're confirmed? Is that something?
Ask that. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm asking the texters. I'm not asking you.
Yeah.
All right. I just didn't realize. I guess it was always just like a false ignorance that you were playing or something when you didn't know how to answer questions about the church.
Yeah. No, it's not. Yeah. It's not. It's not at all. Like I don't know those answers. I went to a Catholic university, went to some Catholic church as a kid, and then stopped going to the Catholic Church.
We need to do a charity event where people battle for your soul, and they can come out and represent various churches and denominations and what have you.
They're battling for something that doesn't exist, Seth. They may as well battle for a unicorn. How do you like that? All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Hey, let's circle back. Nick Caserio sat down with us earlier today. We talked to the Texans GM for about 50 minutes or so. He talked about the new contract for Davis Mills. I like something he said about a position group on this team. The ultimatum, the cover charge to play this position for the Houston Texans. We'll have that for you coming up next. But first, I got to talk about Chappas and Chappas John Deere out there in East Bernard is the one I went to a couple of weeks.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. What is the hope level for the Texans? We'll talk about that in the next segment, the final segment of the show. The Athletic has polled all of you out there that subscribe to their website and have Texans as their favorite team. They did it for all 32 teams. We'll get to that in the final segment. We had Nick Caserio on earlier today. Talked about a bunch of things. If you want to go back and listen to the interview, I'm sure you will hear portions of it throughout the rest of the afternoon and the morning, afternoon, and evening here on the station. Tyler Milner's cutting it up as we speak. Or you can listen to it on our podcast or on the Odyssey app. Davis Mills is the only news item for today so far with the Texans. Davis Mills has agreed to an extension with the team to keep him to keep him contractually tied to the Texans through next season, 2026. 1 year, $7 million, fully guaranteed extension for the Texans' backup quarterback. Here was Nick Caserio talking about why they made that decision.
Let's say in Davis' situation, he's been as consistent a player over the past couple years as probably any player on our team. To your point, Sean, he had a really good training camp, so I have a lot of confidence in Davis. And sometimes those things work themselves out. We had good constructive conversations with his representatives, and it's something that we all felt pretty strongly about from the offensive staff, D'Amico and I, and we were able to kind of get that self worked out. So Davis deserves a lot of credit. as does the offensive staff. Gerard, Jerry, Nick Caserio, and Davis has put the work in. So, that position is valuable, and, it's not important until it is. So, we fill that room overall between CJ, Davis, and Graham, that we feel like it's a pretty strong room. So if we can kind of keep a certain level of continuity in place for a period of time, that's the goal. So, happy that we're able to work that out with Davis. And, Davis has earned it without question.
So Davis has the people have been courting Davis at times, or at least they've been looking into it and kicking the tires on Davis.
Thought that was interesting.
I think that's a big. So there's two reasons the Texans would want to do this and extend Davis Mills. One is just obviously to have a backup quarterback that you can trust, but then two, it also might be a down payment on a draft pick that at some point the Texans will pay a portion of this contract. And some other team out there might say, all right, look, and maybe it's midway through this season, depending on how they feel about Graham Mertz or whatever. Let's say midway through this season, team has bad luck with their injuries, and they need a quarterback, and they get a guy that, all right, we can bring him in, and we actually have an extra year of control. So if we draft a quarterback next year, we can have a bridge quarterback, all of that. So it serves – there's two big reasons the Texans would want to do it. The price tag for a quarterback who is a planned backup, it's one of the highest paid in the league, whether it's second or third highest paid. Like Kirk Cousins obviously makes more, but that wasn't a backup contract that they gave him. Yeah. Deshaun Watson,
definitely not a backup. He's the fifth backup on that team.
So it's a hefty price to pay. But I feel like there's a really good chance that the Texans end up trading Davis sometime in the next couple of years.
Do you? I don't think it happens this year at all. Like Graham Mertz
in the next couple of years.
Yeah, for sure. That's I know. I just don't. 2025. I think there's 100% chance he's with the team all season. But to your point, if Graham Mertz being in the building for a year, if he's got a good training camp next year, he makes them. I just don't think Graham Mertz got any opportunity to make them feel comfortable enough to move Davis in a year. That's the big thing.
That's interesting. Other than, you hear the stories about Tom Brady when he was a scout team quarterback and he was basically running extra practices for the young guys in his off time and all of that. Yep. And you do, as a scout team quarterback, you do go against the starters a lot, the starting defense a lot. So, but it would still be a huge exception if he was able to prove it somehow in the next 8 weeks.
Yep. I like this move. Independent of all the trade part of it. Just if Davis is going to be here. He's grown on me as a backup quarterback for this team. He had a great camp. He really did. He had a good camp. It seems like he's really acclimated to this system, to Nick Caselio's system, which I guess if you talk to people has elements of the Tim Kelly / Bill O'Brien system that Davis played in when he came into the league.
Both Davis and Titus have pointed that out.
Yes,
and that makes you feel old because it feels like it was only 5 years ago, but it feels like decades ago that Bill O'Brien was here, or just even that weird 2021 year where Tim Kelly was still on the staff. Yeah. So running Bill O'Brien's offense, but Bill O'Brien was long gone. There's so much weirdness over the course of 5 years.
Sounds like, or I should say, I saw a tweet yesterday that showed Brandon Cooks and Tyrod Taylor kneeling on the sideline and said, give me one word to describe this season of Texans football. It was 2021.
Yeah.
I retweeted it. I said, it's not one word, it's two words, but I use it all the time. It's fever dream. That was that season does not feel real in retrospect. Like it feels like something that was you were Dorothy at the end of it, there's no place like home. When D'Amico, even Lovey the next year, I just felt a little more normal with Lovey.
That was still until Jack Easterby got fired in October of 2022.
Yeah,
that was the first time that things started to feel a little bit like maybe this will start being a normal organization again.
Fever broke.
And it really was until they hired D'Amico. It really never. That's when, and even then, there's trepidation. People were nervous.
Oh, yeah.
And then for the first year, there were a lot of people convinced that, of course, Nick doesn't like D'Amico, and he's going to fiendishly try to get rid of him.
You didn't say that. You said you said that you thought they'd get along really, really well.
Yeah,
before D'Amico was even hired, you said that.
There were people that were very skeptical. I don't know. It's people get stories in their head, or you watch too much Netflix, and you feel like everybody's always plotting against each other. It was until last training. There were still a fair number of people, at least based on people that DM me or text the text line, that really thought that, nope, Caserio is going to have it in for D'Amico. He doesn't like it, doesn't like the loss of control.
They really like
and it's the exact opposite. I think those two have a great working relationship.
This was interesting. Caserio had this to say. Seth, you brought up pass protection by the running backs and how good it's looked in camp, and Caserio agreed with you on that. And I thought this was fun that he kind of extrapolated from not just running backs, but you've got to have a certain mindset at any position on offense. But I thought this was interesting about the wide receiver position.
It's like receivers blocking. Like if you're on this football team and you play receiver, you're going to have to block. This isn't like it's optional whether or not, there's no choice. So you're going to have to go in there, you're going to have to block the force, you're going to have to dig out a defender. And the way the defenses play nowadays, there's going to be an extra defender. So how do you account for that extra defender? It's probably going to be the receiver. So the receiver's going to go in there and do the dirty work and dig them out, or he's not. And if he's not, he's probably going to not be playing here. He's going to be on another team. So, Hutch will go in there and do it. Nico will go in there and do it when he's asked to do it. Even Tank, I know he went in there and he got hurt, against Denver a couple years ago, but it's not for lack of effort and, mindset and toughness. So it's emblematic of what we want this team to look like.
That's the part. Okay, the mention of Nico there. Nico is the best receiver on this team. He's by far the highest paid receiver on this team. And you go back and watch Nico, like a mic'd up Nico Collins, like a 6-minute cut up of Nico in a game. The best clips are the ones of Nico blocking, in my opinion. Like those are the energy that Nico Collins puts into that part of the game, the part that nobody pays attention to because it's away from the ball. Go find Nico Collins mic'd up and go watch the ferocity that he runs around and blocks guys with. Like it is for a receiver that's his level. Nico is a top 5 to 10 receiver in the league. I think you'd have a hard time finding any of the other receivers in that level that put the energy into blocking that Nico Collins does.
As Nick was talking about that, I couldn't help but think of the tragic story of Cornell Powell, who had a really good final preseason game. They'd been on the team for 2 days at that point.
Like 6 catches.
But there was one play, and it wasn't like he wasn't a willing blocker, but he was supposed to cracked down on a defensive end, and the defensive end anticipated it and took him for a ride.
Yeah.
Drove poor Cornell Powell about 8 yards across the field and ended up having a tackle for a loss. It was one of the few tackles for a loss that the Texans offense had this year. And I'm wondering if that's what did Cornell Powell's chances in on making the practice squad.
Yeah. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
I know, he was trying.
Yeah.
He's been on the team for 2 days.
I know.
What do you expect out of him? He's not a bigger guy.
Yeah.
How big was Cornell Powell? 6 foot 205.
Yeah.
So not tiny, but not big.
Not big. No, not big. All right, so if you want to listen to the entire interview with Nick Caserio, you can do that on the Odyssey app. You can do that on the Payne and Pendergast podcast, and we'll have more throughout the day here, and obviously tomorrow as well as we start to work towards game day on Sunday. 3:25 kick against the Rams on Sunday here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown starting at 12:25 local time here in Houston. All right, up next, the hope level for the Texans, according to Texan fans. Are they optimistic? Are they pessimistic? And where do the Texans rank on optimism compared to the other 32 NFL teams? We will discuss that. The Athletic has the numbers. The numbers are in, and we will have them for you coming up next. Then now the thing that I love about tomorrow night
from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, what is the hope level for Houston Texan fans according to the Athletic? They do the Hope-O-Meter every year. This is the type of stuff we get leading up to week 1 of the season. I can't wait for Sunday to get here.
I like this because it's a poll that they make it to where you can only answer questions about your chosen team.
Yes.
So it's about as pure as you can get in a poll like this, where the people responding are actually fans of the team.
It's not polluted by you outsiders.
Yeah, when you're a subscriber to The Athletic, you choose which team you want to get feeds from, who's your favorite team and everything. So like they can separate the wheat from the chaff.
Yeah.
The wheat being the Texans fans, the chaff being the Cowboys fans.
Amen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who also tend to have a lot of chafing as well because they're fat and have STDs. It's a horrible combo.
It is, and it results in a lot of chafing, for sure. Hey, by the way, as long as you're mentioning the Cowboys, 13% optimism, 87% pessimism with Cowboy fans.
And they're not the most pessimistic.
No, there's two that are worse. The New Orleans Saints, 9% optimism, and then 92% or 8%, 92% pessimism. The Indianapolis Colts, the least optimistic fan base, according to The Athletic, 7% optimism, 93% pessimism among
What a bunch
Colts
of
fans.
soft losers. You have no right to be the most pessimistic in the league.
Right. Your win total in Vegas is 7.5. You're half a win away from being an average 500 football team in the eye. You are. You know what, Colts fans? Bunch of spoiled troglodytes is what you are in Indianapolis. Yeah.
Whatever that word is, Sean just said.
Troglodytes. Yes.
They're like they're 20th in the ESPN power rankings.
Right.
And yet, so there's 12 teams that should theoretically probably be more pessimistic than them. And then no. Like you're more pessimistic than the Browns, you idiots.
Yeah.
You depressed losers.
The biggest loser there is that guy that sings that, "This is our Colts. This is our team." He's just playing to a bunch of pessimists right now.
He's one of these 7% that are optimistic about the Colts.
He might be the entire thing,
Now, the Texans are only this actually, you know what? The Texans might be right about where they are on most power rankings.
Yeah.
Where it looks like they're the little bit above. They're the 10th most optimistic fan base.
Which is where they are on the odds board. It's where they are in the power rankings, to your point. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you feeling this? Are you feeling these numbers with the Texans? 91% optimism, 9% pessimism.
I think there is. That sounds about right. And I think part of it, though, is it's not that 91% feels like they're going to win the Super Bowl. I think that they feel like the team's on the right trajectory.
Yeah.
That maybe if it happens this year, great. But and a lot of them do believe the Texans will win the Super Bowl this year. But I think there's a large number of Texans fans that feel like, you know what? I don't know if this is the year, but they're on the right track.
Yeah.
We've seen steady improvement, and a lot of it just the biggest thing that hangs in the balance is, okay, did they fix the offensive line?
Yep.
And do we see more of like the peak and prime CJ Stroud?
There's a baseline with optimism. Look, everybody wants to win the Super Bowl, so I'm not going to sit here and go, all fans want is, and have it be something other than, I know the Super Bowl is what everybody wants, but especially having come off of a handful of years where the Texans – we're doing things where everybody around football is looking at them going, what in the world are you doing? The thing I can say about the current version of the Texans is they do things that make sense at least. Yeah. Do they all work? No, because you're evaluating human beings, and human beings are fallible. But at least they're doing – like the Stephon Diggs trade ultimately didn't work out because he tore an ACL. Did it make sense? That was a sensible move to me, to trade a second-round pick for Stephon Diggs, that kind of stuff.
They have quotes from respondents on here, and I think that, honestly, a couple of the quotes from the optimists I think are in line with what I was saying. It's a measured optimism.
Yeah.
So one optimist says, possibly the best defense in the NFL, and the offensive line can't get worse, right? Like, okay, that's a very measured optimism.
Accurate.
The other optimist says, we're in the AFC South with no direct competition. Mm-hmm. We've taken steps forward this offseason despite losing talent on the offensive line. This defense can take us far into the playoffs and will be top 5. It won't be perfect at all, but we should win the division and potentially a wild card matchup.
Okay. I mean, and I agree. I agree pretty much with all those things. Here's what the pessimists.
I'm a little confused about. We should win the division and potentially a wild card match.
Wild card round, probably. You know, they're like last year. They won. They beat the Chargers in the wild card round.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's.
Oh, win the wild card matchup. See, I feel like that's almost pessimistic. Like, I feel like to be an optimist, you have to say, okay, they're gonna advance beyond the divisional round.
I'm with you on that.
But again, this is a measured optimism.
Measured optimism. Yeah, the pessimist says they're going to play I'm going to read it in a pessimist voice. Well, they're going to play the first wild card game as usual, win it, then get slaughtered on the road in Baltimore, Kansas City as usual till they win 13 or 14 games. That's this team's ceiling, and they aren't winning 13 or 14 games this season.
That's funny because the previous one from the optimist and then the one from the pessimist, they could have described the exact same season, I think.
I know. Yeah.
The one optimist is like, hey, I think they'll win the wild card game. The other guy's like, hey, I think they're going to win the wild card game.
Yeah, it's so true. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, man. Yeah, it's true. It's true. All right, is Larry and Stafford an optimist, or I think I know the answer to this, but is he an optimist or a pessimist when it comes to the upcoming season? What's going on, Larry?
What's going on, Sean and Seth? Hey, you know I'm an optimist, man, and the reason I'm an optimist, man, is because as a longtime Houston Texans fan, this is the most solid, sound, judgment, doing things that the fans have wanted for 20 years organization that I've ever seen. I mean, they've done things in the past that made us all scratch our heads when they wouldn't go after free agents and they wouldn't bring in dudes with little small criminal issues or nothing. This organization with Cal and Hannah has completely flipped the entire narrative of this team just being a baby franchise, and now they're playing big boy football and big boy games by bringing in high-valued free agents, having a top-layer quarterback, having a head coach that is wanted by every other team in the league probably. So I'm an optimist, man. And the fact that they're doing stuff on the business side with trying to get a new stadium and a new facility and all that other stuff, you can't help but be optimistic about it. And as a fan base and as a fan of somebody that goes over there every single Sunday, I think that these boys are going to finally get us to the AFC Championship, and then I'm willing to ride with that and take the next road to wherever we can, to Santa Clara, and see my boys in the Super Bowl, because it is time for the city of Houston to have that experience as a whole. Now, I want to just jump off real quick, Sean, and say this before I let y'all go. I'm putting everybody now that I start to get disgusted with in the Laramie Tunsil class of Larry and Stafford fandom. Framber Valdez, your ass is Laramie Tunsil as far as I'm concerned. Because what you did yesterday was about as disrespectful as I've seen you do. And I've seen you do some disrespectful stuff. But hitting your catcher after he was trying to tell you to step off and you gave up that grand slam, and then you're going to bring your ass out there talking about you didn't do it intentional when we saw you turn your back to the catcher and we saw the look on Salazar's face when you did it. No, Framber. The sooner the Houston Astros get your ass out of that uniform, the happier I'm going to be, because you are probably one of the most mentally unstable-ass pitchers I've ever seen. Got as much talent as anyone, but your ass can't be dependent on, and I'll holler.
All right, thanks, Larry. Appreciate that. He likes the drip too, like Laramie. You know, La Grasa.
Yeah, he's La Grasa.
La Grasa. Yeah.
Laramie's like, oh, can I borrow that? Can I borrow that nickname?
It's a good comp, Larry.
Those two need a podcast together in the offseason.
Yes.
I think the biggest, honestly, no matter which way they try to spin it or explain it away, like we said earlier, if before the game you didn't know who was pitching the game, but you said, hey, there's going to be a situation today where a pitcher ignores the catcher trying to call a timeout, and then 2 pitches later, after giving up a grand slam, looks like he may have intentionally beamed his catcher in the chest.
Yeah.
Which pitcher is it? And like 99.9% of fans would say, oh, that sounds like a Framber joint.
Yeah. What percent you think it was intentional? I think it was intentional. Larry and Stafford thinks it was intentional. If I put up a poll, maybe I'll do this after the show, what percent of Astro fans do you think that Framber intentionally screwed over Cesar Salazar on that pitch?
87%.
I think it's in the 80s. I think it's in the 80s. I'm with you.
The disparity would be, did Framber, okay, I almost said, did he think it through? Okay, of course he didn't think it through.
Of course not.
So in the moment, I could see, this is as far as I'll go. I could see him belligerently and stubbornly throwing the sinker because he wanted to throw the sinker and not really thinking, oh, this is going to hit him in the chest.
Right.
That, like, no, I'm just going to do it. And, and I know people ask this, and it's not a stupid question, no matter what people tell you on social media. Like, why couldn't Salazar still catch the ball? Because it's really, really hard. And when you're expecting a Framber curveball, I mean, that's going to be down there. He's got his glove down near the dirt, and it comes at you slower, and then all of a sudden you get a 92-mile-per-hour sinker coming at you. It's just not that easy to adjust to something you don't expect like that.
Yeah.
So as far as I'll go is, I think Framber intentionally threw the pitch he wanted to throw, but I don't know if he expected it to hit him because he wasn't really thinking it through because Framber doesn't think things through.
He does not, no. By the way, the Athletic, we've had a couple people ask, like, hey, who is the most optimistic in the Athletics poll of the fans of the 32 NFL teams? Oh, okay.
I honestly hadn't even looked at the whole. I just looked at the Texans and below. Eagles 2. Eagles 2 at 98%. Eagles 2. I'll give you a hint. The first, third, and fourth teams are all on the Texans' schedule. Oh, is it the Bills?
The Bills are 6th. They're on the Texans. They're 93%. Yeah. Chiefs are 8th.
8th.
Chiefs are 8th.
Is it the Broncos?
Broncos number 1. Great guess. Give him a ding. Give him a ding.
I think there's a certain. I think Payton has won that fan base over.
Yeah.
I mean, you draft the quarterback, you do good things with him. The defense is playing really, really well, and then and Sean Payton is Sean Payton.
They're doing it with Russell Wilson's contract still sitting on the books.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing about that. So 99%. Eagles 2. Buccaneers 3. It's 97%.
Oh, wow. That's another measured optimism, I bet, where the fan base doesn't, like Broncos fans are probably in a froth about we're going to win the Super Bowl, where I could see Bucs fans being like, no, all right, this is actually a real football team. We're moving ahead.
Ravens 4, Lions 5, Bills 6, as I mentioned, Rams 7th. So the Texans, 3 of the Texans' first 5 opponents have among the 8 most optimistic fan bases in the sport this season.
Do you know what? I told this. I was on the Believe in Rams podcast yesterday with a couple of Rams media members, and I told them, and I'm curious if you guys feel the same way. I like to find a reason to hate the upcoming opponent, to the point where Sean and I do a segment, Reasons to Hate. We'll do it on Friday. Reasons to Hate the Rams. I'll be dadgummit, I can't find real good reasons to hate this team. And it's annoying me to the point where I'm starting to hate them for it.
It's a good thing you're hosting with me. I'll find 5 of them.
Okay,
I promise you that. Yeah, I'll promise you that. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez are here. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
Do you guys have anything off the top of your head that I should hate about the Rams?
I was going to ask, is one of them, why should I care about you if your city doesn't?
Thank you. That's number 1. Yeah. Smog, okay.
Yeah, but those are the
environmentalists over here.
Yeah. The city itself, where it's not the team itself. One of the problems is I really like their defensive line.
Yeah.
And I watched them and I'm like, oh, what I could do with these guys.
The city itself, Seth, you've collaborated twice a year for the last several years with me on 5 Reasons to Hate Indianapolis. And the city has taken a ton of shrapnel in that time. Yeah, don't worry. The city of L.A. will get mentioned in there. You are right. Like they're not a. It is hard to find. Like, I hate that guy or I hate that guy. Like it's
Sean McVay's a hard guy to hate.
Yeah, yeah.
He might annoy you or get on your. He would totally get on my nerves. I think if I had to go take a road trip with him or something.
Yeah.
But I would probably get on his nerves.
What, like how he was like 30-something years old debating retirement? Is that something you can throw up here? Okay. I'm just doing your segment.
I know. I like it.
Good point.
I got AI sitting next to me over there.
Oh,
I got GP Reggie over here.
No, and I got to go back and find the soundbite from Jordan Rodriguez's podcast where she went through all the Rams coaches and everything, all the Shanahan coaches.
Yeah.
And she was talking about when those guys were young coaches together in Houston and in Washington with McVay. The McVay was the guy who always wanted to compete with people about like like, name all the plays in the game plan this week or so. And everybody be like, no, Sean, I can't beat you at that. And be like, no, we should play this game. We should play this game. And like, this you little nerd.
I'm really good at it.
Yeah.
You guys play
this game that I'm really good at.
Play Catan?
Yeah,
It'd be like me asking Figgy to wrestle every day. Come on, let's wrestle, Figgy.
Let's go. All right, so fellas, what is the? I haven't asked yet because I didn't pop in and see you guys in the last. So I haven't asked. What is the question of the day, and why does it have something to do with Framber Valdez?
Oh, you're good.
I know you guys. Like
you know
the
me.
Back of my
know
hand.
me well.
Yeah. So what is it?
What are some things that people say that are easy to decode? As in, we got crossed up.
Oh, okay.
Easy to go, like, the obvious one. The layup is it's fine.
It's fine. Yeah.
It's fine.
I don't know how easy to decode that is. Like, something is not fine, but in what
layup.
But also in what way? Because I feel like there's a level of this.
The classic one is when a man says, my wife and I, we have an understanding. Typically that is like, no, you have an understanding.
The sports one that I came up with, just to kind of get you guys thinking, is we got some things to clean up. In other words, you got your ass kicked. In other words, you got your butt whipped.
Yep. We got to go back and look at the film. Is that one?
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one. That's I know what happened. I don't want to talk about what happened.
Look at the film.
I don't know.
Espada said that last night. Espada said that last night.
But that is a really genuinely honest one, though, too. Like, especially in football, it's really, really hard sometimes to know exactly what the issues are until you go back and watch the film.
But it can be a crutch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%. I could probably, because it is a valid thing to say much of the time, it's a really easy crutch to use when you don't want to talk about it, but you know exactly what happened.
I feel like we could go through any number of Caserio interviews we've done, and he drops probably several of those in an interview, because he's just some things he's very forthcoming on, and other things he's protecting the team. Yeah, and he's speaking in code for sure.
The other one is when we go out to eat, you pick. Oh God,
that is frustrating.
That is, I know where I want to go.
When where to go eat dinner turns into a thing can be frustrating for sure.
Can I ask you, esteemed gentlemen who have time in? Yeah. Do y'all have tips and tricks on that, or is that still to this day an issue? Because I feel like I've seen people on social media. They're like, here's the trick to work this out. You guys haven't figured any of those out?
No, there is a little bit of. I mean, honestly, and this is this is never the popular answer or anything, but a lot of it boils down to, okay, how good of a listener have you been?
Yes,
in
100%.
The previous 10 years of your relationship?
Yeah. Yes.
Because like she might want you to pick, but also do it with an informed understanding of what she actually likes.
100%.
So I don't know. Some women might use it as a test almost to be like, but in general, just like, all right, don't pick Arby's every single time just because you like Arby's. But I would like
to. They do have the meats. They tell you in the commercial they've got the meats.
They get paid too.
Oh, okay, okay.
They're a lot better than us.
They give out scholarships on that side as well. How about
I find myself sticking up for the coaches and executives.
I always knew you were a brown noser, so.
How about it's not you, it's me.
Yes, 100%.
It's always the other person.
And you know my personal.
You're just trying to get out of the conversation at that point.
My personal Hall of Fame favorite.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Oh, you hate that.
God, I hate that.
You hate that.
But it means something.
No, it does
not. You just refuse to accept what it means.
It does
not.
It
is. I think it does. The problem is, it is what it is. It depends on your attitude when saying it. If it's somebody that has a genuinely kind of philosophical approach to it, to where they're like, look, if it's somebody who genuinely knows that, all right, there's some things I control, some things I can't control, and I'm just going to move forward. But a lot of times it's somebody who's like, yes, they're saying it with like, it is what it is. That guy's a bastard or something.
Yeah, well, that was a really good try to convince John of
and
this.
That guy being a bastard might just be what it is. We have to accept that and move on.
In our world, when an athlete or a coach or something says it is what it is, they might as well say, I really do not want to answer that question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what you're right,
world.
Seth, about the philosophical grander scheme of it in terms of like.
So Seth's right when he says.
No. Like in that context. This
is the former columnist and beat reporter in you coming
because
out.
I asked that question a million times.
Yeah, they're not giving.
Hey, Astros, you started 10-36. Yeah, it is what it is.
Give me something.
What does that mean?
Right.
Do you guys agree with these? Guess where we're going today, and then if she guesses, and then you use her.
Oh, that's a good tactic. Guess where we're going.
Or we're going to your favorite spot, and then let her give you clues as she.
We're going to Lupe Tortilla? Yeah, we are.
That's right.
That's not bad. You're saying as a tactic to maybe circumvent that whole thing. That's not bad. Yeah, because
My favorite ones are the ones that the passive-aggressive religious invocations, where he says bless his soul. That's a big one.
Bless their heart.
Bless their heart.
Yeah,
bless
or
their
just
heart.
kind of like God doesn't make mistakes. Sometimes that can be pretty venomous. It's like, there's a reason that bad thing happened to you.
Yeah. God's he's infallible. All right, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh, antibodies to you, Sean, and always forgive and forget.
And bless my heart. That's what I was hoping for.
It is what it is.
All right, all right, we're done. We are out of time. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, happy Wednesday. You are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You heard him. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Not Figgy Fig. Colin Neal. I just got used to it, man.
That's
what
understandable, but I'm not as good as Figgy Fig.
I mean, fair, I guess, is the way that I'll say that.
You're supposed to. No, you're supposed to be
like fantastic. You got a great personality.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. That's exactly what I was
Save that for 1040. Save that one for 1040. Get involved with the program. 713-572-4610 is the number to text, and then also you can get involved on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live streams, both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston.
We keep it 100.
Thank you, sir.
Baby, see there?
I think it's also worth noting, can we just get together, huddle? Let's get the game plan for today's show.
Yeah, ready, break.
So in the 12 o'clock hour, we'll be giving away another 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston take on Colorado on the 12th. And we will also be giving away at some point during the show. Okay, so apologies. I got that wrong. So it's not, we don't have the Houston Cougars tickets. But you know what? As a consolation in the 12 o'clock hour, how about a gift card to Texas Stargill Grill Shop?
Ooh,
how's that work?
my spot.
All right.
That's my spot.
I think that should work out okay. And then also at 1 o'clock, we will talk to Sarah Barshop, who is the NFL Nation reporter that covers the Rams for ESPN. So we'll go behind enemy lines at 1 p.m. But let's start this thing off with a little bit of Astros, because what the hell is Framber's deal? 713-572-4610.
You mentioned it's a good day. It is a good day for just about everything, unless you're an Astros fan. And I was hot about this last night. I got even more upset about it and riled up this morning. And I can just funnel it down to one thing. Framber Valdez is a problem. We're going to talk about all the elements of this. What you do believe, and I think the vast majority of people do believe that this was something, if not intended to hit, intended to send a message to the team and to and just frustration, and maybe to Cesar Salazar, but the nut of this, when you pull everything away, Framber Valdez is a problem, man. This is not a one-off. This is not a one-off.
So just to add context, obviously the Astros got their series started versus the Yankees yesterday, and not in a great way. A 7-1 loss for the Astros. And how would you characterize Framber's outing? Because he went 5 innings, had 6 earned runs, but all those earned runs were like 2 big swings. Not to say that that's all that he had. Obviously, he had some runners on the bases, and there was a decent amount of hard hits. Yeah. It's funny because at one point during the game, I'm looking at, my baseball savant, because, I end up looking at all the numbers and stuff. To what avail, I don't know. But you looked at Max Fried over there, and he had a single solitary hard hit. And you looked at Framber, and he had all of the hard hits, which is obviously not what you want for a guy who's a ground ball pitcher and everything. But when you talk about the actual damage, it was a big swing from Jazz Chisholm. It was a big swing from Trent Grisham, which happened in the midst of what felt like one of the oddest things that happened, at least on the day in baseball, maybe in the last week. Although I am saying that on the day where we also had a first inning brouhaha in one of them baseball games. So
or
maybe
even ground the bases.
Yeah. So we'll get. I guess we'll talk about that as well. But there's a point in time where Framber Valdez was. I mean, this was when he was facing Trent Grisham, right? And he's getting ready to throw a pitch, and you can see Cesar Salazar saying like, no, step off.
He was waving at him,
and Framber throws that sinker in there nonetheless, and this thing goes.
Well, okay, so first on his outing, I don't think it was a good outing. He's a ground ball pitcher, and you say, just the 2 home runs, he doesn't give up a lot of home runs. the sinker didn't sink. So
in fact, to lefties.
Yeah,
that's
and
the thing
to
that's
lefties
wild.
as well.
I think he had only given up one homer
Yeah.
to lefties in, I guess, the 14 previous starts or something
Mhm.
to that effect. And then he gets two in this game alone.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe that's part of where the frustration
No,
comes.
he didn't pitch well, and I think that fed into, which we really haven't even talked about. He gave up the grand slam. By the way, one of them was a walk. The other two were over 100-mile-an-hour hits. So he was giving up hits.
Hard hits,
I think the
absolutely.
single that Judge hit was 107 or something like that. I may be wrong, but I think it was in that.
You want me to do the?
Yeah, I
do
think
the
it was in
research
that
on this?
neighborhood, 105, 107, something like that. So he didn't pitch well. But the story today is Framber Valdez is unreliable, unpredictable, and threw a tantrum and tried to take it out either via a hard pitch that he was stubborn about to Cesar Salazar, or actually take it out on Cesar Salazar, because you never know with Framber.
Well, what do you mean he tried to take it out on Cesar Salazar? What happened?
I don't think he tried to necessarily hit him, but he hit him. And
Yeah, so,
and he crossed him up. Air quotes.
They've described it as getting crossed up. It was the next batter after the Trent Gresham grand slam. I think there was one pitch that was just
second pitch.
off the plate, or if memory serves.
Yeah.
And then the second pitch is it is grooved right down the middle, right at Cesar Salazar's chest. Can I hear from Cesar Salazar, by the way? I mean, how did this go from your perspective, catcher?
No, they didn't get crossed up. Like I said, there was a good amount of Yankees fans, so it was pretty loud after the grand slam. Maybe my pitch gun wasn't in the right spot, so I pressed the wrong button.
So he's saying he pressed the wrong button.
He said maybe I pressed the wrong button.
Or maybe I pressed the wrong button as he's trying to find solutions.
Yeah.
Framber Valdez, through his interpreter, said that's what happened, that they got crossed up. What do you believe in all of this? Like, are you in the? Because I guess I know what you believe, because you said that Framber Valdez is a problem, which I think a lot of people are in somewhat of that camp, thinking Framber Valdez frustrated with maybe some other things that's happening with the team, or where he is with the team, or how he's pitching, and maybe specifically frustrated with the way that one grand slam went. Maybe we talked about also frustrated with the amount of home runs that were being taken deep on him versus lefties. But very frustrated clearly with Cesar Salazar, because that's the way that it seems like it happened.
All right, so let's break it down. And I think, when you break it down, you realize there is no way this was not intentional, that this was not just a tantrum, a fit, frustration, or whatever. Let's start with what you just mentioned a while ago. Cesar Salazar was hitting the pitch com, and obviously Framber was shaking him off. Salazar waved his hand at him like get off the mound.
Let's get back on the right page.
Get back on the right page. Framber said afterward, I was already in my windup. He was not.
No, he wasn't.
He was not in his windup. So let's start right there.
He might have been intentionally looking
It was
away
a full
or looking
second
down.
at least.
No,
Yeah.
he wasn't in his windup.
So first of all, if you don't think it was this pouty tantrum, he said afterward that he was already in his throwing motion. He was not. Now, let's talk about the get crossed up and how he hit Salazar. If you do that and you hit your catcher and you see your sinker hit your catcher, why are you immediately not, saying, tapping your chest like my bad, or waving your hand, gesturing, hey, sorry, my bad? That's not what Framber did. You know what Framber did when he hit him? He turned around, turned his back to the catcher, and walked away, and clearly was frustrated with something. It wasn't like, hey, man, sorry. It was, okay, you got that message, didn't you? Now let's talk about Cesar Salazar in that immediate moment. He stopped. He just got hit in the chest or shoulder, whatever it was. He stopped and looked at him with this look like, what is going on? And you know what else he did? He took a couple of steps out as if to talk to him, stopped, and turned and looked at the dugout. Like, are y'all seeing this?
Well, Espada said he didn't see the motion.
He saw that. He didn't see the motion, he said. We'll get to that. And then the other thing is, if it were a simple cross-up and it was all good, why were they called into Joe Espada's office afterward? Because another thing that Framber said is, oh, yeah, we talked. We're good. Salazar was covering for his pitcher, said we're good. Why did Joe Espada say, hey, fellas, come in here?
He clearly wanted to get them on the same page, John Lopez. Like, clearly they got crossed up and they needed a little bit of communication to make sure. No, I'm in lockstep with you. Like, this has become an issue because we've seen not just Framber have his issues. We know that Framber has, his issues, and I'll put it nicely in that way. There are things that take him to be, being the good version of himself, the bad versions of himself, and they're between the ears a lot of times. we've also seen him more and more so this season lash out. And that's what I'll call,
absolutely.
Blaming defensive positioning when I could easily see the logic with it. But, from a pitcher's perspective, not taking personal accountability, it seems like at times. And then in this instance, I don't know what he's pouting about. Is he pouting about not having his typical catcher there for him, or ones that he is more happy about? Is he pouting just about, the game that is being called in front of him? Is he pouting about the fact that he's, not having the game that he wants to? I don't know. But you got to be a level of resilient to play at the highest levels of any sport. And I say that as somebody who is cognizant of the ways in which I try and allow people to be human. Like human emotion, sometimes we don't allow for our athletes to have human emotion, which is unfair because they are still humans while they are executing at the highest level. This is beyond that. This is, are you having a level of perseverance, and are you able to regulate yourself, which, again, has been an issue for him. And all of this just points to the idea that, one, I don't know if you would want Framber back, but then, two, this is going to hurt him in free agency, ain't it? Because some of the other stuff that we talked about, I think that those are things that when you're myopically focused on your local team, all right, we keep track of, but maybe if you're not from in a larger perspective seeing. Now, I'm not saying that the individual front office that might be, eventually in free agency talking to him might not ultimately, do their research and know about it, but it's something that I could easily see falling through the cracks.
Yeah.
Baseball watching this. Everybody in baseball is talking about this. I know
it's across the country.
I know they're not very happy. We're not very happy with them as an outlet. But John Boy out here posting this everywhere. This thing becomes very visible.
It's ESPN, all of them.
This helps no one. Absolutely,
it helps no one. And you asked why and his track record. Keep in mind he was mad recently this season about how the outfielders lined up. He also got chastised for not backing up a play at home plate because he was pouting about a hit that he gave up,
which is hurting your teammates.
Yes, you can't.
This is literally physically hurting your teammates. But before, he's hurting his team, and he's done it multiple times this year.
Yeah, and I said he's unreliable and unpredictable. You can't trust him. You can't trust. We've talked a lot about good Framber, bad Framber, and we've had a lot of good Framber. But bad Framber is always just under the surface if something goes wrong. And you were talking about why he did this. Keep in mind, he was given a pitch, threw something else, and gave up a grand slam.
And then got mad at who?
And then got mad at the catcher, at the situation, at what it was. He made the decision.
And this is where I will push back a little bit on what you said, hey, the good Framber, bad Framber. I think this is beyond that because within the good Framber, bad Framber dynamic is an understanding that yes, he may not get right, but he is trying to do right. I liken it to the Josh Gordon thing, right? Where Josh Gordon, incredible talent, and he just kept getting suspended for all these issues. And I sincerely felt about him, this is a dude who's trying to make the good decisions but simply cannot. I think that is how I felt about Framber Valdez for the most part, right? He's getting out here, he's doing his best. Sometimes he's just, his mentality will take him out of it. Sometimes he just doesn't have the stuff. Now I'm like, if you are willing to, in that moment, again, wave off your catcher, throw a pitch that is not what he was calling, get absolutely crushed, and then throw a pitch at your pitcher and, obviously just completely, flout what's happening in the game, completely take yourself out of the game. I can't say that you're trying to do your best and you're just getting bad results.
Yes.
Now you're actively sabotaging what's happening. Like when you won't back up and do your basic PFP, right, or whatever, when you're not doing your basic responsibilities. Now you're actively trying to harm the team. And no place in sports is that going to be acceptable. No place in sports is going to be acceptable to actively sabotage your team. Nobody's going for
One more thing, and we're going to get into this a little more later in the show. But, the Astros have a really good translator, but he missed he missed one thing.
We got Spanish-speaking Lopez.
He missed one thing because in the text of one of the translations, we'll hear it later. We don't have time right now, but he did say that the Salazar, quote, cleared up how he felt. And I went, how he felt, about it. It was interesting to me.
Yeah, ultimately, there's a lot more happening. I kind of feel for Joe Espada because you're in a tough place where he's clearly one of your talented pitchers. We talked about how they're trying to find starters that they can depend on. That word is very interesting because he clearly has the talent, but I don't know that he's a starter that you can depend on right now.
No,
and that is such a rough place for an Astros team that needs the victories. As I guess the Mariners haven't been walking them down, but weirdly enough, the Rangers aren't too far out of
and they're in the wild card too.
Yeah, so really, really tough thing to see yesterday, and really frustrating for an Astros fan if you're watching who have really done a lot of defense of Framber Valdez. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We will circle back around to that and some of what's happening with the Astros before they catch the Yankees. But coming up next, Davis Mills has been extended for another year. Is this good or is it kind of sad? What do you make of the Davis Mills extension? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Football Fridays. lives. Join us here on Sports Radio 610 Sunday morning from 7 to 8 a.m. for Odyssey's I'm Listening Special, a 1-hour conversation featuring mental health professionals and some of the biggest names in sports, music, and news to promote mental health awareness across the nation. For more information, visit imlistening.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. A little bit of Texans news that we got yesterday and a little bit more that we got today. But let's start with the one that we got yesterday, which was the backup quarterback situation for the Texans. Solidified a little bit more for the 2026 season. Obviously, you're good for the 2025 season going in. We know what the quarterback depth chart is. CJ Stroud, Davis Mills, and Graham Mertz as that third quarterback. And obviously that is going to be something that we talk about as we learned yesterday. Davis Mills, they tacked on an extra year to his deal. So he is extended through the 2026 season for the Texans. And so that is extra, $7 million that they put on the backside of his deal. But what did you think about when you saw the Davis Mills you have an extra year of him? Because, I mean, you were in an interesting place. I think we all, first and foremost, like what Davis Mills is as a backup quarterback. He definitely had a really good training camp. But you were coming up to the last year of his deal, and I was wondering, are they willing to pay high-level money for him? And he steps in as one of the highest-paid backups in the league with this continued extension. But you know that if you have to go to your backup quarterback, you feel confident.
And that's the big thing. The confidence. I think they really, really like when we saw the good preseason that he had in this system, been familiar somewhat with it already, and comes in. It's one of those kind of little, barely appreciated things that really good teams have, and that's that backup quarterback. And I always do the little 3-game window. If your starting quarterback is out for 3 games, nothing too crazy, but injury serious enough that he has to miss some time, can you win 2 of them? Do you have confidence that you're going to be in every game and win 2 of them? Davis Mills is that. And so it's kind of a small thing that is very, very important. And they love him, and he's good with the system, and he fits right in. So that's the first thing I thought of.
Does he feel a little bit like Ryan Fitzpatrick to you? I used to always say with Ryan Fitzpatrick, and of course this continued to be a little bit more and more wrong as his career went on. Ryan Fitzpatrick was the perfect backup, because he was good enough to win you games, but not good enough to steal your starting quarterback's job.
Absolutely.
And then he did it a few times, and I was like, well, never mind.
Yeah,
but
here.
Like Davis, yeah, right. Here, did he do it was it Miami that he did it? He played halfway around the league.
Yeah.
But I feel like Davis Mills fits that description probably better than Ryan Fitzpatrick. He is good enough to come in, and as you mentioned, for a short stretch, or really, I think you could stretch that up to like half a year, and I feel good about, all right, if he has to play
especially
good
with
8
his
games,
defense, yeah.
right, like, he can very much win you those games to where you are not really concerned, but he's also in that place where he's perfectly situated where your starting quarterback comes back in and there's not going to be a controversy. I don't think.
Yeah, and then the other thing I thought of, which is just me being weird, I get it, but I don't know if this is good or this is sad. The Texans have always had really good backup quarterbacks. The starting quarterback thing has been a bit of an issue. But you've always had pretty good confidence in your backup quarterbacks, not even just this regime, like TJ Yates, Sage Rosenfels, all of them. Matt Leinart was a backup, ended up starting some. Case Keenum. And I think Davis Mills, the other thing I thought, this guy, I think he made a business decision as well, because I've always thought he wants to be a starting quarterback. He wants to be a starting quarterback.
I mean, I would imagine so. He didn't get much of an opportunity to really live that life before you brought in a higher drafted and probably more higher ceiling quarterback, and he really has taken very willingly and graciously to the role of backup, which is a different role than starter. Obviously, like not just in what you do, but the way that you go about things. Like Nick Caserio was talking about it as he was on with Payne and Pendergast this morning. We'll get to some of that audio. He was talking about how everything you do is in service to the starter.
Yeah,
and that's a very different dynamic, but that's curbing your ego, and he believes himself capable, I'm sure. But with that being the case, like, how do you see this coming together? Because one of the things that this immediately took me to was, okay, so Graham Mertz, walk me through that decision. Not saying that he had a pretty solid, preseason himself.
Yeah.
But I could easily see the idea of rostering him from the perspective of you have 1 year of Davis Mills ahead of you. And so you keep him within the fold, get him prepared, scout team work, all that for the possibility of being the backup. Does that make as much sense if it's a 2 years window, or is this maybe giving you an opportunity to possibly send Davis Mills on to his next position next offseason?
You hit it. You hit exactly what I'm talking about. It's a 1 year deal. And I think Davis Mills kind of made the decision, as I was talking about, like, I can be a backup quarterback. I still want to be a starter, but I can be a backup quarterback. They're paying me $7 million. This might make him more attractive. For another team to take a flyer on him to be a starter, because you're not changing your mind on Graham Mertz at all. I can tell you, I think they like him as well. But it gives, we always talk about Nick Caserio. He makes a move knowing what the next move or possible next move is, and I think that's what we're talking about here.
But I mean, with him being paid as one of the higher backup quarterbacks, do you think that the league views it the same way? And I ask this because, again, we're very close to this. We see him a lot. We are watching intently preseason games that involve the Houston Texans in a way that, again, scouts will, like the pro scouting department of any NFL team will, but maybe like just the NFL at large will not. And I take this to, with whatever grain of salt that you want to take this with, CBS Sports a few weeks, I think last week, actually put together a top 10 backup quarterbacks list. Where do you believe that Davis Mills fell?
I'm trying to go through some real quick in my mind, but I don't think he's.
What are some of the names that you would think of immediately?
The guy at Philadelphia is
Tanner McKee.
McKee is very, very popular.
He ends up in the top 10, mind you.
Yeah, I think Davis Mills would be top 5.
You'd be incorrect. According to CBS, of course, they're not the end-all, be-all. He's not top 5.
Is he top 10?
He's not top 10.
Oh, he is.
He's not honorable mention. Like, he does not come up in this.
The guy started like 15 games.
Right. So I'm like, again, not to say that he isn't that guy. I think we've seen him. We've seen him be able to execute this offense. We've seen him be able to throw the deep ball. We've seen him be able to like make those decisions, especially in the early portions of this offense, the vanilla version of this offense in the preseason.
Yeah.
But still, the Erhardt-Perkins offense, at least assuming that that's kind of the basis of what they're doing, requires you to really, quarterbacks to really know what they're doing. It's one of the things we've talked about with CJ, and he executed that well. If you look at and again, CBS Sports is not the end-all be-all, but I'm using this as a stand-in. Kirk Cousins is up here. Jimmy Garoppolo is up here. Carson Wentz is up here. Malik Willis is up here. Anthony Richardson is up here.
Okay.
Right? And maybe that's just because of the
I'm good with the first few there.
The upside on the talent, right? Jarrett Stidham is up here.
You lost me at AR.
Right?
You lost me there.
And so you have all of these names that come up where Davis Mills doesn't. And I do wonder if, like, clearly there's value there, but I wonder if that value changes because you have such a big contract, or because, and I think
it's not a big contract though as a starter.
As a starter, no.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, I don't. With all due respect to Davis Mills, I don't know how many teams are going, hey, let's see if we could do the Matt Schaub thing, right? I don't even have to explain it. We have the the comparison. I don't know how many teams in the modern NFL are doing the Matt Schaub thing versus, well, we could go find one.
Yeah.
We could go find a young one who's coming out. I do think that he probably has more value as a Texans backup, and I think that might be more of what we're doing here with regards to this contract, the 1 year, extra year, $7 million. I think that they're respecting, as Caserio and this front office does, respecting the guys that have done their work here, paying them even maybe on the high side of the market with a shorter term deal while you still have a little bit of wiggle room, as we appreciate what you're doing and we want you to be here with continuity and with somebody that we trust, that knows our system and our culture, and will do it right.
I think you're right, but I also think there's another element to it, and that's that they know, whether they think they can draft another quarterback, another team, or something like that, that there is a market. It's a premium market for quarterbacks. And Davis Mills, having started, whatever the number is of games here, that he might get something out of it. The Texans might get a draft pick or something out of it down the road.
It's possible.
Yeah.
I do wonder. And again, I see you 713. None of these lists are remotely accurate. I feel you. But I just using this as just get a little bit of a feel for how teams or like how people outside of the city will view him. And I think that ultimately my point is, I am actually pretty comfortable, even if this isn't we'll get another year and an opportunity to move him. If this is simply, we'll have another year with a guy that we trust to be behind CJ Stroud and to step in, especially as you are a team that is anticipating going and being competitive and hopefully competing for a Super Bowl, that this is exactly the type of guy that you need if you end up with,
I love it.
Where you don't force yourself to play a CJ Stroud in a situation where it's borderline. Right? You can go in a regular season game and go, we trust Davis Mills. We can give CJ Stroud. Or, you know what I mean? Like, or as you mentioned, a 3-game stretch where you are forced to. You don't chalk those up as 3 losses. You give yourself an opportunity to contend and give yourself, because again, we know positioning matters when it comes to the postseason, specifically with this team. We know that all these things. So I'm like, I like it just off of that without even having to consider the possibility of what a trade-on can be.
I totally agree, but I think those possibilities are real. And by the way, the other thing I'm sure you were going to mention is Dalton Schultz got reworked.
He did
as well.
Does that at all change your perspective on Dalton?
No, I think this was more. He's still going to get the same money.
He's going to get the same money, but he changes his cap hit.
It's just more for the team.
Yeah,
it's just more for the team.
Always said team guy, Dalton Schultz, right?
Go.
Like that's everybody looks at him as that's a guy that's a team guy, don't they?
I guess they do.
Should they absolutely should? All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 from the 832. Man, he must be showing amazing stuff at practice because he didn't show that his first 2 years. He was bad his first 2 years. He has a few games where he's had a few flashes.
I think he's looked real good.
Davis Mills this year has looked really good. We could tell you that as people that were out there, and you don't have to take our word for it. I think pretty much to a man, most everyone that has been out at training camp or practices has given you that same indication. In fact, there was a point in time where we were kind of uncomfortable saying it because the intimation that someone could take from that is that he was playing better than CJ.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like that, I think that's the comfort level that they come with. Do you at all have any concerns about the way that they handle this on like giving that money to a Dalton Schultz or not Dalton Schultz, to a Davis Mills in that way?
None at all.
Okay.
You got to have them.
Fair enough. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. What are some things that people say that are easy to decode, like Framber Valdez saying, we got crossed up? 713-572-4610. And before we go, I did want to let you know, just because I said it, let's go ahead and do it. We will give away a 4-pack of tickets to the Houston versus Colorado game.
Look at you.
In the 12 o'clock hour.
Digging into your own pocket.
Yeah, that was
come through for you.
That was definitely my bad.
Don't even worry about it. No, we'll go ahead and do it. We'll go ahead and do it. But yeah, coming up next question of the day on Sports Radio 6.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now. Let's get you that new vehicle and through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, question of the day inspired by Framber Valdez, saying that him and his catcher, Cesar Salazar, on the night yesterday, got a little crossed up.
Just a little crossed up, that's all.
Just a little crossed up after giving up.
Honest mistake.
A grand slam.
Yeah. There was that.
What are some things?
It happens.
It happens.
What are some things that people say that are easy to decode? 713-572-4610. Appreciate you guys getting on the text line. There's a few things that I want to circle back to and have conversations about. Always appreciate you doing that. But jump in, because that we got crossed up is one of those things that didn't even hold up through all the conversations that we had in post game. But you feel like you knew exactly what was happening in that moment. But I don't think it's necessarily about him saying we got crossed up. I think you had to look at it in a totality with, the way, visibly the way that it happened and the way that he kind of presented once he threw that pitch, the reaction from Cesar Salazar, and then just like the history that we know of Framber Valdez being a little bit of a hothead, I guess so to say.
Yeah, we're going to dig in a little bit more on this. Obviously, it's the biggest story of the day here in town, but and across the country for that matter. But yeah, he did it on purpose, maybe not necessarily on purpose, wanted to hit him, but was definitely frustrated and sending a message, and I think it was just. It was embarrassing. I mean, the big takeaway for me is I don't think you can trust him. And I'm not saying you can't trust his stuff. You can't trust like him. His attitude and emotions and all that.
And you said it. We'll get back to it, I think. But the question that is clearly there is, what is there for a spotter to do? Because you are now the manager that has to handle this. Remember, he was like with the Framber, talking about the outfield. Why are we aligned that way? He's like, I wish he would have brought it to me. At this point. Bringing it to you, how are you managing, literally, how are you managing his demeanor? Does this have to change the way that you go about your rotation?
Yes.
These are tough questions for the manager that I imagine we'll have to try and dig into.
There are managers, especially the old school manager, and by the way, we're going to get to crusty or not crusty later in the show as well, but old school managers who would make him skip a start. It's not going to happen here. I don't think. But anyway.
What if he gets a blister?
Maybe something along those lines. Oh, you know what? He's not feeling well. And that's how they couch. That may be decoded as well.
Just a mental health day?
Yeah. Well, maybe.
Is that one of the things that's easy to decode?
Yeah.
I'm just taking a mental health day.
Yeah. In other words, you're 0 for 27. It would be another way to take a mental health day. We'll see. There are old school managers who would have done that. I think the kangaroo court in the clubhouse.
Dude.
That's going to be a hefty little fine.
Someone mentioned this on the text line. I think they're right. This might be one of the biggest indications that the Astros culture that we had talked about so much is kind of gone. Like it feels like there's no one to keep him in check. Like who gonna check him?
Yeah.
Who in that clubhouse walks up to Framber and be like, "Hey, dog, you wilding right now?"
Yeah. Yeah. Bregman would have done it. I feel. Would Altuve? Would Correa? Maybe. Yeah. Maybe Correa.
Correa definitely would.
Yeah. Maybe Correa.
Especially in 2020, what he did, but not seeing that right now.
No, and again, there's so many levels to this that we'll get into, but what are some things that are easy to decode, like we got crossed up? Now, the obvious easy ones, and we're getting a bunch of these with relationships and such about...
Don't get yourself in trouble now.
It's fine. I'm fine. That's the layup, right?
She's not fine.
She's not fine. Everybody knows it. She's not.
Now, what is she not fine about?
That's the question.
You got to get your Sherlock Holmes on. But right then, just know it is not fine.
It is not fine.
I think a popular one probably in there is like when she says, "I'm not hungry, really."
Oh yeah. Go ahead and get you something extra just in case.
Yes. I always, if I go out to eat, I'm a bit of a chivalrous guy though. But if
just a bit though.
Just a bit.
It's a touch of chivalry.
I'll go get extra even if you didn't ask.
Mm-hmm. Because you're gonna eat it anyways.
How about this one?
Okay, what about it?
This one and she generally doesn't do this, so you know it when it happens. Just a simple text that says, "Where are you? Where are you?"
Wait, is that easy to decode?
Yes.
What does that mean for your wife?
Get your ass home.
Oh, got you.
Get your ass home.
Fair. That is fair.
Lopez is speaking from personal experience over there.
Yes. But there's some sports ones, too.
Oh, that was exactly where I went, because the sports one that came to my mind is one of my favorites. Say it with me now. I'm in the best shape of my life.
Oh, God.
Because you know that I know that you know that you are not in the best shape of your life. You are just you are coping and trying to make it seem like, hey, bro, I know that I'm getting older.
Mm-hmm.
I know that I can't do it the same, but I can do it pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still pretty good, and more often than not, you can't. You can't.
I think that Neil Hunter is an exception, though, because he's clearly gotten better.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
He is in the best shape of his life, but he would never think he had to say that.
Perpetually. Yeah,
it is the need to reassure us that you are indeed in the best shape of your life that tells us everything and really indicates that you are not indeed at the best shape of your life.
I love when coaches say we got to clean a few things up. In other words, you got your ass kicked. Yeah, you got beat like a drum. We got to clean some things up. That's about as close as they'll get to saying something like that.
Okay, what about just had a good talk with the guys in the locker room after a loss where someone says about a talk and it's like, oh, it wasn't just a talk. It was a berating talk, especially after a bad loss.
Like if a coach or a manager. Yeah, no, we talked about that.
No, that for sure. And the other things that happen here is when they say they get paid too. Those guys get paid too. In other words, they're really good. They're better than us. that's one.
Well, no, because I don't think it goes there. Because typically those guys get paid too. Well, I guess you could go that way. That's fair. I'm thinking those contexts. I often think of that as, hey, well, don't talk too crazy about them. Those are players, which is to say. We know that they're not as good, but we also don't want to. We don't want to eat the rat poison, so to say.
Yeah.
Shout out to Nick Saban. When the coach says the guy has a high motor, I don't know. I feel like that one actually feels more genuine. Now I do wonder if you're getting to one of my favorite subsections, which is deceptively fast, sneaky fast.
No, the one that I like in that
coach on the field.
Yeah, the one I like in that same vein is he's a coach's kid.
Yeah.
He's a coach's kid. But that's more cliche. I'm talking about like when you decode, they're saying something,
but they're also saying something else.
But they're trying to tell you without trying to tell you. Actually, D'Amico Ryans had one the other day talking about. I guess it was Joe Mixon, and he's talking about. Well, we want to protect the player. Well, does the player? You brought this up. Does he even care? If you talk about the injury or what he's going through or how long and all.
And to be fair, there might be some instances where the player does care.
There might be.
I understand, but I do wonder if that always matters. But Nick Caserio was talking about it today. Not quite that, but just actually he was talking about the idea of having conversations with Raiders owner and Fox #1 analyst Tom Brady in those production meetings. And if he's cognizant of how he handles that, and he was like, it's never a bad thing to say as little as possible, right? Or something.
That's what I'm telling you. I think that's going to happen all across the league. I think that's going to happen everywhere with Tom Brady now in those meetings. But
everybody's going to the ladies. I feel like, hey guys, we need to lighten up on the ladies here. But fair enough. From the 281, when she says have fun, it means have a little fun. Don't be dumb. Don't be home too late, and be prepared to watch these kids the second you walk in the door.
I love this one. Hey, you want me to drive? In other words, you're scaring the hell out of me.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That's a really solid one.
Hey, you want me to drive?
I'm good for that. I'm good for that.
That could actually also mean that they might think that you're not a good driver.
Oh, no, that's exactly what that means. Yeah. There's that. You could take it a lot of different places. Like if I bring it back to sports, playing pickup basketball. Hey, you want to switch?
Yeah.
That means you are getting your ass cooked right now, dog.
You're not tired. You've only been here for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And I just saw a 60-year-old cross you up. So
right. Somebody said from 979, especially if you're talking about the Astros, discomfort.
Yep.
What does that mean?
Oh yeah.
Pick a body part and then add discomfort. And surgery is almost assuredly going to happen soon.
She's got a great personality. My favorite part of this, actually, if I was going to bring that to sports, because we all know what we're talking about. When you try and, compliment a person and you go immediately to personality.
Great personality.
It's like, all right, so you're skipping some other things because you don't have something to say. The equivalent for that, and I wonder if you can come up with this for football or baseball. For me, I always think about basketball. When someone like an Amon Shumpert, shout out to Shump, was like, I think it was when the Knicks, and they were like, oh, he's a defensive stopper. And I was like, he's solid at defense, but he's no defensive stopper.
Can't score.
We just got to find something to say about you, right? What is your role? Yeah. Well, you're not a scorer. You're not a passer. So you are a defensive stopper. And do we have those in some of these?
I think there's one. And sometimes this is a dicey one because sometimes it's legitimately the case and it's a check mark. But sometimes it's like a shoulder shrug. He's versatile.
Oh, yeah.
He's a versatile player.
Is that Swiss Army knife?
I don't know what he can do.
Swiss Army knife. He does a lot of things. What does he do well? I don't know.
I don't know, but he's versatile.
Or is that like he's a glue guy?
Yeah.
Just a great locker room guy. Because sometimes correct, and sometimes we just got to find something nice to say about you.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? They're nice. That's right. Right before you go somewhere and your spouse asks you, "Are you wearing that?"
Oh God, yes.
Yikes.
Yes. Yes. That's.
I bet you get that a lot, don't you?
Not anymore. Not anymore. But like, are you gonna wear that? So you think it stinks? Is what you're saying?
Maybe literally, honestly.
Yeah.
Hey, did you take a sniff before you went?
Yeah.
There you go. All right, that's a little question of the day here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said in music, always tell the other band's good set, even though they're terrible. Oh yeah, you can't be a jerk to the people that you on the stage with. There's not a. Well, I mean, I guess you could.
Oh, Champ Slice. He's well spoken.
That's right.
We usually know who they're talking about when they say something like that.
I know some people be like, "You're not." I've gotten that one before. I have.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is get into. Let's go around the NFL, including. You want to put some things on wax on who we think will win some major awards?
Sure, of course.
713-572-4610. We'll do that next.
Put this on wax.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And I begin with a little bit of Houston Texans news, if you don't mind, John Lopez.
I don't mind.
I know that I feel confident that you haven't seen this, actually.
Okay.
The Texans have announced their five.
Let's go.
Team captains for the 2025 season.
I have not seen this, and we played this. We played this game.
We did play this game. Colin Neal did do the guessing game earlier in one of the breaks.
I'm in.
And I will ask you, Colin, were you surprised by the five that was ultimately selected?
You know the special teamer one is the most surprising, but
you're already giving some things away, but that's fine.
I'll take it. Because I'm going to guess.
Yeah, well,
I was going to make him guess. So you're giving him clues that I did not attempt, but that's fine.
I don't think he'd find. I don't think John would.
Oh, okay. You don't think he'll get them? All right.
Thank you for the confidence,
John Lopez. I will ask you ahead of asking you who those five are. How many of the five do you think you can get correct with no misses?
4.
All right. So you're going to have 4. 4 out of 5 is the goal here. John Lopez. I'll help you out even further.
No, don't.
Okay, cool.
No.
5 captains for your Houston Texans this year.
I love playing this game.
Go ahead and rattle them off for me.
And by the way, real quick, I think it was a tough decision or a tough vote or however they did it because D'Amico was asked about it Monday. And he's like, I'll let you know Wednesday. So I'm going to say
today is Wednesday. Somebody said that I would have guessed 3 out of 5, by the way. So let's see if you can beat Champ Slice on
Will Anderson.
That is correct. Give him you got the dings, you got the. There we go. All right. So that is 1 out of 5.
I'm going to do the easy ones first. CJ Stroud.
Correct.
I'm going to say, ooh, baby. I'm going to say.
That is not one of the captains.
There's nobody named I'm going to say Azeez Al-Shaair. How about that?
3 out of 5.
How about that? I'm going to say, I need another offensive one. Nico Collins. Oh, baby.
That is 4 out of 5. That was the one I was surprised if you were gonna get there. So they didn't go with my thought of maybe like putting the little bit of the challenge on the lineman, especially with that being such a big
So if
deal.
I nail the special teams, perfection.
If you nail the special teamer, it will be perfection. By the way, real quick, just circling back, defenders, Will Anderson Jr., Azeez Al-Shaair, as you mentioned, offensive guys, CJ Stroud, Nico Collins, and the 5th and final captain for your Houston Texans is?
I've been leaning. Don't. This is not my final answer. I've been leaning Kaimi Fairbairn.
Okay.
And I can't decide whether I want to stick with that or go with Dare Ogunbowale.
Okay.
I think I'm going to go with Dare Ogunbowale.
He cheated.
I did not.
That is 5.
Is that right?
That is 5 of 5.
Damn right it is.
That is 5 of 5.
Sorry, I bowed down to the OG. I disrespected him.
He had his phone.
I did not. Look at me. I have nothing. Look if you're on.
No,
YouTube.
not now, but in the restroom. Man.
I went to get some water.
Mm-hmm. I don't believe you.
That's why you left.
No, but is that not surprising, or am I being too surprised?
Well, I was leaning Fairbairn. I was leaning Fairbairn just because of the experience factor. I thought, longest tenured Texan now, et cetera. But I've been saying it for years now. They love Dare Ogunbowale.
They absolutely do.
They love that guy.
And I think there is something to note that he's on pretty much all the special teams. I guess the various facets of special teams. So I guess that would make sense. He's very much a leader type guy. He does all the right things, right? He lives up to all the mantras and ethos of Swarm and that the Texans want.
Oh, now I see it. There it is.
But I still thought that they'd probably go Kaimi. And then I was intrigued to see Nico, as you talked about this when we were kind of asking, does Nico Collins get that shout? And he does. Yeah. So I think that that's cool for him to be recognized as a leader, even though he kind of does it in the way that he operates rather than being vocal necessarily.
Yeah.
I do wonder if this is any level of challenge to him, not negative, but to maybe be a little bit more vocal as he's there, or if this is just a recognition of you're one of the best players on the team. You do things the right way.
Yeah.
You put that C on your chest.
Okay, so I'm not trying to stir the pot.
Yeah, you are. I hear it.
It's just human, human nature.
Shout out to
who were some candidates that were like, dang man, I thought I'd be a captain this year. Oh, because that's human nature. I think Jalen Petrie. I almost went Jalen Petrie, by the way, but just because they love him so much too.
They do, but I think the two that ultimately get it are probably the most, I guess, reasonable, for lack of a better term.
Mm-hmm.
I could have easily seen Petrie. I don't think Sting gives a damn about having it, but if he had it, he would have taken that honor.
Yeah.
I think pretty much all the other guys that
the only other one was Titus Howard.
Titus was the one that I thought.
I thought Titus might go, dang, man.
And I do wonder. I don't know that Titus is stepping up to the challenge that has been put forward to him of being the leader in that locker room. I don't know if Titus was the guy, and I don't see this as any shade, mind you. I don't know if Titus was the guy. I need to be a captain. I need to have this. So I think that the responsibility that he has, and probably to lead that group right now, is enough of a challenge for him. I'm sure that he's taking that on and that responsibility with honor and pride. So the C itself is probably not necessary. It's implied. But I thought that it would be interesting if they actually, did it in all reality.
Yeah.
They didn't. It's Nico, it's CJ, it's Will, it's Aziz, and Dare Gumbawale. Interestingly enough, those are your captains for the 2025 season, at least to start, because we know that it can change if things shift around.
Yeah.
Some other things around the NFL. Have you noticed that Quinshon Judkins has not signed?
Yes. When is he going to sign?
That is a question that continues to be up there because Quinshon Judkins, running back who last played with Ohio State, obviously with their national championship. I'm trying to remember where else he had played previously. Was that Ole Miss that he played at previously?
Yes.
It's so hard keeping up with college football players. You got to get like 3 different schools by the time a dude graduates now. But a very good running back, drafted relatively highly, but he is the one draft pick that remains unsigned. And, of course, this is the Browns getting ready for the Bengals. The Browns continually, either the Browns or the Bengals, being in the news for weird kind of contractual situations. It is weird that they have not gotten him signed. And it's one of those things where he's a draft pick. His wages are slotted. Why is this so hard?
Yeah, see, that's exactly where I was going. I was like, this at some point, and maybe we are past that point, it falls on him. Generally, we kind of have the side. I think most people, hope these guys, because they have such short careers, they get theirs, kind of side with the players. But, dude, it's right there. There's a player drafted ahead of you, and there's a player drafted behind you. That's where you slot.
$11.4 million over 4 years.
Yeah.
Signing bonus close to 5. That should be there.
Yeah.
I do wonder, and we haven't gotten a lot of reporting on this, so is there any chance that this is similar to what we were seeing from the guarantees, or like was it Shamar Stewart? Was that any of the other second round guys that were going through that? Is there any chance that it's that, or does it feel like this is just very specific to Quinshon Judkins, whether it's like particular language that they're trying to put in
I
his
think
contract?
that's the language. It's got to be. It's got to be the guarantee, the size of it or whatever, the length of it, when it kicks in, some of the, as you said, some of the verbiage in terms of when it can be voided and all that. It's got to be that, because it's not the total money. The money is obvious.
It's so weird because, we've got early on in training camp, this is just kind of an oddity. Now I think fans, this catches up with them because they look up and they go, I drafted that guy, or I drafted Jerome Ford because of that guy, because he's dealing with this contract situation. Now it's actually affecting fans in some way. I don't know if that will make people actually turn on him or whatever, but I just find that to be like an oddity that exists. And we will be watching, because that'll be really weird if you go into a season and this dude, not because of like injury or anything, just isn't signed for whatever reason. And of course, if there was a team to do it, it was going to be one of the Ohio teams.
One of the Ohio teams, yes.
The Cleveland Browns. All right, football talk on Sports Radio 610. I got to remind you, is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We continue around the NFL with this note. NFL MVP, Players of the Year, and so on and so forth are going to be wearing gold patches, gold uniform patches on their jerseys. Do you like this addition?
I do, and I think it's something of an influence from European soccer. They have a lot of that stuff with the number championship ring stars.
The stars, or like the NBA recently did this.
Well, yeah, the NBA does, but Player of the Year, I think in some
the
leagues,
Walter Payton Man of the Year, with that big patch that they have.
I mean, those are prestigious honors, and I don't mind it at all. I mean, it doesn't hurt anything.
I love this actually.
Yeah.
And it's supposedly the shield patch,
and it's got a gold rim on it.
Gold. The one that they have usually on the neck, right at the bottom of the V. instead of just being that white NFL patch with obviously the 8 stars to represent the 8 different divisions in the league. That'll actually be like the outline will be gold. Actually, all the white portions will be gold. I love this. I love these little indicators that give an additional salute to the dudes who have had fantastic seasons. I like when the NBA added the little gold on the back of the jerseys to indicate championships. It's just a nice touch that I think adds a pop of color, I think, on the lower end, but on the bigger thing, gives a salute to the teams that have done well and the individuals that have done well. And obviously, the award itself is worthwhile, but I do love anything that points back to, oh, hey, don't forget, this is one of the ones in the league that does good things. And with that being the case, I think this is a great opportunity for us to look forward as to what's happening this season in the league. Put it on wax. Who you got in these various different circumstances? Do we want to work bottom to top to bottom here as we look at the people who will win or who we believe will win some of the big awards here?
Let's go bottom to top.
All right,
go ahead.
So let's start with Defensive Rookie of the Year here. There's a few options. One of them is the presumptive favorite in Ashton Jeanty for the Raiders. After that, Cam Ward has a lot of love. Then you can go to Amarion Hampton. And coming in with 4th best odds, I'm a little surprised by Travis Hunter at a plus 900. Who are you looking at here?
I would bet if I did. I'm not going to do this because it's such a weird award and people tend to come out of nowhere to win the Rookie of the Year. But I would bet on Cam Ward. Just because the position, he clearly is a day one starter. They have a few things, they don't have a lot offense. He's going to be the show, so to speak. I think he's going to put up some good numbers.
I think that's a good look. I think I'm still going with Jeanty. Like it's the easy pick, but I think Genty's just going to be so valuable in that offense. I think that you've seen him be a workhorse, and I think they're going to utilize him that way. Like I said yesterday, I think that this is going to be a 2-person offense in effect. Ready to go. When we're throwing the football, we're sending it to Bowers. When we're running the football, it's Jeanty, and we're just going to go that way.
Yeah.
I think that he has an opportunity to do some really big things there. All right, Defensive Rookie of the Year. Who are you looking at? Because Abdul Carter is by far the favorite. Mykel Williams, defensive lineman, and then Jalen Walker, the linebacker or pass rusher, really are the guys that lead. And Travis Hunter in the same exact space on the defensive side as he has in the offense, plus 900 as the 4th best odds.
Abdul Carter, I would bet on that. I think an absolute monster, stepped right in and is surrounded by talent as well. So he's going to have a lot of opportunities to maybe go one-on-one, especially early in the season. I would bet on Abdul Carter.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. It seems too evident. I feel like Travis Hunter has an opportunity to be like really visible, but I'd more bet on him Offensive Rookie of the Year if I wanted to give him an opportunity to win one of these. Defensive Rookie of the Year is going to be tough. I think the interceptions have to show up. Like you have to have one of those stats pop up, and it just feels like Abdul Carter with what he has around him with the Giants. I don't think anybody's going to knock him for those, and he's going to be able to rush the passer. All right, Defensive Player of the Year. Are you willing to do the thing?
And
Micah Parsons, best odds. Aiden Hutchinson, 2nd best. TJ Watts, 3rd best. Nick Bosa, 4th best. Will Anderson ends up at 6th best odds for Defensive Player of the Year, plus 1,200. Are you willing to do the thing?
I don't have a lot of confidence in Micah Parsons, even though I think he's going to have a very good year. But got the back thing, new system early in the season might be, playing catch up, so to speak. I think Aiden Hutchinson coming off an injury as well. You got to kind of see how that goes. TJ Watt, you see where I'm going here, might have a little bit of a step back.
You're going to do the thing?
At some point.
Do the thing.
Myles Garrett would be of those guys, I would say Myles Garrett would be my favorite. Yeah. But
for the money,
it could be Will Anderson Jr. Based on like all the little things that you kind of starting to have a little doubt on these heavy favorites. Will Anderson is ascending. And I said yesterday, one of the big surprises might be he would have more sacks than Danielle Hunter. And not that Danielle Hunter's going to have a big year, but I think he's going to really improve on the sacks. I would probably go Myles Garrett and Will Anderson in that order.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to do the thing. And some of this I imagine is just pandering, but some of the things that you laid out as to issues why with any of those other players, I think that you do have things that could get in all of those players' way. Although Micah Parsons in that Jeff Hafley defense does intrigue me. But you mentioned the injury, the back thing. That is scary, as I've thought more and more about it. If Will can manage to get a little bit more health on him, I think the Texans also are getting so much love as a defense that he will have an opportunity to shine a little bit more. And I think we all are anticipating some level of uptick in his game. I think that he might get the love necessary to vault him into that place.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
I would go there. All right, offensive player of the year.
Offensive player of the
Actually,
year.
Why am I doing that? Let's go to the one that basically feels like the real offensive player of the year.
MVP?
Most valuable player. How you feeling here? Because it feels like the best odds is Lamar Jackson, then Joe Burrow, then Josh Allen, then Patrick Mahomes. We're just doing the thing where we go, hey, the top 4 quarterbacks in the league that are clearly in a class of their own. Which one of those do you like?
Lamar Jackson seems like the obvious choice. I just think Joe Burrow's finally got a healthy offense around him. There is a lot to play for. The defense ain't great, but the offense I think is going to have some big-time numbers. I'm going to say Joe Burrow.
Yeah, it's probably not a bad one.
The numbers alone.
Lamar Jackson will be tough because he's had a couple of really great seasons, and if he replicates that again, then oh boy.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow does have like the best narrative chance, I think, because you have both Jackson and Allen have won MVPs
and
in these last couple of years,
and the line's better.
If he's starting the season healthy,
yeah.
If they don't start incredibly slow, which
they have,
is something that they're capable of, but if he carries them again, I think all of that narrative helps. Plus, then you can get the possible voter fatigue with damn near all these other ones, unless Patrick Mahomes and that offense ticks back up, and now he's able to jump back in here, not having won it for the last 4 years.
That's true too. That's a good point.
That could be an interesting one, but I don't know how much I love what that offense is going to do this year. So I will join you on the Joe Burrow train.
All right,
I will. All right. Even though I do think that there is that possibility that Patrick Mahomes comes back and we all go, oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
we really
good,
like him.
He's actually good, isn't he?
All right, I think that works. I think those work. Appreciate the reminders that Quinshon Judkins had the alleged domestic assault. That no charges were given, but now this is when the NFL slides in with the backside of, well, we want to do our investigation.
Yeah.
I think.
But does that affect? I guess it does.
I guess, but I think, and if you're a team, you don't want to sign up for those guarantees while there's actively something happening.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised the NFL has not found a way to, move through this investigation, because as much as the NFL wants to do things right,
they move through investigations.
When it comes to the ultimate product,
yeah,
like that's something that they try and make sure that they hit properly. But I mean, I guess kudos to them for being thorough, upwards inflection, because I don't actually know what subpoena power the NFL has to actually get these things done in any instance. But hey, I appreciate that. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL for today. Coming up next, I kind of want to do a little bit of an impromptu game that I'm calling Krusty or No Krusty.
All right.
But it's based largely around Tom Brady, who is obviously the Fox Sports analyst, greatest of all time, Raiders team owner. He said something on a podcast this week that caught my attention. Do you think he's right when he's talking about something when it comes to the quarterback position? I'll tell you what he said. We'll do that next.
All right.
today.
Talk saves lives. Join us here on Sports Radio 610 Sunday morning from 7 to 8 a.m. for Odyssey's I'm Listening Special, a 1-hour conversation featuring mental health professionals and some of the biggest names in sports, music, and news to promote mental health awareness across the nation. For more information, visit imlistening.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I see you. I appreciate all you guys talking about the legal matters that Quinshawn Judkins has. I was just talking Lopez's ear off about that just because, and I'll say it more explicitly, I am surprised that the NFL is actually in a place where they're like, hey, I care. Because it feels like the NFL, as just generally their approach has been, which is very different than when Roger Goodell first came in. Their approach has been, if the law ain't find nothing wrong, play football. Yeah. Right? No need for us to put guys out of games if the NFL is not going to take them out of games, right? Or rather, if the legal system is not going to take them out of the capability of playing games. They're a business. They're not a moral authority. I don't say that liking it. It's just kind of a recognition of what it is. But they still end up in this place where they're still investigating, and we're on a countdown to whether or not the Browns will sign him or eventually get him on the field. But neither here nor there. Vaya con Dios for all of you that managed
Good luck with that, Cleveland.
Maybe drafted him. Yeah. And thank God that that's not here with the Texans. All right, let's get into this, which I am deeming crusty or no crusty.
Mm-hmm. Explain yourself.
I want you to make the call here, John Lopez and listener, 713-572-4610. Because I heard this from the GOAT, the Raiders minority owner, and obviously the Fox Sports #1 analyst, Tom Brady, who is a very good quarterback in his own right. And a dude that we've been thinking out a lot about because he has served as a level of template for CJ Stroud this year. And so we can look at it through that view, but we can also look at it through just the larger lens of quarterbacking. This was Tom Brady on with, I believe, Chris Sims, I think his podcast, talking about quarterbacking in the modern NFL.
I don't believe the quarterback position is mentally as developed as it was when I entered the league 25 years ago. There was a premium on understanding defenses, on understanding matchups, on pre-snap reads, getting your team in and out of the right play. I think you better have a mental advantage on the field, and I think sometimes that's more important than the physical advantage. Now, did I wish I could run? Of course I wished I could have run. So I think what's happened is with the rule changes in the NFL that have essentially taken away forcible contact to a ball carrier, certainly the quarterback, outside of the pocket, even though the quarterback can protect himself, offensive coordinators now have those plays in their playbook, and they're running them more than they've ever run them ever before. And it's forcing a smaller defensive player to try to track that player down. Do I think that's good for the longevity of a quarterback? I think it's terrible for the longevity of a quarterback. Do I think that it's exciting? It's certainly very exciting, and it's fun to watch.
All right, so he's kind of talking about two things.
There's a lot there, yeah.
But can I just take you back to
the
original?
Do I ask myself questions and then answer them? Of course I do.
I hate the question talker. The question talker's so annoying because I get it. I get it when you ask a question once to make a point, right?
Yeah,
that's a rhetorical device.
At least twice there.
When you do it like 3 or 4 times in a row, you're just annoying. Just say what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
But Tom Brady, saying what he was trying to say, said, quote, "I don't believe the quarterback position is mentally as developed as it was when I entered the league 25 years ago." Is he correct, or is he just being a crusty here?
Crusty or not crusty? This is an interesting one. I think he's more correct, but I also think that's kind of changing. I think more and more college teams are putting more and more on quarterbacks' plates. Simply because as much as the college game is still about, hey, just throw the ball here, I think there are more programs that do go under center more, that do give their quarterbacks, more, I guess, leeway to make some changes. Not to the NFL level, but I think they're getting better prepared to enter the NFL. So can I say crusty-ish? Because, not crusty-ish, because I think he's right.
I don't know why that tickles me so much.
He's not crusty-ish there, because I think he's right that a lot of players are coming in not as developed as Tom Brady came in and Tom Brady's, contemporaries. But I think more and more are. Is that a cop-out? Because I think more and more are.
I don't No, but I'll let you live on that one. From the 346, they said, "Is he right?" Yes, he's right. Thank you for the question. Talking, I hate you now. I think he's crusty.
Yeah,
I think he's crusty here, and the reason why I'll say this is partially because of what we've been looking at with CJ Stroud, and one of the reasons why I think that what he has on his plate is relatively difficult. I did a deep dive last night. It's neither here nor there, but I did a deep dive last night to try and have a better understanding of the Erhardt-Perkins kind of offense and really, the Air Coryell and the West Coast offense to kind of know what some of the distinctions are, have a better understanding of football in general. But with the Erhardt-Perkins offense, it's really there's a lot on the quarterback. We've talked about this, and the reason why there's a lot on the quarterback is because there's just when you're calling out plays, it's just these are concepts. You're calling out entire concepts, and everybody kind of knows what's happening. As a quarterback, you have to know what those concepts do. On this side, maybe you'll have two sides of the concept where this side is meant to beat cover 3 and this side is meant to beat cover 2. And so you need to read what's happening, and then go to your answers. We've heard Tom Brady say this. Yeah. You should be able to have, as a quarterback, have the opportunity to have answers because you know what your offense does, what it attacks, see what the defense is doing, and then get to it. And the basic reason why I think he's being a crusty here is that he is going, well, back in the day, we could just read the defense and go for it. And I'm like, Tom, you did play deep until more recently, but as you get more and more towards recent, I think you have to acknowledge defenses have gotten much better at disguising what they do, changing what they do.
Yeah, look at the Texas-Ohio State game.
Flipping it mid-game. Yeah. Like we're seeing, I mean, in the preseason, I went back and trying to look at some of these things, watching the preseason game, week 2 versus the Panthers, and just seeing them even in the more vanilla defense, roll the coverage or change their defensive look from what looked like a cover 3 to, now he's going back and this is a cover 4, right? They'll do these things. And so you go from, I make the pre-snap read and I can figure out what's happening. Oh, look at how smart we are, to now I have to make those decisions, but then also I have to be cognizant of, as I'm snapping the football, that's shifting in front of me. And now I have to make that processing a lot quicker. And I don't feel like what he's saying there acknowledges that portion of it.
Do I agree with you? A little bit. Am I going to come up with? I hate you am I going to come up with a counterpoint? Of course I am.
God.
Do I really believe this? Yes, absolutely.
Not completely. Here's my counterpoint.
Okay.
You're right. He's some, and I'm going to go back to what I said originally. He's somewhat crusty. He's crusty-ish.
Okay.
Because as much as I think there are more and more defense have gotten more complicated. You can use the Ohio State-Texas game as an example. But I also think quarterbacks are getting better at reading that. That said, pick any given game on a Saturday afternoon. Pre-snap, what do all the skill position players and half the offensive linemen do? They turn to the sideline.
In college football?
Yeah. They turn to the sideline. Okay, what should we do given what you're looking at? So my point is,
they're also doing a lot more advanced things than you could probably look at.
But again, the quarterback isn't making those calls. The quarterback isn't telling the receivers and the tight ends and the tackles, and the centers, who to block or whatever. They're leaning on the sideline. So you're right. There are more complications and there are more quarterbacks able to do it, and I agree with that. But it's still everybody turn. Okay, that's what you want us to do, Coach? All right, we'll do that.
One thing I miss since now college has have headsets now. We don't really see enough of those 3 guys with the 3 different colored shirts doing the signals. And there's only one guy they're paying attention to.
Yeah,
it's like,
No, and I see you, Chris, and I understand your point. So sports radio dudes know more than Tom Brady. Y'all amaze me.
Yes.
I appreciate the do I appreciate that compliment? I do.
You don't have to.
But is it necessarily true? Not really.
I think we can also acknowledge in instances where, dudes who are very smart can maybe have some instances where they're leaning into some things where, maybe they just sound older. And I think that this is where I get Tom Brady on. I do think, though, that the point that he's trying to make on guys getting outside of the pocket and that kind of changing the dynamic, I see that and I hear that. I just feel like he might be doing the thing where it's like, well, we had it so much harder, and I used to walk uphill through the snow both ways. Right? I think that might be factoring in here. But with that being the case, if you lean into what Tom Brady says here, and he is indeed correct, which again, I'm just a sports talk radio guy.
Yeah.
He is, future Hall of Famer and all of that. Does that give you any trepidation for what you're seeing from, at least let's localize it with CJ Stroud stepping into an offense that he previously, that Tom Brady had? And you talk about Tom Brady being, obviously being in an era where the quarterbacks were smarter, if that's the case.
No, and the reason is I think CJ Stroud is one of those quarterbacks that I mentioned that there's a growing number of who did a lot of this. Hell, he was talking about he did some of it in high school, but he did a lot of this in college, and he's in his third year. And as much as Bobby Slowick, was his way or the highway, there were some moments that learning moments for C.J. Stroud. And C.J. Stroud was fighting for this opportunity to have more control because he knew, what he was seeing out there. So no trepidation, no reluctance on C.J. Stroud at all. I just feel that this is one of those gray areas where Tom Brady is kind of right. Kind of right.
I mean, and I get it. If you are inclined to hey, who are you going to listen to?
Mm-hmm.
Reggie on the radio or Tom Brady on this?
I'm going to go with Reggie.
I feel like you should probably go with Tom Brady. I get that. It just, for some reason, the way that hits me, it feels like I was just talking to B. Scott about it. When your kids get to listen to some songs like, hey, what y'all know about real music?
Mm-hmm.
Back in my day, we used to listen to real music. Like that's what it feels like to me. That's how it hits my ear.
Yeah.
Here, you know what I mean? Like,
you call that music?
Yeah, what you mean this music? Y'all don't know nothing about no real music. Yeah. And it feels like that happens decade over decade with dudes age out.
Mm-hmm.
But still, very excited to, see what the season holds for CJ, obviously in an offense where the dude who was doing it looks in, he goes, generally over the league, the quarterback position, not as, I guess, what is the right word? Because I've been using smart, and that's probably
developed.
Not fair. Yeah, not as mentally develped.
Yeah,
as he
bunch
was.
of whippersnappers is what they are.
Because that's specifically with what the offense is. Mental development is what's called for what C.J. Stroud is undertaking, and we'll see the first I guess steps of that Sunday, 3:25. And you'll be able to hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including Pablo Torre comes with this latest big journalism bomb, and it's about circumventing the salary cap. Let's talk about that and more next.
All right. Did you guys get the information you needed on Underdog? You want it. You need it. You need Underdog on that wall.
sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Astros fall to the Yankees 7-1. That is not the biggest deal on the day. There's I think damn near all the runs. No, all the runs came off of blasts. It was a 2-run blast from Jazz Chisholm. Then it was a grand slam by Trent Grisham, and then Jazz Chisholm added another solo shot just for good measure. But the big thing was centered around something that happened right after that grand slam, which was the Framber Valdez altercation. It seemed like, or like incident, I guess is the word that I will use, that happened between him and Cesar Salazar, his catcher, in which it seemed like Cesar tried to, tell him to step off the mound after there was a little bit of a disagreement on what pitch to be thrown. The sinker gets thrown, it goes for a grand slam, and then 2 pitches later, there's a ball that goes directly into Cesar Salazar's chest, and the talking line has been they were crossed up. They got crossed up. Is that the word that
way to
we're
put
using?
Petulance.
That's bull jive. Bull jive.
Petulance is another way to put it.
That's where you're going here?
Yeah, 100%. I frankly don't see how anyone, looking at you, Ron Hughley, can think otherwise.
Oh, yeah, Show is about to give the people
I think he's just digging in
now. A good lather today.
Yeah,
I can already see
he's
that
just
one.
digging in now.
This was Joe Espada about whether or not Framber and Cesar got crossed up on that second pitch after the grand slam.
You know what? I think it did. It's not the first that happened. That pitch comp could be an issue. But I got to talk to, Sally about it because he kind of looked like he got crossed up.
Crossed up?
Crossed up.
Crossed up.
No, but yeah, they stepped into the manager's office after. They talked about it. Said they're on the same page somewhat, so on.
I keep going back to the most basic thing of all. If you remotely think, they just got crossed up. There's a lot of reasons to not think that, but the most basic one is if I'm pitching to you and you're catching, and we get crossed up, and I hit you with a 93-mile-an-hour sinker in the chest, I don't just immediately turn my back and walk away. I kind of pat my chest and say, "Hey, man, sorry, my bad," or I wave and put my hand up, and no, he just turned his back and walked away. And obviously, the body language went beyond that because Salazar as well kind of walked out toward the mound and said, like with this look on his face, like what's happening here? Then he looked at the dugout. No, this was absolutely with intent.
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me as well. I lean into that thought. The real questions I think begin now with what do you do with a Framber Valdez, who's supposed to be one of the 2 guys, maybe with a possible, that you felt that you could really depend on pitching-wise. And it feels like this is another in a line of incidents where it makes you question how stable and consistent he will be and how much you can trust him when you put him out there on the bump.
That's the biggest question moving forward. Can you trust Framber? And when I say can you trust Framber, it's not just his stuff, which was off yesterday, 2 home runs and some very hard-hit balls, but that's going to happen. But when I say can you trust him to not be petulant, not be bitter, not be a rogue pitcher? And I can't emphasize this enough. A lot of people put a lot of time and effort and money into scouting every conceivable situation for every opposing batter. And then that's the other thing. When he threw the sinker that went for a grand slam, that was about the 20, 30, 40th time that he shook off Salazar. He was shaking him off all night.
Yeah, he definitely changed the game plan according to Joe Espada.
So you're going rogue? Can you trust him in that way? Can you trust him to not, throw teammates under the bus like he did with the outfielders? Can you trust him to back up home plate like he missed on another one? Can you trust him mentally and emotionally to be able to gather himself after bad moments? Can you trust him not to throw a tantrum and be pouty and hit your catcher? I think all those pieces of evidence say, nah, you can't. You can't trust him.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be, and so we'll see what it looks like in the coming days. Somebody said, what does Carlos think of this? I'm actually, I think you're saying that in jest. I am interested because it does feel like he comes in and he gets to step back into kind of a vibes and leadership role, and this feels like this is one of those instances when in the clubhouse where you need that leadership. How does Altuve feel about this? Another one. And I'm interested to see, I don't know if or when we will get some level of insight into that, but I'm interested to see how they're able to manage this because this is becoming literally explosive in the way that it happens amongst teammates, which is very, very interesting to watch. Elsewhere in baseball, because there was more things happening in baseball that were explosive. Shout out to Rafi Devers doing a little something crazy. There was a big swing for him, and he didn't even make it around on bases before there were punches flying.
It's kind of just the general feeling.
We don't have the audio of the break, or rather the fight. There was a brouhaha between the Giants and sorry, this is this is supposed to be after that. I apologize. This is Logan Webb reacting. Before we get there, there was his first inning. Rafi Devers big swing on Kyle Freeland, the Rocky goes yard, and I can't remember who started jawing.
It was Freeland.
It was Kyle Freeland took.
Devers admired the home run.
There we go. That's right.
That's going to happen. But he never looked at the pitcher. He never really, gestured or anything. He looked at the home run, admired it. Okay, how often does that happen these days?
Kyle Freeland took issue with it.
And started running, never turned his head toward the pitcher, started jogging toward first base, and Freeland went at him, and jawing. So the dude didn't even circle the bases before the benches cleared, and punches were thrown.
There were actual punches.
Yeah.
This is the one thing I will say. I kind of hate when we get into baseball and everybody just starts bumping chests.
Yeah.
Like if we gonna do something, let's do something. Like we got the bullpen running from the outfield. Everybody's got to get out here to show that they care and that they're all part of the team, so that we can all bump chests.
Yeah.
If you don't throw, go ahead and throw. 3 players were ejected.
Yeah.
3 players were ejected in this. This is Logan Webb, the pitcher for the Giants, reacting to the altercation.
It's kind of just the general feeling of watching all of that go on.
Surprised it hasn't happened before with that guy, so just kind of runs his mouth a lot of times, and Rafi got him good, so whatever.
Made it pretty clear right there, didn't he?
Drama.
That guy runs his mouth a lot. Surprised it hadn't happened already.
Division rivalries, you love them, don't you?
Yeah, but boy, there was definitely a lot of background with that whole Freeland.
100%.
Right,
I just appreciate the drama. And again, if y'all gonna be about it, go ahead and be about it. Somebody who is about it, Pablo Torre. Pablo Torre has been on quite a run of journalistic drops. Some of them about the UNC, Bill Belichick, and his girlfriend Jordan Hudson. And his journalistic integrity was questioned. I feel like he's now saying, what now?
Take
Bill
that.
Simmons, take that, because today Pablo Torre finds out as this podcast dropped quite a huge bomb that I actually think is of some consequence. He made it known that it seems like Steve Ballmer funded a company that supposedly basically did these emissions kind of almost emissions
tree
type
planting.
Things, like tree planting to kind of offset.
It's a tree planting business.
Emissions offsets was kind of basically the idea. Was a company, and one of the I guess contractors, for lack of a better term,
endorsements.
There we go. On it was to Kawhi Leonard. So this is a little excerpt from the Pablo Torre Finds Out episode for Pablo Torre talking to one of the people in the financial portion of this faux company. Giving a little bit of I was about to say something that I shouldn't have said, because you remember the Watergate thing.
Oh yeah.
What was the whistleblower? What was it called?
Deep Throat.
Yeah. See how that was going to be an issue. You see that? But no, this
legit, man.
This was somebody giving a little bit of insight into what they saw from the ground level.
And I didn't so much as discover it as I was told about it.
What was your reaction? What were you told?
My reaction was, what the f***? And I was told, oh, these are the major contracts and the major players you really need to be aware of. And we went through a litany of, really, really top tier name contracts. And then, oh, by the way, we also have a marketing deal with Kawhi Leonard, a $28 million organic marketing sponsorship deal with Kawhi. And that if I had any questions about it, essentially don't, because it was to circumvent the salary cap. LOL. There was lots of LOL when things were shared.
Did you ever see proof of Kawhi Leonard marketing or endorsing Aspiration in any way?
Never, not once. the single largest payment to an individual for marketing that Aspiration ever made has completely evaded all press. It's honestly incredible. Nothing. He didn't have to do anything.
In other words, Kawhi Leonard got from Aspiration a $28 million no-show job.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm honestly so jealous.
$28 million circumventing the salary cap. And this is fairly concrete evidence that we have here. I know that historically, at least in basketball, there was kind of thoughts that that the Nets had done something similar with, suffice to say, Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant. There was like in 2021 word that the Nets had bought houses or something for their girlfriends or spouses, which
this
again,
is deeper than that, and this is bigger than that.
But I think that what that does for me is that makes me go, how far-reaching is this, both in the basketball space, but also does this reach into other sports? Is this something that's happening more consistently than we realize?
I thought the same thing. I'm sure it's not the only time this has happened, but it does. This is deeply, deeply affecting the integrity of the the NBA salary cap, and you know, the T-Wolves found out that they circumvented the salary cap for Joe Smith.
Yeah.
They lost 5 first-round draft picks. Their owner was suspended, and the GM was forced to take Kevin McHale was forced to take a leave of absence. This is bad. Like, if it's proven true, and it seems pretty solid, this is bad for Steve Ballmer. No question about it.
Yeah, and look, I wonder how much this is happening. Steve Ballmer, obviously one of the richest, if not the richest. I'm trying to recall.
I think he is, right?
Of the NBA owners, and so I think he has enough of the money to throw around like this. However, we're getting more of these ultra-rich owners at the top of this, and Steve Ballmer operates a lot like a college booster, where he clearly wants to win so bad.
Yeah.
I wonder again, with the amount of money and maybe with the way that this is going, are you going to have, or have you had more people on the periphery sliding a little money on the table in various LLCs and shell corporations like this one happen? That ultimately makes all the things that we talked about moot because they're kind of working on the table.
Yeah, I think it's common sense to think that this is not a one-off, but this one on it, by itself, I could see multiple first-round draft picks. I could see people fired. I could see the owner suspended. I could see all this happening.
It's got to happen, though, right?
It's got to happen. It's got to happen. On the other hand, Kawhi Leonard is used to getting paid a lot of money for doing nothing.
And that's where we'll leave that. We will definitely let that be the final word on it. That's a little bit of what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I guess one more thing that is kind of what's popping. Alper Şengün goes again today against Serbia.
Yeah.
I think that one gets started here in the next 15 minutes, funny enough. So I'll be keeping an eye on what our all-star, Alper Şengün, does against one of the better teams in Europe, especially because Nikola Jokic is on that team. So be excited to see how he demonstrates, if he continues to shoot well with his free throws, if he continues to put up big scoring against Jokic, although Jokic defensively isn't the big ideas. Also, what he can do defensively will be fun to watch. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back to something that happened earlier today, 7:30. Nick Caserio, the general manager and executive VP of the Houston Texans, sat down, or rather talked with Sean and Seth. Let's get to some of the things that he talked about, including what a GM thinks about the ever increasing market for pass rushers. We'll talk about that next.
Ready? Football season. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. In this hour, we will give away a gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop, and we will also give away a 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston take on Colorado on the 12th. So this is going to be a very fun hour. I'll try and make sure that it is that the case. Mm-hmm. And even if it's not, again, we got some giveaways. $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop, 4 tickets to see the University of Houston play football. What more could you possibly want?
Come on now. What more could you want?
And don't forget, I don't know if you already said this, if you do win, you also enter a chance to win a, what was it again?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
The Texas Star Grill. You can win a grill,
Traeger
grill and a case of OG sauce.
Yeah. Are you always putting OG sauce?
I think it's in the copy points.
I think people are more worried about the grill. No.
Hey now. I've taken a lot of pictures with winners in the past.
You have. I have seen the pictures.
I was going to say grill, but I didn't know the specific grill.
Yeah.
Didn't want to mislead.
It is a Traeger for sure. Traeger. Woolridge Elite Grill is what it is.
How about that?
Yeah. However, let's something that you also can't be mad at all. Nick Caserio on with Payne and Pendergast ahead of week 1. Those are becoming a little bit more frequent. It's fun to hear from the general manager with level of frequency in this way. And I thought that there were some interesting things that Nick Caserio said. I want to start here because this remains one of the big talking points around the NFL. In fact, I was looking at, I think it's week 4 when Green Bay and Dallas face off.
Yeah.
And that, if you look at the map of America where it's like, hey, where will this game be broadcasting? It's everywhere. I mean, it is everywhere where this game is going to happen. And so that trade, and obviously for our purposes, that contract extension really leapt out. We talked about it. That was like a $12 million jump when you talk about the start of the offseason to the end of the offseason on where big-time pass rushers are paid. Nick Caserio was asked about that by Payne and Pendergast this morning. This is Cut 16 again. What are your thoughts as a GM seeing that Micah becoming the next highest paid non-quarterback and the market going up, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, sure. You're cognizant of everything. I mean, we're observing what's going on. It's our job is just have an understanding of the market, and there might be some dynamics that affect your team. There might be some that don't. So you just have an understanding of what it means. It's not one size fits all. Every contract and every discussion is going to be on a case-by-case basis. So you're looking at the market, you're looking at the growth, where's the salary cap, where's your team, how many players do you have under contract, what are your future commitments going to be. So there's multiple conversations that are going to take place, but the players that receive those contracts have earned those contracts, and they're some of the best players in the league, and that's just the way the market is. So our job is to understand it. There's nothing we could do about it. We can't go back and try to change it. Well, it's just grown this much. I mean, that's what it is. So your job is to adjust and adapt and understand and just figure out how that fits within the context of your team.
Yeah, Lopez, that's what it is, man.
It is what it is.
It is indeed what it is.
And that's a fancy way of not answering the question because he did not really answer.
What do you mean?
He did not really answer the question.
He gave us a good amount of the considerations that he has.
Understand the market. Okay.
Understand the market, but also the considerations that come in, the players that you already have, and what you are already obligated to, the growth of that player. Colin, can you help me out and isolate that portion where he was talking about the things that he was, because there was like a number of 5 things that he was talking about. And I mean, he clearly wasn't speaking specifically about one contract negotiation. I imagine that's
what I'm talking about.
That's where it comes to. However, I think we can do the thing where we take the one contract negotiation that we were thinking of, which is clearly the Will Anderson Jr. contract. We could put up against that, and we can kind of look at how does that compare with when you're talking about the growth that Will has demonstrated, the amount that you're already leveraged in paying various different people, which is a number of them where you talk about Sting. You haven't even gotten to CJ yet, but you will. I mean, do you want to consider Daniil? Obviously, Jalen Petrie is in there. There's people that you have paid. These are the considerations that he was just talking about, just for you to hear one more time.
You're looking at the market, you're looking at the growth, where's the salary cap, where's your team, how many players do you have under contract, what are your future commitments going to be. So there's multiple conversations that are going to take place. But
thank you.
No, I understand that, and that's why the kind of walk away is what it is not as relevant here, because he didn't just say, well, it is what it is. That's what I get upset about.
He's still upset.
I always.
I was just poking at you, but
but here's the other thing.
Yeah.
And this is where I'm glad he kind of at least talked about this is what players have earned, et cetera, because there's a little irony here, too. Keep in mind, he was in the crosshairs not too long ago about really resetting the market. And, did you get any pushback from other general managers?
Oh, with the second-round pick when you talk about Jaden Higgins getting his fully guaranteed contract.
Yes, and so, there's a little bit of irony here because, he was the guy kind of ruffling some feathers.
That is a great point.
Number.
I imagine you can't be too upset. Not that he was going to be inherently, but you definitely can't be too upset when you just did a little bit of that. And I know that he was like, then he kind of wiped it away.
Yeah, but it was out there.
But it was there.
Yeah.
Maybe more because of us in the media than it was like other general managers or anything.
Yeah, but choose your words wisely when it's someone else.
Certainly. I think that all of this felt like a clear resignation on that man going to get paid, and it's probably not going to be all that difficult to get the deal done. He's right. You can't change the market, but all those other factors he was talking about, I think, not that we were all at all surprised by it, but made it very clear. He knows what time it is, and I think it still should be a relatively easy contract to get over the line. Because one of the things that leapt out in that was where your team is, and I guess this season will be a little bit more of a barometer that gives us a better idea, but the expectation is your team is at Super Bowl contention, right?
Yeah.
Your team is trying to be at the highest levels, so you pay what you need to go and push for it. Plus, you're still at the outside or the very ends of that rookie contract with your quarterback. You have some people that are being paid, but none of them really that far into the future. Like, all of these things point to, hey, man, if you got to set the market or be at that top end of it, that's just where you have to be. It is what it is. That is an acceptance.
But see, again, there was an answer within that.
Certainly. No, I agree. There's just an acceptance that always comes with that. Can you give me cut 13 here, Colin? Because Nick Caserio, again, sitting with Payne and Pendergast, he was asked about this offensive line somewhat, and I found it to be interesting. What were you prioritizing with the new face from on the offensive line?
I wouldn't say there was any one thing in particular. It was just there were some players that we moved on from, whose contracts were up, or that we released. So we had to kind of backfill that room and refill that room. So we kind of did it in stages. It wasn't, well, we're going to do A, B, C, and D. Like, for me to sit here and tell you that, like, I'm not that smart. So for me to sit here and tell you, well, here we go. We're going to bring all these guys in here. This is how we're going to do it, and this is what's going to happen. No chance. Like, I'm not going to tell you that. Like, maybe somebody else, like maybe Omar can tell you that, but that wasn't really part of the plan. So it was just to try to create as much competition as possible, but let that sort itself out. But by the same token, also bring in players that maybe have a certain degree of position versatility. And when you look at the composition, you have young players that have experience in the league, you have some veteran players that have started a number of games, and reality is whoever is in this building, there's a good chance that they're going to be on the field at some point, and we have confidence in those players, which is the reason that they're here.
You know why I like that answer so much?
I don't. Please tell me.
Because it's a fancy way of saying what I've been saying all along. So I agree. Okay. I agree with it, and I think it is a very candid and honest answer. What have I been saying about this offensive line? I think they're just throwing stuff against the wall. They're getting as many players as they, and that's kind of what he was saying. It's like, I'm not that smart. He is that smart, by the way, but he's like, let's bring in this guy. I think I like him, but there's questions. And this guy, this rookie, and this guy, Jake Andrews, and this guy, Ed Ingram, and let's see what sticks.
But I did find it interesting, especially as we finally reached the point where it feels like you have your five that you're going with. He was basically talking about if they're on this roster, it feels like, they'll be on the field at some point.
Yeah.
And that makes sense, especially when you look at the ways that this organization has talked about viewing their roster. It's not a 53-man. It's kind of a 70-man, which also I should have mentioned. There have been some moves and some shakes when it comes to the practice squad. And I should make note of that. Give me 1 second, and I'll get that for you. But I believe that Casey Osai, my Nigerian brethren, that was the one that jumped out to me. He is off of the practice squad. He's been released off the practice squad amongst two other players whose names I need to be able to find right now. And it is Reed Holsky and Jalen Thomas, the tackle. Both of those tackles are no longer on the practice squad. Who is added on? Silas Bolden, who was the dude who played in high school at Ratchet Cucamonga with CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
Saidi So, who's a guard. I probably didn't say his name right, but I will say this name right. Welcome back, D'Angelo Ross. He's on the practice squad. But they view it holistically with all these guys. Offensive line is one of those places where yes, you want to have depth, but the idea that almost certainly some of those guys will be on the field is kind of interesting to me in that I get that they're still open to the idea of moving around. It feels like they're more open than I'd want them to be, but that's the nature of probably being realistic.
I think maybe he's kind of covered himself, just the what ifs and the just in cases,
sure,
so to speak. I think they like this group, and I think kind of the big tell there is there was real competition, and a rookie is playing left tackle. I think that's the trickle down from that. With Titus at right, keep in mind, Titus doesn't have to play left tackle. They're confident in Tay. I think they're confident in him, but kind of covering their bases a little bit.
And more on the offensive line, just before that, they were talking, Sean and Seth, with Nick Caserio, the GM of this team, earlier today, about Jake Andrews and earning the spot on the offensive line as the starting center. This is what Nick Caserio said.
Yeah, sure. No, he was a player that we evaluated when he was coming out of Troy in 22 or 23, whatever year that was. He had a certain, I would say, playing style, physicality, toughness about him that what we liked, and we graded him kind of accordingly. And then he was drafted there in the 4th round by New England. And the fact that Cole had coached him, we had some more better understanding of what the player was about. We felt that was a player that when we claimed him, he would at least be competitive with the rest of the group, understanding we were kind of still piecing that together. But from jump, his attitude, his mindset, the way he works, he's upstairs as much as any player, watching film, spending time with Cole and Zach, and just making sure that he's ready to go. He doesn't say a lot. He kind of lets his actions do the talking, which is emblematic of a lot of players on this team. And we had legit competition at center. JP's played a number of snaps. He started and played quality football for us. Juice really has the most position flexibility between those guys center to guard, but Juice has started at center. So we let the competition kind of sort itself out. The reality is we're probably going to need everybody in that room at some point. But Jake has earned this opportunity with his work ethic, with his mindset, and we're glad that he's here.
And that is emblematic of Cole Papovich and sort of what he wanted to bring in. What he maybe, and not maybe, I think it's pretty evident, disagreed with in terms of blocking schemes last year and types of players and the responsibilities you're putting on them. I think, Jake Andrews, because I do think it was a legitimate competition. They gave Jared Patterson every chance to win the job, maybe Juice Scruggs as well. But I think Jake Andrews is kind of a teacher's pet with Cole Papovich because he's worked with him before, and it's exactly what they're looking for in terms of even the non-physical stuff.
No, I think that's fair. I just found it interesting how much praise he heaped on him, also just for the study. It's clear that this is the mental aspect of it that Jake Andrews got this position off of, and obviously that's to be expected somewhat in general with the nature of the system and with the position that we're talking about at center, where you're going to be assisting the quarterback and making sure the guys are in the right calls. That was one of the big issues last year. He just really highlighted in a pretty strong way what Jake Andrews brings. And finally, real quick, I wanted to get to what we're talking about, the team that you will be facing off against, the Los Angeles Rams, and the defensive front. This is cut 4 here, and we will get a little bit more because we'll go behind enemy lines here in a little bit at 1, talking to Sarah Barship, who covers the Rams for ESPN. But this was the general manager, and we know one who is pretty hands-on with the schematics of it on the Rams defensive front and how it is one of the best in the NFL.
Yeah, we're probably as ready as we'll be on the offensive line. So, we understand the challenge in front of us against the Rams. This is arguably top to bottom, 1 through 5 when you include Poona Ford in there, which not everybody's really talking about Poona. They have probably, this is collectively, one of the better defensive lines we'll probably see over the course of the year, just from a 1 through 5 basis. We're going to face good defensive linemen every week, and some teams maybe only have 1 or 2. But, when you look at the Rams, they literally have 5 guys who are as good as anybody in the league at their respective positions. So we're certainly going to have to account for their defensive line on almost every snap. Verse kind of moves around in front a little bit. This is a really good front. Again, it's probably as good of a front, just top to bottom, that we're going to face 1 through 5. So, we're going to need everybody to just focus on their execution, their fundamentals, and their assignment, understand what the intent is on each play, and just make sure the communication is clean. It's going to be a hostile environment. It's going to be on the road. So we just got to make sure we have all 5 doing the same thing, and the tight ends will be a part of it, and the running backs will be a part of it. The quarterback will certainly have responsibility in it as well. So it's going to take a collective effort to handle their defense without question.
Yeah, and I think it's the best test you can have for this offensive line right out of the chute. I immediately could think of Verse myself.
Jared Verse is going to be the big one.
Yeah.
You've had big time players look at him and go, "Yeah, I'm good on that."
Yeah.
I think Poona Ford is obviously a very good one. I don't think that we can neglect Kobe Turner as well, who's been pretty good. Yeah. Like, this is absolutely one of those good ones. So you like it that you have this kind of test out the gate as opposed to...
Well, I don't know how much I like it, but now that it's here, you're certainly like, okay.
Convince yourself that you like it?
No, I've convinced myself we're going to find out a lot.
We are.
We're going to find out a lot.
Absolutely, we're going to find out a lot about what this Texans offensive line can do. A lot more within the conversations that was had with Nick Caserio. Always really good and really conversational with the fellas on the morning shows, Payne and Pendergast. You can check their podcast page. I believe it's on the YouTube. Sports Radio 610 if you want to catch up with what Nick Caserio said on Sports Radio 610. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I feel like we got to give something away here, John Lopez.
Let's give something away.
All right, how about a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop, plus the opportunity to be entered for a chance to win a Traeger Woolridge Elite Grill at the end of the season, courtesy of Texas Star Grill Shop. So caller number, let's say 7 right now, 713-572-4610 will win that $50 gift card from Texas Star Grill Shop and be entered for that giveaway. Again, call number 7-713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, it's the time where we do our lunchtime confessions. Let's do that next.
Thirsty Thursday is back for year 3. Join Clint and Ron tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6, live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Cyprus with our friends at Bud Light for great wings, cold drinks, prizes on site, and the best sports conversation in town. Let's kick off the football season the right way with us at Buffalo Wild Wings on Thirsty Thursday.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Westwood One Sports presents this special tennis update. Alex de Minaur has been to plenty of Grand Slam quarterfinals, twice before at the U.S. Open. He got there in 3 of last year's 4 slams, but he's never been to a Grand Slam semifinal. He's headed to the Open semis if he can beat Felix Auger-Aliassime, and right now in Ash Stadium, de Minaur leads 6-4, 1-2. He broke FAA serve in the 7th game of the first set. They'll be followed by the women's quarterfinal match, Iga Swiatek and the American Amanda Anisimova, who certainly remembers what happened 4 months ago when these two met in the Wimbledon final. Swiatek won 6-love. Should be closer today. The women tonight have Naomi Osaka off that impressive win over Coco Gauff and now taking on Carolina Mukova. All 4 of her victories have been 3-set victories. Top seed, defending champ Jannik Sinner, 47-3 in Grand Slam matches the last 2 years, and tonight he'll face fellow Italian Lorenzo Musetti. John Stanshauer, Westwood One Sports.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402.
Clint Stoerner here for Advanced Hair Restoration. Fellas,
Let's talk about your hair, man. If you're losing it and you desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution on the market. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results. I've seen it with my own eyes. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it begins to regrow the very next day. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees that it grows for life. So schedule your free consultation right now. 832-688-HAIR. That's 832-688-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Y'all, I'm telling you, Advanced Hair Restoration is where it's at, man. Advanced Hair, they've changed tens of thousands of lives, and they're a team I personally recommend. So don't wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself. 832-688-HAIR or advancedhair.com. Again, that's advancedhair.com.
I was at a stop sign and bam, this car just hit us from behind. First thing I thought is, what am I gonna do? We called Jim Adler and he took care of everything. I didn't have to worry about my doctor bills for money that I did not have because Jim Adler took care of that for me. Jim Adler is a fighter and he fought for me.
If you don't know what to do, I'll take care of everything. I am a fighter. I'm Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer. I'll fight for you. Call me now for free.
713-777-4000. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't
Talk saves lives. Join us here on Sports Radio 610 Sunday morning from 7 to 8 a.m. for Odyssey's I'm Listening Special, a 1-hour conversation featuring mental health professionals and some of the biggest names in sports, music, and news to promote mental health awareness across the nation. For more information, visit imlistening.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You know how sometimes people have a stance? Could be about sports, could be a radio guy, could be just in general.
Yeah, I thought you were talking like a physical stance.
No, an opinion. And
let me see your 3-point stance.
And they're just
it's middling. I was never a hand in the dirt guy.
And anyway, this opinion, this stance is they're just hell bent on not coming off of it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like they even in their heart of hearts, they know, yeah, that's probably not right, or I probably stand corrected.
You fight on the lie.
People just fighting on the lie. May I present to you Ron the Show Hughley?
Oh,
sorry, Ron. You know how I feel about you. But he's just hell bent on this Framber thing, man.
I can't wait till I hear his take on this.
Yeah.
Because I will give Ron this. He will give you a thoughtful opinion in a way that you had not considered it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you'll agree with it, but he will give you so I'm interested. But yeah, I'm intrigued to see how he's deciding to view this, especially under the context. And we'll talk more about it because here in this next segment, I want to get into what Joe Espada is to do now. Like what is the kick on from this? Because clearly this is a thing. If whether no matter what side you view this on, this is a thing. This is an inflection point, and I think that then it creates an opportunity for you to decide how you're going to move on further. So that conversation is to be had. But yeah, just with the context going into this, it feels like just the context alone should give you some level of feeling as to why this. I don't know that you can. And look, there might be more people to have some conversations about than just Framber. But Framber is not. I don't know how you get out of this clean if you're Framber, considering the way that this.
Yeah, and I'm sure he'll give a good opinion on it, at least his opinion on it. Because
did you intend on saying it that way?
Because he's good at this. But just a couple of hours ago, he tweeted, "I can't get with the crowd that believes Framber threw a mid-90s fastball on purpose to hit his catcher because he got mad he gave up a grand slam. What other reason is there?" Now,
I mean, you could maybe say to throw a mid-90s fastball just down the.
Now, I will say maybe on purpose to hit his catcher, which I've said that. I think he was just, but there is no other reason why he, did what he did. And he didn't maybe intend to actually hit, Salazar, but he did,
And am I getting too far away from the point saying if I do the thing where I go, I don't even know how much it's necessary to want to talk about whether it was intentional to hit him or not.
Right. No, I agree with you.
Probably the bigger thing for
just
the team-wise, the salacious part of this is, oh, dog, he hit his own player.
Yeah.
I think the bigger thing for the team is he was going off script.
Yes. Going rogue.
Not just from what Cesar Salazar was bringing, but from what the organization, what they had planned, and we talked about this earlier, and we will talk about it again. But yeah, that's probably the bigger part. But I mean, yeah, he clearly has a frustration, and it didn't seem like he had much remorse when he did hit him. And that's the thing that I think. Because I will say, though, I understand how baseball players, and pitchers in particular is what I'm talking about, can maybe hit an opposing player, like a batter, that they weren't trying to hit and show no remorse. Because the idea is, even if I did not intend on doing that, I could still get some benefit out of this by not showing any fear and then giving that batter a little bit of trepidation on, is he trying to hit me? Is he going to continue to hit me? Does that then take me out of my groove? I can get that.
Sure.
What benefit do you get from walking away stoically from hitting your own guy and not showing a level of concern or care?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
These are my confessions.
I think that I have an addiction.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I think the addiction is to Astros hopium. And I know that sounds weird after we were just talking about the Framber Valdez, but can I take you to a young man named Miguel Ulloa?
Oh, yeah. Pretty good night, huh?
Yeah, had a good night on the farm for the Astros. And I got to remember what the stats were, but I'm already doing the thing where I'm like, maybe Miguel Ulloa. Because
he's been high on the radar for a while.
Yeah, I think he is recognized by some as probably the best prospect that you have on the farm right now. He had a gem of a game, 7 strikeouts and 6 hitless innings.
Yeah.
Yesterday, and 4 walks issued, but no runs. Right. So I'm already doing the thing where I go, when does he get there? And I'm like, I think that this is
put him in the conga line of pitchers that are coming up here,
as if we haven't done this a number of times, and as if the issues don't stretch further, and as if the issues aren't like, hey, right now having trouble scoring runs, and I'm like, shiny thing, Miguel Loyola.
I'm with you.
I think I have an addiction or a sickness or both.
I'm not saying that I'm addicted to that, but I am intrigued by that kid, and he's been high on the radar for a long time.
And it's not Loyola's fault. I'm not trying to say like, look at him being good, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
The problem is my brain, instead of just going, that's nice, I go, that's going to be a thing. And it's like, hey, pump your brakes, dog. You're doing too much right now.
Yes.
These are my confessions.
My confession is I may be too nice.
Oh, in what way? I'm sorry.
On the road. Because I feel like whenever I'm getting off get into an exit, but it's like a backed up exit, and there's the cars in the left lane that are trying to get to that exit. And I'll be the nice guy and let them in once that car in front of me goes forward. But sometimes it just bites me back sometimes.
Please don't tell me you let in more than one car.
One car at a time, buddy.
Zipper mode is the way to go.
That is absolutely.
I got to go zipper.
I feel like I'm too nice because I got.
No, you're a problem.
Correct. If you're letting in more than one person,
it's got to be boom, boom, one.
I don't usually
one zipper mode.
So I don't really let in two at once. But if it goes on for a while, then I'll let another one in.
Oh, up further?
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah,
but yeah, I know this does with you too. We've talked about it. That one at a time. One at a time. It's an unspoken agreement.
Yeah, there's a logical way to go about this. And honestly, maybe this is too logical because we're human beings. We don't obviously operate like algorithms or machines or anything. But when you actually analyze traffic, like the smartest thing to do is to exist in your lane for as long as possible.
There are books written about this.
And we're never going to fix it because we're going to operate as humans. We're unruly in some ways, but in my mind, if I can be as logical as possible, hopefully that other person will be logical, and we can all
get along
because of it. And when you out here being a softie, letting three people in at a time, you're ruining the flow.
Dang, Reggie, thank you. But I want to add, I will say though, what I will do sometimes if it is bad traffic, I will sometimes intentionally stop for longer than I should, so that way then I go slower than I should to create some space in front of me, so that way it keeps the flow of traffic going a little further, so that way it's not just a constant stop and go.
I can see that.
Because I don't like sitting in one spot. I don't like just sitting in one spot, so I just go slow. Just go slow.
So you make traffic worse by sitting in that spot.
No, I'm trying to create another flow of traffic.
I hear you are making traffic worse.
Dang, so Reggie.
Houston traffic is because of Colin Neal. That is Colin Neal.
Reggie calls me a softie.
That's right.
Calls me a bad driver, blaming me for all the Houston traffic.
Hey man, look, I told this to one of my friends at one point. It was a woman, and she was like, she was in the car with me, and she was like, "Oh, you're driving real crazy," and I'm like, "I need you to understand.
Yeah,
when you drive in Houston, yes, if you get a ticket or whatever, you're trying to get the ticket thrown out or whatever, you can do defensive driving. That's for that. When you're in Houston, you have to do a little bit of offensive driving.
You absolutely do. Absolutely do. It's a different animal.
These are my confessions.
I think we might have seen a record last night, and not just a record, but a record in baseball that may not be broken for years, decades, or maybe the same guy's going to break it today. And that is Shohei Ohtani. He hit a home run that got no higher than 52 feet off the ground.
Just a laser. Wasn't that his 100th home run as a Dodger?
His 100th home run as a Dodger. And the StatCast mile per hour on it was 120. 120.
I need to get down to the absolutes, man. Is it rounded up? Is it actually
I don't know, but you know what?
Oh, you're 199.7. Or sorry, 119.7 doesn't count. Is that what you're doing right now?
I was asking Tyler before the show. Like, keep in mind, the 120 mile per hour exit velocity was almost 5 miles per hour faster than any ever recorded. Like, the only person who I feel like could, well, I shouldn't say the only, but there are very few people who could flirt with 120 mile per hour. I don't know if, I mean, everything has to be just right. I don't know if we're going to, this might be one of those records that stands for 10, 20 years or longer. 120?
It is legit. It's literally on the dot, 120.0.
Gosh.
All I heard from that is there go that Dodger fan again. There's Dodger fan Lopez.
Oh, God, no.
You didn't see that one coming, did you?
No, I did, actually, because I've repeatedly said I'm an Ohtani fan. and I don't see how anybody could not be.
Figure that one was for you.
Thank you.
So you're a Ohtani fan.
I'm an Ohtani fan.
If you say so.
But you're a Dodgers fan.
No, God, no.
I almost got you.
God, no.
Almost got you.
Close. I like what you did there. 972. Let none of those people over. Force them to take an hour to get to the next exit to teach them a lesson. Okay, that's
mean.
I think we're going the wrong way.
Yeah.
I think we've gone too far.
That's mean.
And we need to normalize.
Yeah.
We need to normalize there. All right. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said Jordan can do it.
Jordan maybe, but Jordan can go. He's gone 112, I believe, 113 maybe. 120?
I don't want anybody to try and do it, though. I don't need you swinging, especially on this team. I don't need you swinging out of your shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Crawford boxes, I don't need it to be just. Does it count as a home run? Did you see the home run that was the shortest home run in the StatCast era?
Yeah.
That was out there. Was it Boston where that hit off the pole? Yeah. Just get it over.
Yeah.
Give me the little dink dunk home runs that's just past the fence. That's all I care about. I don't need the 120. It's fun to look at and talk about though. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Framber Valdez. What happened last night was a mess at least in the large scale, whether or not you want to blame him for trying to hit his catcher or not. I think the bigger thing for me is, what does Joe Espada do now as a manager with Framber? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If the defense for the Houston Texans
experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's been the talk of baseball, the getting crossed up heard around the league, or I guess around all of baseball, because technically both it's the American League, National League. You get what I'm talking about.
All of baseball.
All of baseball. Framber Valdez, one giving up a grand slam, and then 2 pitches later, not seemingly, hitting his catcher dead square center mass to varying degrees, or at least the conversations are varying degrees of belief on whether or not that was intentional or not. But the fact of the matter is, 1, that happens. 2, there's confirmation that he was going off script. Cesar Salazar was calling various pitches that he was waving off. He was pitching, throwing different pitches, including that grand slam that he gave up, which was a sinker rather than, what was it, a curveball
changeup.
A changeup. Thank you.
Yeah.
That Salazar had called, and on top of that, you also had a game where that home run represented multiple home runs by lefties hit off of Framber Valdez, something that he hadn't done all season. And so we're getting to this place where Framber is feeling dicey, even in the most generous way of placing it, you're seeing some things that he has not, like some breakdowns in what he's been doing in a way that it hasn't been, and in maybe a more harsh way of looking at it, he might be losing it. He might be losing grasp of the rope. And so as a manager, Manager John Lopez, if you are in the space of Joe Espada, what do you do going forward? Because that is ultimately, like, all the conversation of, did he do it intentionally? Did he not do it intentionally? What did he mean by it? How did we get here?
Yeah.
Those are varying degrees of importance. The biggest question is, how do you move forward from this? Because you're still trying to make sure that you lock down the AL West. You're still trying to put yourself in best position to go and contend for a pennant and maybe even the World Series. And this is a guy that's going to be central, at least it seems like he should be central to all that pursuit.
I don't think this is going to happen, but this is my answer. And there's a number of reasons why I don't think it's going to happen, but I think it should be in play that you skip a start. You make Framber sit for one of his scheduled starts. Because this is, and it's not just because, let me make this real clear. I think this is important. It's not just because that happened. If you go back and watch that game, I know you were watching, we were texting with each other, and we watched every pitch. How many times, if you had to put a number on it, did Framber shake off the call?
It was a good amount. I
think 30.
I didn't count
minimum.
I didn't count them.
I'm just kind of in my head going back. Like every at bat, it was like you see the nope. Okay. He was consistently shaking off, consistently. Maybe this is part of what was festering with him, and then led to that moment. Like he was consistently shaking off Salazar. And you also have to keep in mind, it wasn't just Cesar Salazar making that call. This is pitching coaches. This is the scouting department. This is Joe Espada. This is the meeting before the game. This is the scouting report. That they have a plan, and they spend a lot of money and resources, in that organization to come up with a plan for every single batter you could conceivably face, not just the ones in the starting lineup. Every single, that they can think of situation that they could face. So they have a plan on what. The analytics, the data tells them
what the trends,
the matchups,
what the matchups, all those
tells them about what to throw in a particular situation. And this dude is shaking off. I'm guessing again. This is me, but I'm guessing at least 30 times he shook off Salazar.
Let's say conservatively 20 times.
Okay, that's a problem. That's a guy that's going rogue. That's a guy that feels like he's better at deciding what he wants to throw. And sometimes you do trust the pitcher now. But 30 times?
Well, and even then, 30 times hits different with who we're talking about. And, this is going to get personal, but I think that's the way that this goes. We have to look at it at an individual level. If we talk about JV, if this is Verlander,
that's different.
There are some pitchers that you have skins on the wall. I trust your ability to assess this. And I get it. Cesar Salazar, not as experienced as even some of the other pitchers that you have on this Astros team, obviously not available in this game, but that you have on this Astros team. Framber, you have not been consistent enough.
Yeah.
You have not had that level of recognition or that level of capability where I feel comfortable with you just being like, bump whatever y'all have. I have a better feel for this game.
Yeah.
No, you don't. In fact, coming into this game, how many was he? 1-3 in his last 4?
1-3 in his previous 5.
Or his previous 5, thank you, coming in. Even just the run of form that you've been in would not indicate that you should be someone shaking off what is being called for you. And so, no, this is being petulant is the word that I was looking for. And if you are to believe this reporting that comes from Michael Schwab, again, take it with a grain of salt. Apparently, and I'll read it verbatim in a segment that I like to call reading. Sources tell me tensions rose in the Astros clubhouse last night after the loss when players confronted Framber Valdez for his in-game actions, including Cesar Salazar. The argument escalated, and coaches eventually stepped in to calm down the situation. While intent behind the pitch remains unclear, Valdez's initial refusal to address Salazar frustrated many in the clubhouse. So, again, if you take that for what you will, but if that is to be believed, one, I do feel good that, hey, everybody in the clubhouse was like, yo, we not tolerating that. Yeah. But two, and maybe more dastardly, is that's a dude who's not willing to accept his responsibility or accept the consequences and the action.
Apparently didn't address it at first.
In the moment, which maybe you could say he's in the heat of the moment. Afterwards, with the level of clarity and pull from the game, opportunity to sit down, think about it, he still was not capable. I don't know what gets to him. Because also, again, between the ears for him is a little dicey. And I'm trying to find the responsible ways of saying that, but I think we know Framber well enough to know that he can be a little up and down. The mental portion of the game gets a little tricky for him. And I know Joe Espada tries to make sure that he has the right way against dudes. I don't know how you get to him. Yeah. And I hear you on the idea of missing a start. I like that in theory. I also don't know if that gets to him, which...
Well, here's why it gets to him.
I'm setting up a scary situation where I go, he might not be usable, even though you have to use him.
Well, you can't. He can't be trusted, and I'm not talking necessarily just about his stuff. I'm talking about his mental state. Again, there's just been a litany of things that he has done, overtly. Much less maybe what has happened behind closed doors in the clubhouse, like overtly, questioning the outfield rotation. Obviously not backing up home plate. Obviously this, and that's just what we've seen. And so the other reason that I think, and again, I don't think it'll happen. I think too much is at stake. Too many other players, I guess success this year is in play. I don't think they're going to skip a start, but I think it would resonate because he's trying to get money, man. He's going to be a free agent, and if you skip a start, that hits him where it hurts.
If you just go skip a start, I guess here's the thing, and I understand now we're getting to finagling the rules, which gets tough. Can you get him on an IL, phantom IL, if he doesn't cooperate? Because that might be one of those things where it's just like you need to not be here for a little bit.
Yeah, I guess you could. It's the Astros, and it could have. But I think the better message is, hey. And you can couch it, the way they couch things after the fact last night, whatever. I didn't see it, Joe Espada said, and we're good and all that. You can couch it in terms like we want to see Luis Garcia in that spot this week, whatever, however you want to put it. But
you do have guys that are coming in that
you have
need
a lot
to
of
find
pitchers.
that spot.
Yeah, you have a lot of pitchers that can maybe fill that spot.
You did. Yeah. This might sound like a threat, so don't see me about this. Remember, Lance McCullers Jr. did go to the pen, and they did say that, he might have...
Oh, that's right.
That could be your out, back. Which, again, I don't know how happy you are about it. But, again, we're just ends to means.
I'm just saying.
Ends to means is what we're looking for here. No, but...
Am I saying that? Maybe.
Question. I get the question talk. I appreciate it there. But it just feels like, who is he aligned with? He fought guys in the clubhouse, which I imagine are the leaders on the team. Yeah. He clearly had whatever we want to call with his battery mate last night in Cesar Salazar. He's clearly run afoul of, as you mentioned, scouting. The scouting and the scouting report ahead of his manager in a couple of different places where we've at least been able to see it. Talk less of what we weren't able to see.
Yeah,
there needs to be some level of cool down period or something that brings him back. I do wonder though, with how long this has gone, is that viable? And yeah, it just feels like there needs to be something that, are you going to be able to get to him? I don't know, but something where he does not pitch at least for one game. But I think also he might need to just take a step away and think about what you're doing here, because do you want to be here for the stretch run or not?
You could also make an X's and O's argument for it, and it's very simple. It has to do with him shaking off pitches consistently, but you can point to one moment, and that's the moment before he hit Salazar. Hey, you shook off a chain. I don't know what he shook off in that case, but he shook off a pitch, went with his sinker with the bases loaded.
That was the changeup.
It was a changeup too. He shook off. And they hit a damn grand slam, so even if you believe everything that has been said, we just got crossed up, one of those things, whatever. He went rogue on his pitch selection, and it cost them 4 runs. So you can say, just from an X's and O's perspective, so to speak, we're going to skip a start. That's not what we need.
And somebody said skipping the start might help Framber. Good. Like I'm not here to. This isn't punishment for the sake of ending him, for lack of a better term. Like, I'm not trying to see his demise. I want him to be good. Him being good helps the Astros at the very least for the remainder of his contract, and then he can go on and find his contract somewhere else, because it feels very evident like this team isn't going to do that, and that's more about the ownership and their philosophies. But at the very least, for the time he's here, you need him to be a good team. So I would like him to be good. The problem is he does not seem aligned with anybody or anything that they're doing there, and that's not going to go well. D'Amico Ryans, I know Seth has been talking about this. When he sat down with D'Amico in West Virginia, one of the things he talked about is like, hey, energy vampires. Like, this is
an energy vampire.
This is sapping the energy of an Astros team that absolutely needs to be on their P's and Q's right now, as they have a 3-game lead over the Mariners. That lead over the Rangers is decreasing a little bit, and not saying that the Rangers are going to catch you or anything. However, these are the types of things that can happen that allow you to stumble and make things a lot more interesting than they should be.
Yeah, and I think a strong case can be made, and texters are weighing in. Obviously, it's a very passionate topic and a hot topic. Telling me that's exactly why you should make him skip a start. Yeah, no. I think I'm on board. I'm fully in line with. You should skip a start. I just wonder, with so much on the line, affecting other players, et cetera, if they're going to do it. But I think it's something that should be done, because it's not a one-off. It's a number of things. It's X's and O's. It's head case stuff, as another texter said. He's a head case. I don't necessarily disagree. I think we can go there now. And then somebody went as far as just simple HR term, insubordination.
I mean, yeah, but the thing about it is, again, you kind of still need him. So how do you try and get him back? And maybe that's the tough part. Maybe the realization is you can't. And so make the most of it and see if you can get him at least cleaser to what he previously was by giving him a little space. But I feel like we all agree at least one start needs to happen where he takes a step back and maybe tries to find a level of cool that clearly wasn't there last night in a 7-1 loss versus the Yankees, which you can hang a lot of on him. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. How about we give some things away? Anybody want to go to see the University of Houston play football? You can do that on the 12th as they face off against Deion Sanders' Colorado Buffaloes. All you got to do is be caller number, how about 8? Does that sound like a good number? Caller number 8.
I like it. Let's do it. Phone in, folks.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. You get a 4-pack of tickets to see the Cougs take on the Colorado Buffaloes in some Big 12 football. Again, caller number 8, 713-572-4610. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go behind enemy lines and get a little bit of a better feel for the Rams team that the Texans will be facing off against on Sunday. Let's talk to Sarah Barshop, NFL Nation Rams reporter for ESPN. Let's do that next.
Football Fridays are back again. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Buddy, it really is a football, game week because it's a Wednesday. Obviously, you have your 3 major practices before a game: Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We got dudes on the field. We got updates. Number 8. I don't know if you know him, CJ Gardner-Johnson.
He's out there.
He's out there. That's a blessing. Some notable names that aren't wide receivers. Christian Kirk, or they're receivers, but they aren't out there. Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios, interestingly enough, not out there at practice, not being seen by some of the media members out there. So that is interesting. We'll maybe talk about that later. But let's go behind enemy lines and talk to a name, though, that you should be familiar with. She used to cover the Texans, but now she covers the Rams. She is the ESPN NFL Nation reporter out there. Her name is Sarah Barshop. Sarah, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. It's great to be back on.
Yeah, man, it's good to talk to you. And I think I wanted to start with maybe the most important question that I was going to ask you today. Better Mexican food, Houston or L.A.?
I actually wondered if you were going to – I was thinking, if you said, what do you miss most about Houston? It is the people, but second is the food, and it is Tex-Mex. And I was just thinking about how much I would love some Papacitos or some El Tiempo right now. So it is a clear answer. It's just different, but Tex-Mex is so good.
Okay. Well, there you go.
We can continue the interview. Good job, Sarah.
We were going to stop it. But, all right, so let's get to some nuts and bolts stuff here. And the thing that's been sort of, I don't know if bothering me is the right word, but it's been on my mind a lot is, we had Nick Caserio right off the practice field during training camp. And I was just curious. I said, at some point you probably called some plays, for Sean McVay, whether it's a preseason game or whatever. And he said, nope. He said the first time he's ever called plays within the first preseason game. So I'm just curious about the dynamic there and what Nick Caserio, for lack of a better way to put it, what did Nick Caserio do? Like the old the office
space. What do you do?
What exactly it is you would say he did?
You hear Sean McVay talk about Nick Caserio when he was discussing guys that were leaving this offseason, because unlike a lot of other years, they've had less turnover this year. Obviously, Nick Caserio was the big one, but they've kept their coordinators for the first time. And so hearing him talk about Nick Caserio, it was kind of like, I'm really happy for him in this opportunity because he meant a lot in this building. And I think you saw that in some of the relationships he built with the tight ends, with Tyler Higbee, especially has spoken so fondly of him. And the way Sean McVay organizes his staff, yes, they have specific positions they coach and that they are in charge of, but especially on the offensive side, it really does feel like he is involving everyone in that group in conversations, in discussing play calling. So yeah, he might not have called the plays, but there was a lot of trust in him from Sean McVay. And I think that will reflect when you see kind of the leadership he'll have this year. I know there are a lot of fans of him in this building.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of fans of him here already. In fact, the comparisons to Sean McVay have been numerous, especially when you talk about energy. But Sean McVay, that mastermind that obviously runs the Rams, continues to be a focus for us because that familiarity that you talk about. So defensively, what he's able to bring to them with some level of knowledge of what Caserio has is going to be interesting. And we keep focusing on the defensive line. Can you explain to us what you've seen from this defensive line and what the expectations are, what the conversation has been regarding this offense or defensive line rather, especially as they add Poona Ford to what they had already had with Verse and some of the others?
Yeah. It kind of felt last year they were so close and so good that when I heard they were adding Poona Ford, I was kind of like, that's an interesting priority to place until I started watching film and kind of saw what he could do against the run. And obviously that was a big issue for them last year, especially in those games against the Eagles. It's a really young group. And at the beginning of last season, I had kind of thought, they could put it together. Chris Shula then as a first-time defensive coordinator, what would it look like? And they started off and they struggled. Week 2, I think they gave up 400 yards of offense, something like that. After that game, there was a lot of we need to be better than that. But Kobe Turner has you wouldn't think that a team that lost Aaron Donald, I'm not saying Kobe Turner has replaced him because no one replaces Aaron Donald, but what they've been able to do with the group they've assembled, Kobe Turner, Jared Verse, Byron Young. I mean, that group has been really good. I think Jared Verse is going to have an even better year this year. Obviously, he was the defensive rookie of the year. But just talking to him, he said, I felt like I had a good season last year. I won the awards, all these accolades. And he said he was talking to someone who said, you know what, you need to go back and watch every single play, the good and the bad, watch it all. And he said he did that 3 or 4 times and he took away from it. I can be a lot better. I left a lot on the field. And after watching Jared Verse last year, it is interesting to me to see. I mean, I'm excited to see what it looks like to see him take a step forward and what that means for the defensive front.
Sarah, what can we realistically expect from Matthew Stafford on Sunday?
You know what? I don't think anyone really knows. I don't think that the Texans are worried about, or the Rams are worried about rust. You look at this, I'm talking about the Texans now. I don't think they're worried about the rust of him missing training camp. I think they know that what he's accumulated over the course of his career, he'll be fine. To me, I'm interested to see what the chemistry is like between him and Davante Adams. Obviously, he's had time with Puka and some of the other receivers, but he and Adams haven't had a ton of reps together, especially in pads. And then I think everyone will kind of be looking to see what happens when he takes that first hit.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't think anyone knows that. Obviously not something that you want to or can simulate in practice. And so I'm sure there will be a lot of people holding their breath that first hit he takes and sees how he gets up. But everyone I've talked to in the building said there's really no concern, and there's nothing you can do to check how he's, other than what they've done and the medical testing they've done. Like, they don't know what happens until he gets hit. But they also know that Houston has a very good defensive front, and that is going to be a concern in the game.
I just want to follow up here. I know that you said that you've talked to some people and they said that they're not concerned. Is that like just the front, or do you get the sense that they truly believe that and that's just what they're operating on?
Not concerned about the Texans' defensive front, but just more that he'll be able to get up and that'll be okay. Obviously, you never know in the game of football. In 2022, no one could have thought that he'd end the season, with a spinal cord contusion and on IR. But that there was a lot of belief in this building that he would be out there for week 1, and he would be himself. And that they wouldn't put him out there if they were worried what would happen if he took a hit. But again, they also don't know until it happens.
Sure. We're talking to Sarah Barship. She's the NFL Nation reporter that covers the Rams for ESPN right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And you mentioned one of the biggest upgrades that this team had, and it almost feels disrespectful to the man who went out in Cooper Kupp. But Davante Adams on that offense is very, very intriguing. And obviously the Texans have a defense that we feel confident about, but that's one of the guys that you focus on. What have you noticed, if any, changes have kind of come through with having Davante Adams in that offense as opposed to Cooper Kupp?
It's the route running. They're just very different receivers, but watching him, Davante, on the side, talking to Puka or taking another receiver, like running a route, just watching him, the way he is able to change speed within a route. It's just unlike many receivers I've watched. It'll be interesting to me. The big thing, obviously, is health. Puka Nacua stayed healthy his rookie year, but part of the reason he had that historic year was because Cooper Kupp was hurt. So he was getting those reps. Then last year they were both hurt. And so if Davante Adams and Puka Nacua can stay healthy, I'm very interested to see what this offense looks like, because I think not that, it's this big upgrade over Cooper Kupp, but it's a big upgrade over an injured Cooper Kupp.
Mm-hmm.
And I think just the sense I've gotten from talking to Puka and from Sean McVay is that there's a lot of excitement to see what it will look like to have Davante Adams in this offense.
And I'm curious about what the Rams defense is expecting to see from Nick Caserio. Obviously influenced by Sean McVay, but more influenced in the New England style offense, and what they might be expecting, from a first-time coordinator that they might know, but they don't know what's coming.
Yeah, that was interesting. Sean McVay was actually asked about that, and he kind of downplayed it, and he said, they've had so much turnover in the building that they often face coordinators or coaches who have been in this building, and there's some familiarity. But he seemed also just kind of interested to see what Nick Caserio was going to do. Sean McVay has done nothing but speak highly of this Texans team and has been quick to remind, they're a very talented team. They watched them in the joint practice last year, and he keeps kind of referencing that. But yeah, Sean McVay downplayed the significance, I guess, of having Nick Caserio, his familiarity going against them, but I'm sure there's something that will show up on game day that Sean will say, okay, yeah, there you go.
We're talking to Sarah Barshop right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And I guess in talking about Matt Stafford, I've neglected one of the other injuries that's obviously tied in with that, which is Alaric Jackson, the tackle. What is the update on him? And can you just give us a little bit of an insight into how important he is for this Rams team?
Yeah, they've, the last couple of years had a lot of injuries on the offensive line, and they re-signed him this offseason after what he did last year and said, like, we want him to be here. He's a very important part of this offense. And then a couple months later, he felt something in his lower leg, and they did an MRI, and they found blood clots. Mm-hmm. He's something he's dealt with before, but obviously a very serious injury. And so he was out there during training camp doing jog-throughs, but wasn't cleared to do anything physical. He's now past those barometers. It sounds like he's off the medication that he needed to be off that, allow him to play football. And today, they haven't practiced yet today, but today is supposed to be the first time he practices. He was out in the jog-through on Monday, but this should be his first padded practice. And Sean McVay, unlike when he said, Matthew Stafford is expected to play, he said with Alaric, he said, we'll have to see. There are some things we need to gauge. But, yeah, the plan is for him to play against the Texans.
Okay, interesting. So I did find interesting that you mentioned that he's dealt with this before, like in a football context as well. So I imagine that there's probably even just that much more confidence in when he gets back to play that he'll be fine, right?
Yeah, and I think, he's been in this building for a long time. Sean McVay keeps talking about how hard he's worked, and he couldn't be out there. And he said he was really impressed with the muscle he's put on and the way he's kept his body and mind in shape. Obviously, something very difficult when you're going through something as scary as that. So Sean said he was looking forward to seeing what he looked like out in pads, but just based on everything they'd seen so far, that they thought he's handled it really well and that he'll be ready to play.
So I got one more for you, because we're sitting here and it's human nature. Like you worried about this or that with the team that you cover. And we talk a lot about the offensive line and the running game. What would be one of those topics for Rams fans, for people that are covering the Rams on a daily basis like you? What would be like a potential worry right now?
I think it's Matthew Stafford's back. Yes, he's going to be out there, but like we talked about, if he takes a bat, you just don't know how the back's going to react to not one hit, maybe multiple hits, and doing that every single week. I think it's, not only will, I'm sure they hold their breath every time he gets hit, but also what does it mean to his back to get hit however many times he does in a game and then 2 days later be back at practice or whatever that looks like. So I just think that, like I said, there wasn't a lot of concern in the building during training camp about his back, but there's no doubt it's not what you want your 37-year-old quarterback to be dealing with. And even if he's dealt with it before, it's not better than having a healthy back. So I think that's kind of the thing I'm sure Rams fans kind of feel like this could be a really good team. This could be a Super Bowl team, maybe one of the more talented rosters they've had under Sean McVay. But that's obviously all contingent on Matthew Stafford staying healthy.
And similar to that last question, I feel like, again, the proximity to a team, you see the good, you see the bad as well, that maybe nationally people aren't paying attention to. What is that kind of like X factor, or that, positive thing when it comes to the Rams that maybe the national media has not paid attention to, people outside of LA would not have seen, but that you are excited or that could pop up as an excitement for them this year?
I think it's what you mentioned earlier, Tuna Ford. I think this defense, I'll be interested to see what the secondary looks like this year. But that pass rush was so good toward the end of last season. And I'm curious what the front will look like, having someone who can stop the run the way he can, and what that means for this Chris Shula defense.
There you go. Sarah Barshop, she's the NFL Nation reporter that covers the Rams out there in L.A. We appreciate you greatly. Miss you in Houston, but hope you're having a good time, and hope you'll take care of our boys when we send them out there.
Thank you. Great to talk to you guys.
All right.
That's Sarah. Appreciate her jumping on with us, talking a little football. Remember, that's Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Pretty straightforward. It seems like the Rams are just like, hey, if this Matt Stafford thing is good, then we're good. Poona Ford should get out here, help them stop the run in a way they didn't do as well, and then off to the races. That's what it feels like. They're straightforward here.
As we were mentioning earlier, if the offensive line passes this test against that defensive front, running game and protection, then you have to feel pretty good about things. But ultimately, it is going to be down to Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, and I guess I probably wanted to ask her a little bit more about the offensive line just in the way of running the football, because Kyron Williams was pretty solid last year, toting the rock, especially to the strong side of the field. That'll be a little bit of a test for the Texans, but I think that obviously usually falls by the wayside because the pass game is so much of the focus. And when you get to the pass rushers and Daniil and Will, we catch all of our attention. But again, appreciation to Sarah for giving us some of her time to talk about the Rams before we see them on Sunday, 3:25 right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And coming up next is typically the time where I hand things over to Figgy for the mixtape. He's not in, so I will continue to do those duties. And have you ever considered who is the most annoying player from a fan perspective around the league? Let's get into that next.
Ready? Football season is officially here. It's Texans and Rams. Join us here on Sports Radio 610 Sunday morning from 7 to 8 a.m. for Odyssey's I'm Listening Special, a 1-hour conversation featuring mental health professionals and some of the biggest names in sports, music, and news to promote mental health awareness across the nation. For more information, visit imlistening.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. It is the mixtape here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig, yet another day off. He should be back tomorrow, but we never know what the future holds. I believe he'll be back. But what if he just wants another day?
Hey, what are you going to do?
You know?
I'll probably be back here.
Yeah,
well, okay.
But we are anticipating. Figgy being back tomorrow. Always appreciate the man at the Figgy Fig if you want to just say what's up to him.
He was drunk yesterday.
He was.
Yeah.
And that's not us saying that. That's
no,
not
he
us.
said it.
He said it.
Yeah.
Which I'm happy for him. Like, he deserves the time off.
Yeah.
Very much so. So we're thinking about you, brother. All right. So I'm holding it down for yet another day. And I'd like to start with a public service announcement because sometimes this space can operate as a little bit of a community bulletin.
Sure.
And I saw this that apparently this week, or actually not this weekend, on Friday, Houston is supposed to test their wireless emergency alert system.
Oh, how's that going to go?
I don't know, but 11 a.m. So we might need to be real careful with our phones because that'll be real funny if you're just on air and all of a sudden you get the loud noises.
Get that crazy, irritating clanging sound. Yeah.
I was about to make a noise, but I was like, actually, I think I'm thinking dial-up internet as opposed to alert. And of course, I'm very happy that I did not do the thing that at one point came to my mind, but I stopped very quickly, which is, hey, Colin, get that audio because that's actually illegal. But you will hear the emergency alerts on your phone at 11 a.m. on Friday.
And what for just in general, like hurricanes and?
I think it's just the test that that is used to alert weather and just general public alerts that are necessary. I saw this per CW 39, just looking at the information, and something stood out to me because they went, just getting ready for this. Check your emergency alert settings and make sure that it's turned on. And I was like, hold on.
Yes, I can turn it off.
Press pause. These can be turned off.
Yeah.
And they can. Am I saying you should?
No.
However, seemingly, if you want to check and make sure that they're on, is what I will say. On iPhones, apparently, you go to your settings, notifications, and then there's a government alerts place
right now.
where you ensure that emergency alerts are turned on. And similarly with Androids, settings, safety, and emergency, wireless emergency alerts.
I'll be dog,
and then
there
you
it
make
is.
sure that you allow
I'm
the
not saying
alerts.
I'm doing it, but there it is.
Make sure that it's turned on because, of course, those are important. And I'm not joking, right? Remember, and I hate to turn the environment kind of sour. Remember with Central Texas with the floods.
I think this is a product of that.
Was it like the county commissioner or whatever who had his alerts turned off and he didn't get an alert probably as early as he probably could have and hopefully would have saved lives if that was the case. So, yeah, I mean, not to joke too much about it, but yeah, I didn't even know that this could be on or off. So just an alert, or a notice that there's an opportunity for you to make sure those are on. But coming Friday at 11, supposedly, is when Houston is supposed to make that test. Just a little heads up for you in the community.
So you just go ahead. So you said, don't do it, folks, but here's how to do it.
No. That's not what I'm saying. You make sure that they're turned on.
Yeah.
You make sure that they're turned on is what I was saying. All right, it's the mixtape, Sports Radio 610 in the loop right here. And I did tease this. Have you ever wondered who is the most annoying player in the NFL?
In the NFL?
In the National Football League, yes, sir.
Yes, I think that's a consistent. I don't know if you wondered per se, but you're watching a game and you tend to be like, that's annoying. I hate that guy.
Right.
That kind of thing.
Who comes to mind for you?
Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, yeah, in Houston, that feels like that would be one of those because of everything that's happening with the Chiefs. Colin, you look primed and ready for this.
Eli Apple.
Eli
Apple?
Is Eli Apple even still in the league? And I say that without any...
Is he still in the league?
That is a question that I have. Eli Apple is such a funny player because He's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
However,
I wonder if he's annoying to his teammates because he'd be talking all that trash, but then all of a sudden gives up an explosive play or two.
Mm-hmm.
he would do that from time to time,
Yeah.
and then his mama Annie would be out here talking sometimes, and that's one of the tough things. You can't have your family members talking for you, even though you can't really stop them per se because they're also grown adults. But yeah,
I'm trying to think.
He is with the Niners right now. Eli Apple's still in the league.
I'm
baby.
trying to think if it's annoying. I'm trying to go strictly by definition, annoying or just someone that you don't like. Because Patrick Mahomes, to me, I think is obviously, like a lot of people do, he's just fantastic, but he's just annoying.
Travis Kelce.
Is Travis Kelce annoying? Is he on the list?
I mean, on the text line, Kelce 100%, 936 Kelce. I imagine that they mean Travis since Jason is no longer out the league, and I don't know how much Jason is annoying to people. But yeah, Travis is one of those ones that pop up. Well, according to the Action Network, they did a little bit of a survey of fans to see who was the most annoying. And so when it comes to the overall fan response, Travis Kelce is on the list.
Okay.
He's number 2 with 17% of the votes.
Oh.
You mentioned Patrick Mahomes.
Maybe that guy that just popped up on the screen.
He is number 3 with 11% of the votes.
Okay, so Kelce and Mahomes.
Those guys are on there because we are haters as sports fans. Somebody said Chris Paul and LeBron James. Oh,
no,
I was
NFL.
I was talking football, but that's a good point. That's fair. 713. If we start, Chris Paul is annoying, even though he played here. If for no other reason, then why are you such a snitch?
Yes.
Like, why do you comport yourself in this way?
Yeah.
His jersey's untucked. You don't feel shame about that?
Exactly.
You don't? But yeah, you were about to guess another name out here?
Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams didn't come in the top 5.
Oh, really?
So the top 5 is as follows. Number 5, Odell Beckham Jr. with 5% of the vote. Number 4, Dak Prescott. And I wonder if that's just because he's the quarterback of the Cowboys, so I'm tired of hearing about him.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
I think that's all that is.
He doesn't strike me as like an annoying player.
I love that now on the text line we're getting the types of annoying player rather than individual annoying players who said all the defensive backs who went into incomplete pass that they had nothing to do with do the celebration where they're like, "Hey, lockdown!"
Or they do the strap.
Yeah, strap him in. I got him clamped.
Yeah, I think I just thought of number 1.
Number 1 is
just came to me.
Who is it?
Aaron Rodgers.
That is right. 24% of the vote.
Yeah, that's right. That guy.
It just hit me like a ton of bricks. I was like, "Oh, I know who it is."
Now, interestingly enough, they have this divided by individual fan base, and we can see how highly people did not like their most annoyed player. What do you think it is for the Houston Texans?
How likely?
Or no, I'll give you the vote share. How much of the vote the particular fan base
went to a Texans player.
But if you were talking, no, not even a Texans player. For the Texans fan base, what is the player that of those that we mentioned? Which one did they vote as the most annoying? Nope, they went Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Dang. That was surprising to me. Now, of course, it was less than I think some other situations. Like the Green Bay Packers' most annoying player is Aaron Rodgers, and he got 43% of the vote compared to the Houston Texans, who Aaron Rodgers with 14.3.
Okay.
So apparently, the Texans fans, we spread it out a little bit. We spread the love, or in this instance, hate, with Patrick Mahomes. I imagine Travis Kelce probably got some. Somebody said Mr. Unlimited.
Oh God, yes. Why was he not on the list?
I don't know. Maybe people just did not consider him very much.
I'm feeling dangerous.
That's right.
If this was a couple of years ago, I would have said for Texans fans, it would have been T.Y. Hilton.
Yes, but that's more. You just hate him because he beats you. Like annoying is a different definition for me.
So,
like annoying in the division, like for Texans opponents, like we're getting deep into this, would be probably Trevor Lawrence. Just because I'm like.
Tired of hearing about him.
Tired of hearing about him. Cut your hair. Not
to
that
get a respectable haircut is aggressively. I am somebody's father. Get a respectable haircut.
And I don't mind long hair. I'm just tired of it. Sunshine. Let's go. Let's change the look a little bit.
No, you want him to get a respectable haircut. You can say that.
Well, just change it up.
Quit looking like a hippie.
And annoying.
Quit smoking that dope.
Also annoying in the division. Is there anybody else? Trevor Lawrence is number 1.
Yeah, no, Trevor Lawrence is winning in the division, I think, if you go there. Some other ones that came in further down the list. Deshaun Watson got 5% of the vote. Tyreek Hill, also 5%. Shedeur Sanders coming in with 4%.
Okay, Shedeur I could see would be more annoying. The other two, again, I think they're more people just don't like them.
Yeah. But apparently younger fans were very much with Travis Kelce as the highest before Mahomes, and then Rodgers later. So apparently Rodgers has not upset the Gen Z. He's really offending the sensibilities of millennials and older is where that is. So that's what's happening. And this is from the 281. Number 1, Antonio Brown, and 713. Topical for the day.
Yeah.
Framber Valdez is the most annoying.
Oh,
is what they say.
Right now, 93%. Is that what I saw on the poll?
Yes, 93%. There's a Pender poll on whether or not, which I should stop. Sean Pendergast put up a poll on his Twitter account to ask whether you believe Framber that it was just a cross up with that situation and basically trying to get to the intentionality of him hitting Cesar Salazar with a fastball. 7% said, yeah, I believe him, and 93% he is full of you know what. Yeah, that was kind of fun. But.
Oh Lord.
All right. This is a little morbid, I'll admit, but I was scrolling the internet and I saw something that asked what the most common unusual causes of death are.
Most common unusual.
Yes. So the idea isn't that does
I get
sound
to play a guessing game
that
again.
is oxymoronic.
No,
right?
but I think I know where you're going, and that's a good point.
Right. Surprisingly common.
How many are on the list?
I don't think you can guess these, which is kind of I feel like I'm not
surprisingly common ways to die.
Yes.
One.
Let me see if I could count these up. It feels like there's a handful of them, maybe about 8 of them.
I'm gonna say one of them has to be like falling off a bridge or something.
Close. Falling from a tree.
Yeah,
is pretty high up here. Mm-hmm. And over the course of probably about 20 years, falling off a tree. And I need to get the updated information because I based this off of an older one, and then I actually went older list and I went digging for what the updated stats are.
Yeah.
As of 2016, 1,413 deaths from just falling out of a tree.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going. I got another one for you that I think is uncommon but common, so to speak. Getting killed by an animal.
That one's going to be higher up on the list. I have the full list, and I can really dig deep.
Like all those crazy Cajuns, crazy rednecks jumping into a bayou saying, "I want to wrestle that alligator."
Put in the state of Louisiana on blast here.
Yes, I am, and this is.
Yeah, why did you do that?
This is because it happens over there. That's why. I bet you getting killed by an animal.
I'll have to check the full list. That's not on this shortened list that I have here. Yeah. I mentioned falling out of a tree. How about a fall involving furniture? There have been, in the last, I believe, 20 years, there have been 1,595 deaths from falls that involve furniture.
Out your recliner?
That's what it seems like.
And Antonio Brown almost caused 2 more.
That is fair.
Yes.
That is fair. It's a little bit different, but that is fair. How about this as an odd way to pass? A fall involving ice skates, skis, roller skates, or skateboard.
Yes, sir.
1,509.
That actually seems kind of common, not uncommon.
Yeah, that number does feel a little low now, doesn't it? Yeah. Somebody said attacked by a moose or hippo. These are very specific.
Yeah.
I'll have to go and find the numbers on these specific numbers. But how about this one? This one I was kind of surprised by. 3,363
That's a big number.
Have passed. And the only label on this, constipation. So
I just knew John was.
Get your fiber, ladies and gentlemen, because it can take you out.
I can't.
It has taken people out.
I just can't go.
Get your fiber in.
Eat some avocados. Eat some avocados.
An apple a day doesn't just keep the doctor away. It keeps things moving.
Yeah,
it gets the flow going.
Constipation.
3,300 people.
Dang.
So what are those things called again? What is?
I'd hate to do the autopsy on that.
All right.
Oh. Okay.
I mean, it's legit. It's real.
They'd be literally full of it.
Yes.
And this one really caught me. I mentioned falling out of furniture. That furniture specifically, not this furniture. 16,000 people have had a fall involving a bed.
Yeah, I could absolutely. Like you sleepwalk, you bump into something. Yeah, bump your head. That's 16,000.
Almost 5,000 more people than falling out of a building or through a structure.
I could absolutely see that.
Rolling off the bed and maybe land wrong.
Yep, I could absolutely see that.
So, I mean, look, there's some of these that they're a little bit rare, but not as rare as you'd imagine. So just take care of these. Like, if you're going to go, let's go for one that I feel like really, really earns it. Like, hey, make sure you get your fiber. Be careful when you're getting out of bed.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, climbing trees, you might not even need to do that unless that's for work or whatever. But yeah, we can avoid some of these. That's generally what I was trying to do. And what was more of a PSA
yes, it was.
of a Figgy's mixtape here in Loop. on Sports Radio 610. Figgy should be back.
First.
That's right. Never forget. Figgy should be back tomorrow. Appreciation to you rocking with us with Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig to say what's up to the man. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, let's get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. And before that, and I forgot what we were going to do, but we will do something. We'll do it next.
We're going to.
09.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you hanging with us on a Wednesday. Headed into week 1 of the National Football League's 2025 season. Texans, Rams, Sunday, 3:25 right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciation to Sarah Barshop for joining us. Give us a little bit of insight as to what's happening on the Rams side. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but I was interested that she was like, yeah, no, I mean, everybody around there, pretty confident. Obviously, you don't know when an injury is going to happen, but they feel good. And I was like, hey, that's why I asked her the follow-up. I was like, okay, have you gotten the impression that they really believe that, or is that just kind of the line?
Yeah.
She basically made it clear, no, everybody around the building seems to believe that.
But they're also holding their breath.
They are holding their breath.
Every single snap.
You have to be with the bag.
Yeah.
You have to be.
Yeah.
Any level of breath holding, and it's a Wednesday, so this is probably too much of a statement to make anyways, but no Braxton Berrios, no Christian Kirk is probably the bigger one at practice today.
Slightly. We really don't know, the extent of their roles.
Right.
Even, and much less what the injury is. Now, I always say this, and people who listen a lot are going to be kind of irritated, I'm sure. But if you don't practice Friday,
if they listen a lot, they're irritated already.
Exactly, that's fair. If you don't practice Friday, you don't play.
Correct.
So I could see where maybe they're going to ramp them back up Thursday, Friday.
Allow me to jump out the gym in a way that I absolutely should not, but I will anyways. Imagine if this was a Friday. You know who would stand to benefit the most from that, right?
Who?
Jalen Noel.
Oh, for sure.
Because that is both the starting slot guy, at least in our minds, right, before we get into guys moving in different spaces, and then the starting return guy. And both of those, if you look at the depth chart, hey, Jalen Noel.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know if there's anything to be made of that. In fact, I'd probably venture that there isn't anything to be made of that. But I kind of feel okay if that means anything. I don't think it means anything, but again, if.
It goes back to our bold predictions yesterday.
Yeah.
I think Jalen Noel's going to be a big part of that. So we'll see. But I also feel and have felt very strong that Braxton Berrios is going to have a big role in this squad too. So
yeah, you have. So we'll continue to see. Practice is happening, and we'll be able to hear from I imagine D'Amico and I believe CJ. We'll hear from some of the main people and get a feel for what the week's looking like as they're headed into week 1 versus the Los Angeles Rams. I did want to get to this. Oh, actually, before I get to that, I did want to get to the idea that Turkey is playing Serbia right now. It's a slim Serbian lead, 38-37, a little bit of Eurobasket.
You're giving a Turkey and Serbia score?
Because Alper Şengün out here hooping, that's why.
Okay, just...
It's an update, and it would go quicker if you didn't stop me with your insubordination.
Hold on, was that 38-36 or 36-34?
That's why I don't like you.
Listen, we all have our sports or teams that you didn't think we normally support. For me, supporting Plymouth Argyle up in the English Football League 1.
Yes, are you talking about third division soccer?
Hey,
even I'm not that sick. Even I'm not that sick.
I'm giving you a hard time, but the story is how is Şengün looking against all the Nicholas? They got like 5 Nicholas.
They do have a lot of Nicholas on that team.
They have like 5 Nicholas.
They have a lot of them.
If you're a broadcaster, that's got to be very confusing sometimes.
Yes.
Especially if the last names sound very similar.
And what if you did it like Michael Jordan, like NJ, NV, and
Michael, Jeffrey, Jordan.
Yeah, best of luck to you if you're doing that. Alper Şengün's looked pretty good thus far. I believe Şengün has, and of course, I've lost the stats but I know that earlier he had shot 2 of 4 from deep. He hadn't shot any free throws last time I checked, but he's been scoring pretty efficiently, and he's continuing to shoot 3-pointers. That's been the most interesting thing for me, is that he continues to shoot from depth in a way that we know he's capable of, but getting him to do more of has been fun to see. And so, yeah, I like that. Hasn't shot any free throws, as I mentioned. And of course, I'm not actively watching it, so I can't tell you how his playmaking has been or how his defense has. But just looking at this, 10 points, a couple of rebounds as well in there. But as I mentioned, at 2 for 4 shooting 3, that is fun. Before we go, I did want to hit you with this. The Athletic put together their 2025 Hope-O-Meter.
Yeah.
Or if you want to say it wrong in a way that I find to be fun, Hope-O-Meter. Now, the most hopeful team, it seems like, when it comes to fan bases, they did this poll. I can get you into their their methodology, but you don't really care. The Broncos seem to be the most optimistic.
Oh, I heard the guys this morning mention that, and it was
99% optimistic by the metric of the fan bases that they checked in.
And isn't that more just like they feel good about Sean Payton and Bo Nix? They the defense obviously is really, really good, but the Texans have a really, really good defense, and I would say the Texans fans are pretty hopeful as well, but not like that.
I think it's a mashup of a few things.
Mm-hmm.
First and foremost, that is an ascending team, but they're not they're just ascending. When you start seeing that uptick, it's easy to be in a really fun place. I think actually before we started the season last year, right? Where you have a team where
very much so.
You know that this is going to be an up year. You know that you're going to likely be excited about the ending of this season, but you still have not been so much on the ascension where now the negatives pop up. Plus, they're actually in a really good place as well where they don't really have any large visible weaknesses.
Right. That's what I'm saying, from the top down.
Yeah.
Hey, and credit to Sean Payton. I mean, he has convinced the league. He's convinced the Broncos fans, obviously. He can get it done. He's brought them up very quickly. So credit to him. Obviously, Bo Nix. But you're right. I think a lot of it is kind of similar to what the Texans were last year. I kind of call it he's only a sophomore factor. Because a lot of times when there's a good college player,
that's right,
and he's a sophomore. The old Keith Jackson, he's only a sophomore.
There's that.
There's always like a build-up. Can you imagine the next 2 years?
Exactly.
And then the next 2 years are very rarely better.
What you thought of, right? But it's just you have that hope.
Only a sophomore.
It's the hope-o-meter, right?
Yeah.
The lowest scoring on the hope-o-meter here in the National Football League in division. Can you guess which team?
Indianapolis. Excuse me. I was going to say Tennessee Titans.
It's the Indianapolis Colts.
Because of Cam Ward is not.
Cam Ward gives them a little bit of hope. They actually have 53% positivity, 47% negativity. Where do you think that negativity shows up for the Titans? By the way.
Oh boy, I think the positivity is Cam Ward.
Cam is easy, but I guess the rest of the roster,
in general.
The rest of the roster.
Can
is
I
still
say in general?
Fair. The rest of the roster is still tough, but the Colts 7% positivity, 93% negativity. I imagine that starts with you having a high-value draft pick that is not turning out very well and is creating, massive stories in the media, whether it's, tapping on his helmet or whatever.
Yeah.
And then a general manager that we'll see. We'll see what his status is. If you had to guess what the hope-ometer, as I continue to change the pronunciations that I use here, is for the Texans, what percent positivity do you think the Texans fan base is taking in?
I'm going to go a little high here. I'm going to say pushing 70%.
70? Okay.
Yeah.
You're low.
Really?
Higher.
Okay. What is it?
91%
Oh,
positivity,
wow.
which is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th in the National Football League. A lot of hope here, and of course that 9% negativity feels like it is entirely based off of that offensive line. The optimists, nobody will believe it till they see it, but I say the 24th try is the charm. That's one of the optimistic views that they took for this Texans team. And thanks to D&M Auto Leasing, we get to welcome in two dudes that are always referred to as optimists around here. Clint
are
and
they?
Ron. Are they not?
Hey, just honest. Just honest.
I'm not disagreeing.
Fellas, how you living?
My honesty. Just honest.
Yeah.
You're getting ready to unleash the flame torch, aren't you? I feel like that's coming.
I don't ever.
Right out the gate. Stop that. Come on.
Need for a flame torch?
You got
just
that.
gonna give my honest opinion.
I said it earlier. I don't doubt your honest opinion. I just don't see how you can get there regarding Framber. Based on what?
You taking? I bet that's first segment. Why are you doing this to him?
No, that's fine.
We can ride into it. I just think this is one of those things that is a real leap. I think there are multiple conversations. The one that I'm discussing of, did that man pull up there after the changeup that he threw and say, I'm about to drill his ass?
Oh, no. I agree with that.
I'm about to throw at him that he is. I do not believe that
you know what?
Framber Valdez
I agree with you on
threw at him intentionally, intentionally said he called curveball. I'm going to throw this mid-90s fastball in. Hey, and some people are acting as if this cat has been Draymond Green or Azeez Alshire, and he has got a history of being reckless. as in terms of he's got a history of, hey man, I wonder what he's thinking over there.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what he's thinking if he's going to be able to face adversity, but not turn that into
aggression.
Yeah, man, I'm pissed off, man, and I'm gonna drill his ass to teach him a lesson. It didn't look great until I get other information. That is got to be a number one cardinal sin of like, yeah, man, I'm a pitcher. I'm gonna throw a fastball on purpose at my catcher that doesn't know it's coming.
Yeah, on your team especially.
On your team, yeah. I mean, we don't even have a history of Framber being like Roger Clemens or somebody who throws at other guys when he gets mad.
Look.
So I just for that point. Now the other
everything else is a red flag. Everything else is questionable.
The question I have though is like, then how do you rationalize the entire lack of like seeming remorse in the moment, especially because I know you're talking about he doesn't have a history, but we've seen an escalation in how his kind of tantrums, for lack of a better
hit somebody on purpose.
We go
to
from
throw at his teammate on purpose,
throwing dudes under the bus, and getting frustrated.
But throwing dudes under the bus. And by the way, I remember I posed that question. Nobody had a problem with it. Everybody was like, "Oh man, Framber, dude, hey, they should be. He should be saying that. He's a leader on the team. He should be saying that." I'm not saying you didn't, but I'm just saying the bulk of people that rolled in here that on that day I posed that question, said didn't have a problem with it. But I just think, again, that is a hell of a leap of well, let me just be clear. He should be suspended. And Carlos Correa, I'm sorry. Carlos Correa, if he thought he did that on purpose at third base, I just don't believe Carlos Correa, who has pitch comm in his ear, I don't believe Carlos Correa is just sitting there saying, all right, man, keep doing your thing.
Well, I don't think he did. I don't think he did do that.
Nobody addressed him.
Oh, well, they addressed it in the locker room afterwards, reportedly, in the clubhouse. Here's the thing: while I agree that he didn't say I'm going to hit him, even just throwing it, crossing him up intentionally, there's that possibility. Number one, and number two, that's idiotic.
But you're saying the same thing though. If he's crossed him up intentionally,
I think he did,
and threw a fastball with him thinking he was going to throw something else, then you're saying he did it on purpose.
He absolutely did it on purpose.
And I don't.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
he 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
You can't say it.
Not 95, not 99. 100%.
There's no 100%. You weren't in there.
100%.
And again, if everybody out here sees him as 100%, Framber Valdez should have his ass suspended.
I said that he should skip a start minimum.
And the rest of them dudes apparently ain't dogs. And I don't believe that with Carlos Correa. I believe they will address it. And we'd have heard furniture moving if he'd have taken advantage of that cat and threw it at him on purpose.
Well,
no.
There is a report out there that furniture did move at some point in the clubhouse afterwards. Depending on whether you want to believe that.
No, I heard that there were some people who talked to him about it. There wasn't no furniture. We would have heard more. We'd have heard more.
We might.
I'm sorry. You can go 100%. That is a hell of a leap.
It's not that. The big leap is your side. The big leap is your side.
What am I leaping? You're leaping from somebody who.
Yeah, okay.
All right, yeah, man.
It's your show. I won't take it over. But I'll just leave you.
John.
I'll just leave it with this. If he didn't throw it on purpose, if it was an accident, how come he didn't go? My bad. Sorry about that. He turned around and walked away, pissed off.
Yeah, listen. I think that is the worst look of it. I think he was.
Why did the catcher start walking out there going, hey, man, what the hell's going on?
I think he was extremely frustrated about the whole situation.
I'm going to overtalk you like you do. If it was an accident, how come the catcher walked out there and
John, you just said the same damn thing you just said. Do you want me to respond to it, or you want to just keep talking?
No, and then he looked at the dugout like, what the hell's going on?
And they all just sat on their asses, and nobody did nothing. Everybody just said, go ahead and throw the next pitch.
They did until the end of the game.
Nobody did nothing.
Have a good show.
Nobody did nothing. Nobody did nothing. They just sat there. They just said, all right, man. Ain't nobody going to go out there and talk to him. Carlos ain't going to go say nothing to him. Pena ain't going to say nothing to him. They're just going to let him go and throw the next pitch after he intentionally threw at his teammate. Now, we got a whole bunch of bitches around there then. That's what I would. I mean, if that's where you are, excuse my French. I'm just saying, it is a hell of a claim to say, hey, man, that dude went out there, man. And then I'm gonna drill this cat. I'm gonna put injury on the table with this cat.
I think
that's a hell of a claim.
There might have been an appeal to decorum happening, like, all right, we'll handle this, behind closed doors.
If he did that on purpose, we're past decorum.
For some people, I think
we're past decorum. Ain't nobody. The pitching coach ain't even gonna come out there and say nothing to him. They're just gonna let him. Here, man, you go ahead and do it. Gotta keep going. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing to him. If we all sit over here, all of us out here think, damn, he did that on purpose.
Yeah.
He hit him on purpose. Yeah. Whatever. I just said, he ain't been rolling around being Draymond Green for 5 years. And just all of a sudden, man, he's come out here. He's throwing guys under the bus. Now he's hitting people on purpose on his team. His ass needs to be suspended at this year.
I'm excited to hear more of this conversation as the drive rolls on. I didn't even get to ask Clint about the Tom Brady thing because someone came after me talking about I feel like I know more than Tom Brady. I'll say that for later, though. I'll say that for later.
Let's do it. I'm always in, man. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I'm in.
All right. I got a minute. Tom Brady was on Chris Sims' podcast, and he said that he feels like quarterbacks right now aren't as
100%. He's right.
You think he's right? I feel like he's neglecting how defenses have advanced from that time period where he was early on.
Well, look, I think he followed it up by saying that they're physically probably more gifted because they've been getting trained since they were 5 years old. But yeah, there's no doubt that college football has trickled into the NFL, and a part of that is making it as easy on the quarterback as you possibly can versus forcing quarterbacks to sit in the pocket and learn a pro-style offense and throw the route tree and go through progressions. I think there's been an effort to make the game simpler, to make the transition for quarterbacks simpler, and I think the result is, I think you got quarterbacks that aren't as cerebral or as advanced mentally as quarterbacks used to be.
All right, quarterback told me. All right, we did it. Listening to KLTAM.
Did you disagree?
I disagreed. I thought that there was a neglecting of some of the other things.
Well, there's some conversations to be. That's a good conversation
for sure.
Yeah.
And I hope you guys have it. Have a good one. You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
The drive is live. A lot going on today besides the Framber stuff. We will get to that. I guess we already got to it. But we will get to it some more. We'll get these fellas' thoughts. I see a lot of people texted in. Ron would argue with a damn fire hydrant. If someone texted in, I mean, hell, I didn't bring it.
That's weird. They must be from Kansas City and saw you practicing when you were younger. Younger Ron, that's what he practiced. How'd y'all know, man?
That was
Ron would stand out there and argue
mirrors,
with
man.
you. Yeah, man.
I would get down.
Get down there and face that old fire.
A lot to get to. D'Amico Ryans, we will carry him live coming up here in the 2 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. And what a day to have Robert Flores on. I heard them on MLB Central talking about it. We'll get his thoughts on everything with the Astros. And let's just be honest, the Framber Valdez situation. And it is Wednesday, so we'll also hear from CJ Stroud a little bit later on, and our Texans report with our guy Brandon Scott coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. So a lot going on here. And by the way, also come hang out with us tomorrow. The season is back, so that means each and every Thursday we're out at Buffalo Wild Wings. And this Thursday, coming up tomorrow, a little Thirsty Thursday, starting at 2 o'clock, we will be in Cypress, 25704 US 290 in Cypress. So come hang out with us for a little Thirsty Thursday tomorrow. All right, here is Joe Espada. Let's hear the manager from last night. After meeting with Salazar and Framber Valdez, this was Joe Espada on the situation that everybody's talking about in the game in the fifth inning with the Astros.
You know what? I think it did. It's not the first that happened. You know, that pitch comp could be an issue. But I got to talk to, Sally about it because he kind of looked like he got crushed up.
All right, that was Espada's explanation. I spoke through the crosstalk. Clint, Tyler. Clint, you can have at it. Your thoughts on what you saw last night?
Yeah, I think Framber's a child. I think he's shown signs of it in the past. It's been minimal and not caused any riff, and has not been a major ordeal, but it's been there. It's been present. And I think it came to a head last night. I think it came to a head when he's getting shelled is the first problem, and number two, the way that he responded. I think for me here, this isn't about the intent. Like I don't think Framber Valdez stood up there and said, I'm going to intentionally bean his ass for calling whatever call he played.
He would do it a hitter.
I don't think he intentionally did that. I think he got frustrated like a child does.
I agree.
And I think he got up there and did something stupid like a child does, and then goes into the clubhouse and thinks that we're gonna apologize, publicly or in the clubhouse, and we met on it, and everybody's going to sweep it under the rug like I do and like my wife does with my 3.5-year-old child when she says, oh, I'm sorry for hitting my sister, and I'm going to walk on and I'm going to hit her again here in 2 seconds. I'm not really sorry, but we're going to sweep it under the rug because we apologized and because it's in the past kind of deal. I just think Framber is an absolute child. I think Framber intentionally stood up there and did not step off the rubber the first time when his catcher was clearly telling him, 2 hands in the air, hey, back off. Whether it's I can't hear you, don't throw the pitch, I don't know what pitch you're throwing, your catcher has 2 hands in the air and is saying back off the rubber, and you throw a pitch anyway, right? And I think he intentionally made that decision. That ball, I believe, is the one that got hit out of the park.
That's the one that Grisham hit out.
And then I believe that he stood up there, and I believe he intentionally, out of frustration, again, being a child, I think he stood up there and said, F it, I'm finna throw this pitch, man. I ain't listening to nothing. I'm fixing to throw this pitch. And he crossed his catcher up in the meantime, and he put the catcher in harm's way as a result of him intentionally making piss-poor decisions. I don't think he went up there and was going I'm fixing to hit this dude. I mean, you could hit that guy in the neck or something and injure him significantly. I don't think he stood up there and said, I'm going to injure a teammate. And that's why, I think talking about intentionally hurting a teammate, to me, is I'm not interested in that conversation. But if you want to talk about how immature it is and how childish it is to stand up there multiple times and not do the right thing when you are the veteran, when you are, quote unquote, the ace, when you are a guy that has been in extremely high leverage situations, to not be the guy that the first time your catcher throws his hands up, to step off the rubber, call your catcher out there and say, hey, young fella, you're a reserve, man. Get your ass behind the plate. And when I shake you off, I'm going to tell you what pitch I'm going to throw.
That's what he did without doing any of the calling it out. He said, sit down and catch, and I'm going to throw the pitch.
Yeah, that's what a mature leader, a mature professional does. Is the first time when your catcher's got 2 hands in the air, you get it settled. You don't let it go and snowball into what we're now dealing with. And look, here's the situation for me is I've never been a professional baseball player. I've never been in a clubhouse with a professional Major League Baseball team. I have been in professional sports. You don't get called into the manager's office for getting crossed up. You don't get called into the manager's office because we've got I hit the wrong button, coach. My bad. Catcher hit the wrong button on his pitch comm. You don't get called into the office because, hey, man, got a little sideways with the catcher even. This obviously escalated. It was a big deal on the field. It obviously escalated to some degree beyond the field to a point where a manager, and we ain't even talking about a hard-ass manager. We're talking about a player's manager. And Joe Espada has to call these two into a meeting so that they can hash it out and apologize. Make of it what you will. It doesn't matter to me, but the reality of it is it's hard for me to go, oh, this was just a simple old cross-up, or this was a simple noise issue, or a simple hit the wrong button issue. Because if that's the case, hell, before we get to the stairs in the dugout, it's like, hey, man, my bad, I hit the wrong button, or hey, man, my bad, it's this or that. Like, if you got to go to the manager's office and hash this thing out, I think it's a bigger deal than what the team is obviously going to paint it to be. And bottom line for me is Framber is a child. And that is, again, we've seen glimpses of it. Not a major ordeal, fun to chop it up on the radio and talk about it. And, hey, man, and Correa can correct it on the mound when he's there, whatever. I think it all just came to a head at this point in time, and it unfortunately Fortunately, nobody was hurt, but unfortunately, it's kind of the talk of Major League Baseball right now with the way it looked.
I agree with a lot of what you said. Do you? I just want to get an understanding. Do you believe on the particular pitch that he got crossed up on? Do you believe that Salazar thought a curveball or something else was coming, and Framber purposely threw something different?
I think Framber stood up there and threw his pitch and didn't listen to what the hell the catcher was saying. Yes. Yeah, I think. I mean, that is very clear. That catcher thought something else was coming.
The catcher thought something else was coming.
And I'll be honest with you, I do think the seconds immediately following that are very, very important. Again, I mean, if you're a veteran, hell, if you're any pitcher, if you just got a damn heart, for being honest, I mean, you throw a pitch up there like that and you see it unfold. I mean, the first thing you do is like, hey man, my bad, bro. That's some bullshit. My bad, man. I screwed up. That's me. That's on me, man. Right? But you turn your head and again, you're staring right at the camera and appear to be unbelievably frustrated. You got zero interest in going up there. And hey, let's say you don't give a rip that you just could have hurt him. You got zero interest in going up there and straightening stuff out, right? And then Salazar getting up and throwing his hands up and being like not throwing his hands up, but being like, hey, man, I don't know if he was going, hey, let's talk about it, or hey, what the hell are you doing? But yeah, look, I think at the end of the day, I don't know what the intentions were. But you can't tell me that Framber Valdez, after that entire situation, didn't know that whether it was the pitchcom's fault or they were on the wrong page or whatever. You can't tell me Framber Valdez stood up there and felt really good about whatever pitch he was going to throw next. And it was communicated well.
I think he was frustrated. I think he was frustrated and pissed off from the jump. I'm just simply saying I don't believe he, to me, it would, if it was as clear cut as many people and attention and everything clear cut, then we should have some, there should be some serious consequences levied towards him, because that's like, I mean, that's like Draymond punching out Jordan Poole in his face.
Yeah.
That is over the top, and the reaction should have been immediate. If you think that,
I think you bring up a very good point with Carlos Correa.
I just can't believe he would have stood over there and just it's right in his face.
Yeah. Yeah, look, it would not, Carlos is not going to show up a teammate, show up a veteran, but to your point, even if it were just a going to the mound and going, hey, man, what the hell are you doing, man? Not a jumping and screaming and causing a scene, but just hey man, let's settle it. Somebody could settle this thing down a little bit.
Somebody,
I think
that was just very odd to me.
No, I think that's a really, really good point. Of I wasn't aware of those guys having the pitch comm in their ear as well and having a firsthand account of what the hell was going on here. But yeah, I can't. I think he intentionally made some piss poor decisions.
I think he was pissed off. He had to throw to Salazar to begin with.
Yes,
because we understand he did weird things with Yiner, like young catchers that he doesn't trust, that he feels like he is, which is not foreign. I think there are other catchers who have to work with. Yeah. That's why Verlander refused to work with anybody else but Maldi. Right? I think he was probably pissed off in a big game. He had to do that. And then you're getting up, waving your hands. No, sit your ass down. I'm throwing the pitch. I know these hitters better than you do. Right? And I think he was wrong for that. And I think it really looks bad that his frustration, that he was so pissed off that he doesn't spin around it and doesn't apologize, he says, until he gets into the dugout. But to look at him and say, I got his ass here. I'm going to teach him a lesson here. I'm up here, break a rib here.
Well, now you're getting it, I mean, to me, that's the point. Now you're getting into his head and you're saying he wanted to intentionally hurt somebody. Now we're going beyond the diamond. I mean, now you're using potentially a weapon to hurt somebody severely. I don't think he did that. I think his, once again, what we've seen multiple times with Framber, where the hot head is an issue, the keeping things together in adverse moments is an issue. Again, I think you make a great point of not wanting to throw to a young catcher, an inexperienced catcher in a monster game in a contract year, knowing the team that you're pitching for is not going to give you the money. There's definitely right, or maybe some.
He probably thought the game was over.
Played some runners. Yeah, look, I think there's some very some layers to it, no doubt. But ultimately, I think the all-encompassing thing for me is that Framber is a child. Framber is the one that in this situation should be bigger and better. Framber is the one that has been in high leverage situations. And if you're really about winning, and about doing what this organization has always been about. You step off the bump, you go up there, you talk to your catcher, you get things right. You don't even throw the pitch that you gave it the grand slam to. You get your ass off the bump and you go figure it out with your catcher, and you be the pro that you are and the beast that you are, and you get out of it, right? But instead, this all unfolds. I think this is what I can't speak for Tyler, but this is my hesitation with Framber. You and I've had it a million times about, hey, ace this, ace that. Who's the ace? We did it with Verlander. We do it with Hunter Brown. But the reason those conversations exist, it's not a numbers thing. The reason that the conversations of is Framber Valdez really an ace? The reason they exist is because what we saw last night come to a head, I think, is always just kind of lingering with this guy. And last night it came to a head in a way to where a reserve catcher, you're up there at odds with him. That was a bad look, man.
All right, coming up, we look and hope to hear from D'Amico Ryans. We'll carry that as they get ready for the Rams live for you. As we continue, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Do you think after having some time to look at, you think Framber Valdez intentionally threw the ball at Salazar? Do you think it was intentional? We'll continue. Coming up next on The Drive.
All right, y'all, check it out now.
Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a big day here as D'Amico and CJ Stroud will meet with the media. We'll get you to them when we're able to hear from them coming up from NRG here soon. Also, Robert Flores, MLB Network, he will join us. Again, the big news of the day, the Framber Valdez situation. Did he or did he not? Was it a cross-up? Did he do it on purpose? Did he intentionally throw at his young catcher, Cesar Salazar? Both guys were pulled into the manager's office with Joe Espada. Dana Brown on the flagship said for us not to dwell on this. We should move forward. And it doesn't appear that any kind of consequences. I don't know. Maybe he'll have to run the stairs or something at the Dyken Park. I don't know if we're still doing that.
Imagine how much sweat that would be.
Yeah, he'd be bringing it. All right, Tyler, you're in here. What's your thoughts on it? Because I know we've talked before the show. You had some passion. I'll get to some of the thoughts. Someone on the text line said you two guys really acted like children. It was John was obviously pissed at the other guy who wouldn't let him get a word in edgewise. John talked the whole time. What are you talking about? And Clint didn't say anything. If you're some children, you got to be talking about me because you don't agree with me. John's the one said, I'm going to talk over you. Nobody was even talking, just kept saying the same thing. But Tyler, what's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think there's too much evidence there. We've seen Framber and talked about Framber multiple times over the last 2, 3, 4 baseball seasons about our worry with his mentals. With this guy upstairs, up top, we see him crumble. And going into this season, all we ever saw was Framber self-destruct and hurt himself, really. I mean, yeah, hurt the team by giving up a bomb or something once his mentals go up off the tracks. But
it just pitch worse.
Yeah, every year was just, man, worried about this guy, this issue with him up top in that dome. But this year, I feel like we're just steadily more and more as this season progresses, seeing evidence of these more, lack of a better term, diva tendencies from Framber. Whether it's, looking out in the outfield after a base hit and clearly frustrated with where he thought the outfielder should be positioned at, or commenting on that very thing after the game in the post game as a manager, talking about the positioning of the outfielders, or not backing up home plate on the relay throw home. All that's kind of been building to this moment, and then when we get to this moment and I see what happened and everything that entailed, I cannot help but think that Framber Valdez absolutely got frustrated and did something real stupid on the mound last night.
Which is throw.
Yes, intentionally. Yeah. And it just stinks too much, man. I mean, between the getting pulled in the manager's office for what I can only assume is a game plan of what we're going to say and how we're going to handle this because it looked so bad. Yeah, I can't see it any other way than Framber just crumbling mentally yet again, but this time taking it a step further.
Am I tripping to think if it was intentional, like many, I would say the vast majority of people that we are getting response from, that the Astros would do something? Like there would be some sort of a consequence? Like what? I'm just saying for how serious this is.
To be honest with you, I don't know, because the Astros, I don't think, have had to deal with this kind of situation since definitely since I've been covering the team on a day-to-day basis.
Well, yeah, I don't know who's dealt with this.
That's the other part of this thing, guys. Is like any way you want to slice it about Framber Valdez. This is something that I think the Astros organization, top to bottom, has prided themselves on not having in their clubhouse. And look, we can say it's out of frustration or it's been building and it just popped, whatever. But to me, this is something, having situations where you got to call into the manager's office, or calling, situations where whatever happens and for whatever reason it happened, you got a young catcher in here that's trying to do the best he possibly can. And he's taking one off the damn arm kind of deal. I think this organization has prided itself on not having these types of things involved in their day-to-day operations. And so there's another layer to it there with Framber. At the end of the day, Framber Valdez, there is a lack of professionalism.
That is very fair.
And I think Tyler laid him out, perfectly. Of kind of how there's been signs over and over and over and over and over again, and now here this is lit Major League Baseball media on fire talking about this one. So
Phil Jackson at least kicked Michael out of practice when he punched Steve Kerr. I mean, there was at least a consequence.
Yeah, to circle back to your question, I don't know. I mean, what is the best? It is. You got to think that it is a reserve catcher that's not going to be a part of this thing moving forward. It is Framber Valdez, who they've probably been managing some of these tendencies that we didn't even know about up to date. And then it is a pitcher that, let's be honest, I mean, whether you love it or hate it, this team in 2025 is banking on Framber Valdez, the good Framber Valdez, coming back around for late season and for the playoffs. And ultimately the ability to win the playoffs is going to hinge significantly on Framber Valdez. And so I don't know.
I'm not saying suspending for the year. I would think there's got to be a consequence. Hey man, handshake, shake up when you put somebody in your own teammate.
But Ron, you do anything. To me, the fear with Framber, I agree with you. It's not hey, you're out for 2 weeks. I mean, it's not that. But it is, if there's any level of discipline whatsoever, a guy like Framber, who clearly is on the edge, right, is like, you may lose him.
Yeah, but
you may lose him for the season.
But Clint, if we've gotten to a point that he's been on the edge and the way you've been managing this, and then it results into this still, and we just keep kind of like, if he did this on purpose, his ass, because I think the rest of the team's got to be smoking hot at him.
But the rest of the team also knows that you got him and Hunter, and that's your two guarantees right there. That's your chance to get this thing done in 2025. Look, if it's me, I'm figuring out the best way to handle this thing for 2 more months. I mean, for me, that's where I'm at with Framber. Is if I'm Joe Espada, hey, right now, if not disciplining this guy, in my mind, with my experience with him, if zero discipline is based on my experience with him, if zero discipline is the path of least resistance to get this guy back to where he can pitch and win games for us, which I think he will as long as you leave him alone, that's it. I mean, I'm doing whatever I got to do to get Framber Valdez through this season and give us a chance to win some ball games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Kick Rock says pillowcases full of bars of soap. Okay.
That'd be a rough.
Kick Rock said, "What is your punishment then? If he did this on purpose, I would suspend him. I would suspend him for a good 2 starts. Like if he intentionally threw at a teammate.
Yeah.
Right. If he intentionally threw at Aaron Judge last night, and the league thought that he would miss a start. If you're going to intentionally just say, I have no regard at all about the health of my catcher. My teammate, my dude, because I got mad because I gave up a grand slam. Then hell no, your ass got to sit down. You got to sit down. Hell, you just gave up 6 anyway. Your ass got, if he did that on purpose, because you got young guys like Yiner who are going to be guys that are going to be here for a while. You hope you got young guys like Cam Smith who are going to be here for a while. Paredes, who you hope is going to be here for a while. Jake Meyer, all of these guys that are going to be here past the time that Framber is here, and you're just going to say, hey, man, yeah, man, dude can go and just light up a teammate on purpose, man, and he just gets to apologize and just hey, let's keep going, man. I don't know. Not with them, not with that. All right. Hopefully we get to hear from D'Amico Ryans coming up soon, but let's go around from a national standpoint. Robert Flores saw him on MLB Central with several former baseball players. We'll get his thoughts on everything with the Astros and Framber Valdez. That's next.
These Astros ain't loyal.
Football Fridays are back again. Join Clint and Ron at Talyard Brewing in Sugarland, right next to the Sugarland Space Cowboys ballpark. Friday afternoon from 2 to 6. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate package plus other incredible prizes. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday, supported by Tom Ball Ford. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. 69 Southwest Freeway, northbound at Fannin. It's a stall that has a left shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
The insurance industry has tried hard for years to convince us that most people are out there trying to exploit the system. And a lot of people think injury lawsuits are just folks chasing a big payday. But at Mokaram Injury Lawyers, they've been doing this for 30 years, and they can tell you that is a lie. Most of the people they help are just regular folks like you and me who've been injured, are drowning in medical debt, missing work, and sick of getting the runaround from their insurance company. It's not about getting rich. It's about recovering what you've lost. It's all about being treated with respect. And at Mokaram Injury Lawyers, that's what they fight for. That's why when you call 281-222-2222, you can trust that Mokaram Injury Lawyers will fight for your rights so you can receive fair and just compensation. And the best thing is, there are no fees unless they win for you. Call 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. Or visit MokaramInjuryLawyers.com. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, Principal Office, Houston, Texas.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
From military life to a rewarding career in IT. Kickstart your new journey in a matter of months in the fields of IT and cybersecurity, including AI. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including VA benefits.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients.
(44179-281) 4414179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston. Say it. Leading tree care professional.
Some people need to get those verbal hands every now and then. In fact, more often than not.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, been a fun first hour. We'll hear from D'Amico and CJ Stroud coming up as they are going to be speaking at some point live at NRG, getting prepared for the Rams in week 1 coming up on Sunday. But boy, we didn't know once we were able to, and Tyler doing his work, able to get Roflo in, but we didn't know we was going to have a national story right now with the Astros, but we do. And here's our guy, Houston's own Robert Flores. He joins us, co-host of MLB Network's MLB Central weekdays, 9 a.m. Central, alongside Mark DeRosa and Lauren Shahadi. And the program will be going on through the World Series this year. All right, I heard you all talking about it a little bit. I like how DeRosa blamed Anthony Volpe for taking a 93-mile-an-hour fastball right down the pipes, and if he hit this, nobody would have known anything. But your thoughts? I know you were kind of playing quarterback in that situation. Your thoughts on what happened with the Framber situation?
Well, look, we have to take Framber Valdez and Cesar Salazar at their words. And particularly Framber, he said he didn't do it on purpose. Cesar also took ownership of the situation. And granted, those comments came after what I'm sure was a very interesting meeting in Joe Espada's office immediately after the game. However, that being said, we have seen Framber, and look, this is the player and a man that wears his emotions on his sleeve. And I'm sure that serves him well. And he's had a fantastic career, and he's been a big part of this Astros run of recent success. But the optics sure don't look good. When you see that pitch that he delivers and it ends up hitting Cesar Salazar right in the chest, and he immediately turns his back, that didn't look good. And like I said, we've seen him have issues with his emotions. He's an emotional player, and oftentimes that's good. I'm not so sure that this particular instance was one of those cases, but at the same time, he says it wasn't intentional. We have no choice but to take him for his word. But I will say, it sure didn't look great.
Roflo, I think to me the conversations that I've heard leading up to this, and even some Ron and I've had, it's the intent to hurt someone is the wrong conversation. Like, I mean, hell, you ought to be damn near arrested if you had intents of hurting that man back there. Like, you know what I mean, throwing 90 plus at him. Like, but the intent to throw whatever pitch he wanted to throw, the intent to decide to start your windup or start towards the plate, not knowing whether the pitch had been communicated squarely. The intent to continue to get frustrated, even though your catcher's back there throwing both hands up, going, whoa, wait a minute, let's talk about this. Like the intent to do all those things is without a doubt there. Now, you got to climb in the guy's head and see if he's half nuts to think that he'd throw 91 at somebody not knowing what was coming to hurt him. But, like, the intent to do those things was there, and that's the part to me that at the end of the day, Framber Valdez has to be better than that. Framber Valdez has to be the professional in that situation, Roflo, where he goes, hey, young fella, come out here for a second. Let me tell you something. I'm Framber Valdez. Get your ass back down there, squat behind the plate, and whatever pitch I want to throw, I'm going to throw, and we're going to get this thing figured out. That's the bigger story for me as an Astros fan is, does Framber Valdez have the ability to stay dialed in and stay right to help this team potentially win a damn World Series this year?
Well, look, I will say that he has done that. He was on the mound for that closeout game in 2022 and pitched his tail off against the Phillies. However, there have been instances where it has not been. I always say there's what are we getting? Are we getting good Framber or bad Framber tonight? We have seen him not being able to field his position, and that begins a spiraling. We've seen him give up runs, and that begins a spiraling, a downward spiral on the mound. Then again, we've also seen him, just 2 starts ago, his last start before last night with, oh, by the way, Cesar Salazar behind the plate.
The Rockies. 7
shutout innings. So it is a bit of a roller coaster ride. But the other thing that I think that needs to be mentioned here, and we mentioned it on our show this morning, is Framber Valdez and Cesar Salazar aren't the only players with PitchCom. in that infield.
Yep.
Right?
Carlos Correa's got it. I can't believe he would just stand there. If he
Carlos Correa has it. Jeremy Pena, I believe, has it. And if you look at the high home video, I believe you can see both Jeremy and Carlos shuffle to their right prior, right before the pitch, which to me indicates that they're waiting for something, that they are anticipating something off speed. That's again, last level of baseball I played was freshman year in high school. So
no, Roflo, don't you do that? That's investigative discovery type stuff right there, man. You're talking my language. Hell, we can make a murder mystery out of this now. Come on.
So, look, the games get loud and things happen and there are miscommunications, but like I said, Framber and Cesar aren't the only ones that had pitch comm last night. So the other thing I think that needs to be mentioned is you mentioned young fella calling Cesar Salazar. This was only, I believe, his 15th start in the big leagues behind the plate, and I just, again, the optics of it. Framber's got to he's got to be the bigger person out there and take ownership and just say, hey, okay, we're not on the same page. Come on. Let's come out for a mound.
His thought, Roflo, which I think some veterans will be, was sit your ass down and I'm throwing the pitch. Right. I think that was that especially when he tried to wave him off right before the grand slam. No, man, I got it. You sit back. I got it. I know these hitters better than you do.
And I don't pretend to try to minimize, or I'm not trying to minimize the stakes that these guys play on and play for on a nightly basis. But I do know that a big part of success, from having worked with so many former successful big leaguers, you got to be able to control your emotions. And unfortunately, that is something that Framber has struggled with. He's had success with it, but he's also failed at it. And you know what? That's like a lot of us, but he's got to find a way to be a little bit more consistent in that regard.
Now, Roflo, Robert Flores joins us. You can catch him every single morning, MLB Central, 9 a.m. Central, along with his co-host Mark DeRosa, Lauren Shahadi. And it'll be running through the World Series this year, so stay tuned every single morning for MLB Central. Listen, the other part that was overshadowed is, because of this Framber situation that happened, that one run that they put up. That's followed by multiple shutouts here in the last couple of weeks, and them struggling to score runs, and maybe the pressure that starters are feeling, to where maybe Framber thought the game was over after he gave up that grand slam due to the issues with them scoring runs. That is as big of an issue as anything else in terms of them trying to win a championship. Their issues at the plate.
Well, look, I know in this homestand in particular, they have struggled mightily with runners in scoring position. And look, I believe that that's a combination of, excuse me, the opposing pitchers make a pitch. And sometimes that happens. This is the big leagues, but I do feel like once you get a string of guys not coming through with men on base, then it becomes contagious. And right now they're going through it. I mean, look, if you look at the high water mark of this season, that's when, to me, that's when they swept the Dodgers in Los Angeles right before the All-Star break, I believe. They have been, I'm almost certain, a below 500 team. And we are over a month removed since the All-Star break. So that, for me, is the most concerning part. You want to be playing your best baseball right now as you get ready to, for the stretch run and for hopefully a deep postseason run. And right now they are far from that.
Roflo, what about, on a positive note here, this past weekend was, obviously you split with the Angels, but the past weekend in terms of the Astros getting whole again was big. You had Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, and Spencer Arrighetti all have really, really solid outings. I mean, solid to great outings, which was desperately needed for the Astros. I know as an Astros fan, for me it was needed. I was losing sleep over what the hell are we going to do beyond them top two horses. But this was how big a week you think that was, or weekend you think that was for the Astros on that front?
Significant, really significant. I mean, when you consider the problems that they are having with two areas for me, their offense, which has been virtually non-existent for stretches, especially here recently, but also the bridge to get to Abreu. You know, Brian Abreu can close games. He's done it before. He's got elite stuff. He's among the strikeout leaders among relief pitchers. That's Brian Abreu in the ninth inning. That's not the problem for me. Who's got the seventh and who's got the eighth? Those are the issues for me. So if you can get some length from guys like Javier, from Arrighetti, from Garcia, that is a big boost. And look, just circling back to Framber, if he's going to be this wildly inconsistent, and I'm referring to the time even before the little drama last night, then the Astros aren't going anywhere. I mean, they're just not. You can't expect Hunter Brown and then Jason Alexander and then Javier, who's been off for a year plus, for Garcia's been gone 2 years, so that's why you've got to have those two horses, as you call them. They've got to be excellent at the top, and then everyone else has to fill in behind them.
All right, real quick before you leave, you've worked and talked with a lot of former players. Is the vast majority of them saying it was done on purpose?
I don't want to betray their confidence, so I'll just say that it raised eyebrows. I'll just leave it at that.
All right,
I mean, I don't know what else to say. So, hey, is the Texans' offensive line going to be any better this year, or
they think so?
Okay.
Hey, we'll see Sunday, baby. We're going to see Sunday.
We'll see
Sunday. The talk is big now.
They're all fixable.
There you go. Hey, at least we're not Cowboys fans, right?
There you go. Come on. There you go. All right, Roflo, that's Robert Flores.
All right, guys.
Check him out every single weekday, MLB Central on MLB Network. Coming up, we will hear from D'Amico Ryans at NRG as they get set for Game 1. Texans-Rams. That's coming up next.
All right, before we hear from D'Amico, you're going to hear from me about these daisy dips, y'all. They got that French onion dip, right? They got that.
Sports. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. We are live here on The Drive. Shout out to Robert Flores for joining us and giving us his thoughts on the Framber Valdez situation and the Astros overall. It is game week, and it is a Wednesday. That means that D'Amico Ryans is speaking to the media. Let's head out to NRG right now and hear from the head coach.
Jared Verse is a very exceptional player, plays the game the right way, plays with a relentless motor, physical, does a really nice job of being disruptive, making negative plays in the backfield. Tell the guy has a passion for football, high energy, makes a lot of plays, gets their group going. See him as definitely the best guy of that group. So for us to have success on Sunday, we have to make sure we have eyes on number 8 at all times.
What do you think corner defensive play callers do to confuse younger offensive linemen or offensive linemen who are a little inexperienced? Are there things that they can do with play calls or schemes or disguises that make it tougher for offensive linemen?
That's up to the coordinator, whatever they feel, whoever they deem that they can confuse, that'll be up to them. I can't think for the other coordinators and how they do it. Everybody has their own way of how they call the game and what they want to do, where their group, where they feel strong about their group. So it's up to them and how they call it.
What was the energy like having CJ Stroud and Johnson back in practice?
Yeah, the energy has been good. CJ's been back for a few days now, so the energy has been good. It's just a matter of getting him back into football, just doing the communication, being where we're supposed to be, just making sure everybody's on the same page. Just takes time getting back to that, and he's done a really good job of just fitting right back in and rolling with the communication. So we're excited to have him back.
You have a lot of great players on your defense, but what do you think is the biggest strength of that unit?
The strength of our defense is just all 11 guys playing together. Right, it's never about one person. It's not about one unit. It's about all 11 guys playing together. When we play defense the right way, all 11 guys being exactly where it's supposed to be, that makes us a good defensive unit. If one guy is off, then we're not as good. So it's always a strain mentally and physically to make sure everybody's on the same page doing what they need to do for us to be a successful unit that's playing together, swarming together. That's the only way we operate.
When it comes to defending Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams as a tandem, when you have corners like yours, how much easier does the job become, or if at all, when you have the kind of corners you have?
Yeah, Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, two talented, big-time playmakers. Like, they're going to find ways to get these guys to football because we know they're great with the ball in their hands. I mean, they can make you miss. They can hit explosives down the field. Everything you want from a receiving standpoint, both guys are able to do that. So for us, again, it's going to be a collective effort. It's not about one corner covering one guy. It's about collectively, like, how are we going to stop these guys as a defense? They're going to move guys around all over the place. So we just have to be on it. We have to make sure we're urgent with our communication, urgent with our eyes and alignments to make sure we're on it, we're dialed in of where guys align and what they're trying to do to us, how they're trying to attack us. If we play the game the right way, everybody is on it, and we'll be just fine.
There's been a lot of talk about, obviously, the offensive line dating back to last year up until now. There's been a lot of changes. What's just your overall confidence level going into week one against a stout defensive line that the Rams have?
Yeah, for our offensive line, we'll see. There's been questions all offseason about our offensive line. Everybody wants to know who's going out there, who is this guy, this position, that position. It's just a lot of talk that quite frankly, I'm tired of talking about it. Like, it's time to go play, and let's see how our five matches up against a really great defensive line. And that's what we'll see on Sunday. Let's see how it all plays out.
With their running back, Kyron Williams, late-round guy that's established himself over the past couple of years, what have you seen from him, and what does he do well that presents a challenge?
Yeah, Kyron, man, he has great contact balance. You see guys, man, you see him make guys miss consistently. Like, he is always going forward, playing really physical ball, but we have to swarm and wrap tackle him. Like, he makes a lot of guys miss. That really jumps out on the tape for me. Like, if you're one-on-one in the hole, he does have the ability to really, make you look silly if you allow him. So it's going to take everybody running to the football, straining how we strain, playing physical, because one guy is not getting him down all the time. And all these guys, they strain. Puka, Kyron, like, if one guy's there, they are straining to get extra yards. They're always fighting to get extra yards. So they play it the right way, man. So it's a challenge all the way across the board. It's going to be a 60-minute challenge, and we're up for it.
CJ Johnson back, and you said he's getting himself work back into football shape as far as being back in practice. Will he be a full go? Is he on the snap?
Yeah, CJ is good to go. When I'm talking about getting back into it, it's just when you're on the side, it's just getting back into making calls, making checks, all those things that have to deal with playing football, right? When guys are out with injury, you focus on the rehab process and working on whatever specific body part that you're trying to rehab. Then there's this whole introduction back into football, right? And things move a lot faster and just being on it. But he stepped back in. Since last week he's been out there. He stepped back in. He's done a nice job of just working the communication, what we expect from him, right where he picked up.
What are the biggest challenges that Matthew Stafford presents from a defensive coach's POV?
Yeah, Stafford has done it exceptionally well for a long time. There's nothing you're going to do to confuse him from a defensive coach's perspective. He's seen it all. He's played against every type of coverage you want to run. He's done it. He's been successful. So not trying to surprise him or fool him. Like, we got to be where we're supposed to be and just play sound.
To follow up on that, when you mentioned that you can't really confuse a veteran like that, how much does that, factor into how you game plan for that quarterback?
Yeah, we're gonna do what we do. That doesn't change. It's how well do we do what we do. It's about the Texans playing well. That's what this game is about. The Rams, they can do whatever they want to do. They have a lot of different looks, a lot of different motions, a lot of different play actions off of the runs. It'll all marry up and look the same. They really do a great job of making everything look exactly the same. So for us, it's just going to be about us just playing our brand of football. Everything that we've worked throughout training camp, that's what we'll fall back to, the training that we've had all throughout training camp. That's what it's for.
As we see, let's get a look at the new offense this week. How much does it help to know and just have the connection established between CJ Stroud and Nico Collins, and how have you seen that grow in this third year?
Yeah, CJ and Nico, they've been rolling at this for a while. 3 years rolling. They know what to expect from each other. They do a great job of working off to the side, communicating after plays, after they're done, just making sure like they're dialed in on being exactly right. And they're two really great pros, two guys who are captains for our team. Like, they have a ton of respect from our locker room, and it shows by the way those guys work at their craft. That's why they're good on Sundays.
You are listening to Texans head coach D'Amico Ryans live from NRG.
I mentioned that McVay's obviously moved guys inside, outside. What kind of challenge does that present for a defense with your eyes before the snap, with guys lining up in different places?
When guys are lining up in different places or moving all over the place, if you allow it to distract you, it will distract you. If your eyes are right and you're where you're supposed to be, then it really shouldn't matter to me. Like, it's about us and doing what we're supposed to do. But when guys, the motion, you see it on tape consistently, it can distract guys, right? That's why offense is motion so much. That's why the motion percentage has skyrocketed over the past 5 years, because of the motions and the problems that it presents to defenses, whether that's showing your hand in coverage or getting guys to look in the wrong place, and the offense are able to have productive plays. So it's just about how disciplined are you defensively. The most disciplined defenses handle the motions well, and it doesn't affect them much.
D'Amico, throughout camp and leading up to the opener, now what stood out about your tight end group, and what do you want to see out of this group now that the new season?
Hey, great question, Randy. The thing that stood out the most about our tight end group is just them blocking at the line of scrimmage. that feel like there's a drastic difference in the way that they're blocking at the line of scrimmage, and it's markedly improved. And I'm excited to see that, excited to see it, again, in real action. But they've done a really nice job of working at that. Coach Moreland, Coach Cayley has done a really good job of working with those guys. And also what stood out to me is also our tight ends, at the top of their routes. They've done a really nice job of really working to get open at the top of their routes, their break points. You can see a difference there. So I think our guys do better at the line of scrimmage and also better with their route running.
You asked a little bit about Nico and CJ earlier, but when Nico, he was named the captain. Is that the area where you've seen him grow most this offseason?
I think Nico he continues to not impress me just with how much he's grown as a pro. Like from when I first got here to where he is now, you see the growth in the young man, and it just shows for anybody, like, if you're dialed in, if you want to get better, if you want to improve, and you do those things necessary to improve, you can't do that. Nico is a great example of that, like the respect that he's gotten from his teammates to be a captain. It shows by the way he shows up and works every single day. Every day of training camp, he's out there, one of our hardest workers, one of our most productive players. It's because of the mindset that he has. And I'm proud to be here working with Nico and very proud of the growth that he's shown.
Can you talk about the offensive group and their buying into the swarm? Are you seeing more of that? You talked about it, seeing it, wanting it across the board. Have you seen that as you get ready to start the season more?
For their offense and their swarm mentalities, it's showing up a lot more. I've seen it throughout training camp some days. Kim, I really want to see it in the games. And now it's time let's see what it's all about. Collectively as a team, can we go out and swarm? And that's just playing together, playing tough, playing physical, playing fast. And that's all three phases. And I'm excited to see that on Sunday.
We're going to close with AJ, Christie, Sarge.
It seems like CJ throughout this offseason been a little, more low-key. Has kind of stayed out of the spotlight a little bit. How much do you think that can help a quarterback, especially going into pivotal year 3? Just about, keeping the main thing, and not the spotlight per se. How much do you think that can help a young quarterback?
It's important for me, for all of our guys, to keep the main thing the main thing. Every year is a pivotal year. Every year is an important year. It's about how you attack it. You attack it with the right mindset, and sky's the limit for you, right? And so I think CJ has done a great job this offseason. I mean, he's dialed in, he's ready to roll, and I'm excited to see him on Sunday.
You've talked a lot about Nick Chubb throughout camp and how impressed you are with him, but how eager are you to see him in a real game for your team?
Yeah, Nick won't surprise me in the game. I know what I'm going to get from Nick Chubb. Right? He's a guy I watched for a long time. He's done it at a high level for a long time. Ton of respect for Nick and how he plays the game. I don't expect to see anything different on Sunday. I expect to see a physical running back who's going to gain positive yards every time he touches the football.
You were hinting at the fact that you can't wait for people to stop talking about the offensive line and just go out there and just play. From the sense of what you got from that group, how much have they taken that, and how much are they so excited to just run through somebody on Sunday?
We'll see. We will see. I can talk about it all day, but I tell the guys all the time, man, when that ball is kicked off, all the talk, all the hype, it doesn't matter. What are you going to do when that ball is kicked off? I want to see, so we call the silent tape. What does that say about you? How are you finishing every play? How are you swarming? The silent tape will speak very loudly for all of our guys. So you show up by what you put on tape. So I'm excited to see what our tape is going to say when we're flying back home Sunday evening.
Coach, you all selected your captains. Can you just talk about them as a collective group as far as what they bring to not only to this team but to each other as well?
I'm very proud of the group that our team has selected as captains. Right? Those 5 guys that we selected, Dare, CJ, Nico, Aziz, and Will, they represent everything that the Houston Texans are all about. Right? And the first thing first is they're team first guys. They're not about themselves. They're about the well-being of the team. They're about making sure their teammates are heard or taken care of. Like, the teammates respect these guys. The teammates have their ears. So I'm just very thankful. It's not an offense, defense, special team. Like, we voted. It's just who is the captain? Who do you guys want as captains of our team? It wasn't a position group or a side of the ball type thing. So it's really cool to see, the way our guys voted. I would have voted the same. So it's really cool to see, especially a guy like Dare, like guy who's been at it for a long time, right? And I mean, I can't think of another guy that's more consistent than Dare. He shows up every single day, working, being where he has to be, communicating well, helping out our young guys, just being an outstanding teammate. So I was very proud to see when the vote came in that Dare was able to crack the top of the board and get a vote. Very proud of him for everything that he means to our team. All right, thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Coach. That is DeMeco Ryans live there from NRG speaking to the media. Coming up here in the bottom of the hour, Clint, we will hear from the quarterback, CJ Stroud, but a lot there from him. Hey, Jared Verse mentioned him specifically. Got to make sure we know where number 8 is. That's 2 days in a row. Or Monday and now Wednesday, we're hearing from him talking about that matchup.
Yeah, look, hearing him talk about Jared Verse, obviously, and then hearing Nick Caserio this morning on Payne and Pendergast talking about all 5 of the D linemen that they can roll out there being one of the best overall groups, 1 through 5 in the entire NFL. I mean, that's high praise coming from Nick Caserio, and definitely high praise coming from DeMeco Ryans. And when you look at this offensive line, which understandably so, if anybody should understand why he's being asked about the offensive line, it's DeMeco Ryans. I mean, you go back to the last press conference, that post-game presser that he had, he was pretty adamant about fixing the offensive line from the inside out. And so I don't think it's I don't think it's any secret why DeMeco Ryans has been asked a million times about his offensive line. It's because it's the biggest wild card, I think, in the Texans organization right now as it pertains to being able to get to the AFC Championship and potentially compete for a Super Bowl. And so we'll see, man. We will see exactly what they're made of this Sunday. I think it is a great matchup. I disagree with DeMeco and Nick, and I can't remember which one exactly said it from a standpoint of, like, I don't think anybody on this defensive line with the Rams is, like, as good as the league has to offer. I think Jared Verse is really good, but we're talking Chris Jones. We're talking about Simmons. We're talking about the great big interior defensive linemen that can just wreak havoc. We're talking about a pair like the Texans have coming off the edge every single day. I don't know that I have Jared Verse in those conversations, but 1 through 5 as a whole, unbelievably solid, talented defensive front that's going to challenge this offensive line, and we'll see what they're all about.
All right, that's Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Let's do a little stock up, stock down as we continue. CJ Stroud coming up at the bottom of the hour, but stock up, stock down, the position that CJ plays. We'll look at quarterbacks. That's next.
Let me give you your flowers for sure.
Let me give you a quick peek into that old stock up, baby. How about them cold Coors Light? There ain't no doubt about that. Hey, if we were stock up, stock down on cold beer right now, Coors Light stock would be through the roof. I'm telling you, it is known as the world's most refreshing.
to promote mental health awareness across the nation. For more information, visit imlistening.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two asses would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Every Wednesday, right here on Houston's #1 afternoon drive sports talk program. That'd be The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. We do a little stock up, stock down. You just heard the live press conference from head coach DeMeco Ryans' last segment. You're going to hear quarterback CJ Stroud's press conference for today, next segment at about 3:40. But in between, we're doing a little stock up, stock down. And today we're talking NFL quarterbacks.
Starts tomorrow, baby.
That's right. Football's back. Let's go.
I knew he cannot respond without going up above it.
You get me hyped, bro. You get me hyped. But we are looking at quarterbacks around the NFL for this week's Stock Up, Stock Down. Something old Dirty Red Clint Stoerner should know a little something about. So let's start with you, Dirty Red. You former NFL quarterbacker, you former Dallas Cowboy, you.
What's going on here?
I'm just feeling good, man. We're thriving on a Wednesday. We got a lot of good stuff going on. Clint, stock up for you as far as quarterbacks go heading into week 1 of this NFL season.
I'm going to go with Baker Mayfield. I personally have liked Baker Mayfield more than most over his years. I personally felt like he got railroaded by being in Cleveland. The Carolina deal didn't go as planned. He got a little run at L.A. That kind of revived his career. Then he gets down to Tampa. He obviously puts up good numbers and wins games and gets his guys into the playoffs. But I know over the last couple of years where we've been tracking kind of CJ Stroud, the different rankings and the conversations around top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL, I'll be honest with you, man. I think it's deserved, but I'm shocked at the love that Baker Mayfield gets when it comes to top 10 quarterbacks around the pro football. I'll be honest with you. I don't. Every time I pull a list up, I do not expect to see him on that list.
He's down to the back half.
What's that?
He's down to the back half of it. He's at the 9 or the 10 range.
I thought you meant back half of the league. I was thinking,
back half of the top 10.
Yes.
Yeah, he's always there.
He's in that 8, 9, 10 range every time, Ron. And you look up and I saw the NFL, I think NFL.com maybe, did I don't even know what the report was, but it was quarterbacks in tiers. And he's in tier 2 quarterbacks. Again, I think it's well-deserved. I think he's won games. I think he's put up big numbers. I just do not expect to see Baker Mayfield on these lists when I see it, how often I see it, where I see it. And so I got to go right now. All the guys, for me, around the league, man, the stock being up on Baker Mayfield is surprising. But again, it's good to see.
Finished 11th in the MVP voting last year.
Yeah.
He's now year 3. We'll see what he is without his coordinator, who is now in Jackson.
Liam Cohen.
Yeah, Liam Cohen. But Baker Mayfield.
Old crotch-grabbing Baker for Clint Stoerner. All right, over to you, Ron, the show. Hughley, stock up for you as far as NFL quarterbacks are concerned heading into week 1.
Yeah, I almost picked the guy that was up on the screen earlier in Caleb Williams. Not quite ready to pull the trigger on that yet, but speaking of Liam Cohen, I like Trevor Lawrence to his stock to go up this year. I think we get a bounce back year from Trevor Lawrence. Don't know what that will result in terms of wins for the team, but right now I think Trevor is at best at the back end of the top half of the league, like the 16, 17 range. Not at all where he was expected to be, and now he's already gotten paid. Brian Thomas Jr. is a great weapon. Shut up, Ocho. And then you get Travis Hunter added to it. And we just watched what Liam Cohen just did with your guy, Baker, who you just spoke up. And you would believe he should have better people around him this year. So I like Trevor Lawrence to bounce back and his stock up right now.
Duval. Stock ups out of the way. You are tuned into The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. This is Stock Up, Stock Down every hump day right around 3:30 p.m. And we're talking quarterbacks today ahead of week 1 coming up very, very shortly. Football's back tomorrow. Back to you, Clint. Stock down in terms of NFL quarterbacks ahead of week 1.
Well, this one's interesting for me, and this has kind of just come to light recently. I got to go with Dak Prescott.
I just don't know what to do with him.
I mean, but Ron, we're talking stock here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Cowboys trade Micah Parsons, and it seems like everybody forgets that they've got the highest paid wide receiver, or one of. I'm sorry, I guess there's been a couple of guys, Jamar, and a couple of guys maybe got some money since, but they got one of the highest paid wide receivers in football. Definitely one of the most productive wide receivers in pro football. And you got a $60 million quarterback. And there's not even I mean, the response across the board with the Cowboys is they ain't serious about winning a championship. They can't win without Micah. You got a $60 million quarterback. And not only that, Dak Prescott's catching hell. I heard Stephen A. Smith talking about he should have threw his power around more with Jerry in a sense of keeping Micah Parsons in I mean, it's wild, man. But like Dak Prescott being a $60 million man that has won a lot of regular season games, has put up big numbers, being counted out because there's no Micah Parsons, which, by the way, the Cowboys defense was 30 or worse in not every category, but major categories other than sacks. They were 30. The only thing they did worth a damn was sack the quarterback. And you get rid of Micah Parsons, and all of a sudden Dak can't win a Super Bowl. So and I'm not saying he could before, but damn, if I'm paying my quarterback $60 million, I got to believe I got a good chance of winning my conference and getting into the playoffs and winning some games. So I got to go with Dak Prescott, a stock being down.
And it's weird. They go and get Tyler Booker. A lot of people like that pick to shore up, to help with the offensive line. George Pickens is the other receiver they have on the team. Yeah. Ferguson's a good tight end. I don't know. We'll see. They drafted a left tackle last year. We'll see. I just don't know what to do with him. I really don't.
That in itself,
that in itself is stock down, right? I mean, you're talking about a guy, as you've said multiple times. Hell, he's been in the tops in the MVP voting
last time he was healthy, he finished second.
Yeah.
Yep, there's stock down for Clint Stoerner because it is a circus. It's an ish show up Highway 45 for the Dallas Cowboys. You'll love to see it. Over to you, Ron, the show. Put a lid on this thing for us. Stock down for NFL quarterbacks ahead of week 1.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to fall off the map, but he has been fantastic the last 2 years. His numbers would say elite quarterback, although I don't think anybody says it for him. But I'm going to go Jared Goff. I think Jared Goff stock down. I think he takes a step back. I think they got a lot of talent around him, but, I mean, Ben Johnson, he's been really, really good when he's had Sean McVay and then Ben Johnson as his coordinator. Loses Ben Johnson.
Bite a kneecap off.
I think people now know exactly what they're dealing with the Lions. I don't think he's going to fall off the map, but I don't think Jared Goff is going to be. He was the MVP conversation. I don't think Jared Goff is going to be like that over the next 2 years. So I think losing his OC, I go stock down Jared Goff. Little stock.
Well done, Wolf on Wall Street.
That's all right. Yeah, he'll be good, but not what he has been. All right, coming up, let's hear from CJ Stroud, the quarterback. We'll hear from him and get his thoughts as he's at NRG coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, Daisy Dips at
The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Stroud House.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, I'll tell you who's back. It is CJ Stroud, and let's head to NRG and hear from your quarterback as he speaks to the media ahead of Game 1 against the Rams.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Back to Cali, and obviously it's a business trip, but what do you think some of the feelings will be like playing close to home?
I'm excited, got some family and stuff coming to the game and friends, and so, yeah, I'm super excited, but, yeah, just got to stay focused.
I'm excited for you to kick off year 3. Just in terms of what you've learned as you've been here these last few years, what does this year feel like?
It's every first game of every year. You're excited to show your talent and what the new guys and the new stuff you learn, the new schemes. It's a bunch of different feelings, but yeah, I'm really just excited to play again. I'm tired of watching, so yeah, I'm just excited to play. I don't really feel a huge difference, but yeah, just natural jitters and nervousness from just a new season. So yeah.
CJ, it's another year for you working with Nick and Nico as well. Where have you guys developed on your chemistry, taking it into a new season together?
Just staying on the same page on a lot of things, growing in areas where we really didn't connect last year, or we haven't tried to do certain things. So I'm just trying new things and working out some of the things that we struggled at. So it's growing.
In what ways do you feel like this new scheme fits your skills and maybe some of your other teammates' skills better this year?
It's a lot of different ways. Just I feel like a lot of times in the NFL, from what I've learned, is like a lot of coaches or teams try to make like the player fit the scheme instead of the scheme fitting the player. And I think it's sometimes a good thing because you get to challenge yourself to try new things, but also I think, you should come in and try to have the scheme fit the players in a way, just because, there's some certain guys are really good at X, Y, and Z and not good at A, B, and C. And I think there's a balance you need to have to challenge yourself to try new things, but also doing things that, you're already naturally good at. So this offense does a good job at that of trying to or doing things that guys are naturally good at, but also challenging to try new things. So, yeah.
CJ, what have you seen from Nick Chubb since he got here, and what do you like most about him as a player?
I've seen just him put in work, and he's very motivated, to get back on the field, and I'm very happy for him that, he's, battled through a lot in his life through this game of football, and, he's never wavered. He's always worked hard, and you can just see by his approach. And I mean, he's just exciting to watch, man. He does a really good job of setting up blocks and running behind his pads, being powerful. I think he's a very underrated pass catcher, and he does a good job in pass protection and things like that. So, yeah, he's polished up a lot of his different things, but also, I think he's very motivated to play.
What's the biggest difference for you going into year 3 compared to when you're going into year 2?
Kind of like I told Cam, I don't feel a super big difference. I think the game has slowed down even more. Probably what I could say is just operation, defensive schemes, how to throw certain passes against certain looks, and so just things like that, coverage awareness, blitz awareness. But yeah, I really don't feel like anything super different. But yeah, I definitely just feel better. I'm more seasoned, and I can kind of try to expect things, but I don't think expecting this league is good in a lot of ways. It sometimes is good, but yeah, I just try to be prepared.
Did you see the growth of the offensive line? And obviously people talked a lot about them, and they've been working hard to get to the level you hope for against the Rams, the challenge of their front seven.
Yeah, I think, one thing about this group that I'm really proud of is that, man, they're dogs, man, from left to right, up and down, no matter the age or the position. I think everybody, that we got up there loves to play. and plays really hard. The effort is there, and I think got a great challenge. This D-line is really good. Starting with Verse, he's really, really good and really strong, powerful. There's different type of rushes, good in the run game. 55, 91, 0, really all of them are really good. So, I think this is a great challenge for us, and those guys they know that and they're preparing. So, I think it's going to be a great battle.
You mentioned before your respect for Matt Stafford. Are there certain elements of his game that really stick out, or is it just an all-encompassing respect for how he approaches things?
I like his game, yeah. I mean, he does a good job of anticipation, no-look throws, moving guys with his eyes, coverage recognition. I think he can put the ball in any spot at any time, from any arm angle. Does a good job with bad pockets is something I've watched too. He does a lot of great things, and he's a really good player.
CJ, what's it been like for you and the team to see CJ Gardner-Johnson back on the field after kind of a scary moment in West Virginia this week?
Yeah, it's dope, man. His presence is always felt. He's also heard a lot, so it's good, man. We need that type of energy, and he does a good job of bringing that juice and that energy and that swag to our defense and our team. So I'm very happy that he's all right and he's back.
You are listening to CJ Stroud's Wednesday press conference live from NRG.
Because he's at home. Is there somebody special maybe that help you grow to be where you are that normally will not come to the stadium or will not travel, that is going to be in the stands Sunday?
I see my friends and family a lot, so I don't know. Probably all of them. Yeah, I would say all of them. I'm really excited to, especially people, like you said, don't come to Houston. They're able to come to the game, and I think it's pretty dope. So, yeah, I'm really excited just to see my friends and family. Yeah.
Going back to Nico, it seems like, look at the top QBs, they have go-to guys. Looking back on that, how has he helped you in your development, just having a guy that you can trust and rely on and connection that you guys have?
Yeah, any great quarterback, I think in the history of the game, you go back to have, if not one, multiple guys, they can lean on and, they have that natural connection with. And, my career so far has been Nico, Tank, and, I think those two guys have really been the ones that I've really been around the most and been able to, I got you. I'm messing with you. But yeah, he's been that guy. I'm very, grateful for him and just how he approaches the game and how he takes care of his body. And, he does a good job of a lot of different ways. He's captain this year, so, that his leadership is something that I challenged him on, that grew. So he's challenging himself, but I think it's dope because in that position, you can't get complacent. And I think he's done a good job of pushing his limits on how much better he can really get.
When did you notice, hey, this guy is always open?
From the first day I got here. Yeah, I told him I'd be doing him a discourtesy if I didn't make him a superstar. It was one of our first conversations. I don't know. I've always kind of had that mindset since I've been in middle school. It's I want to make my receivers look really good and make it easy on them. For me, that's anticipation, accuracy, timing, and because a lot of times guys are open, quarterbacks are just late or throw bad balls. So it's my job to do that. So I don't know. We had that conversation when I first got here, and I seen the way he moved, how big he was, how fast he was. And yeah, he looked like somebody I don't want to give y'all a word. I'll put it on Twitter or something. So leave it alone.
Can you talk about the captains this year that you guys selected, especially a guy like Darway, who Darway's been, as coach says, consistent for years. Talk about your group.
Yeah, if anybody deserves it, it's him. He's always smiling. His energy's always felt. He's always making plays. He's always here on time and, leading guys. So, yeah, he's the definition of, I think the type of player coach, wants to bring in every year. So I think this year of captains is kind of that, is the guys, I think they wanted this team to be brought to build up on is, guys who are selfless, who want to be, who want to be servants. And you want to see everybody do better, but also, does the right things in the building, has the right attitude. And I think everybody displays that except for me.
Going back to the go-to guy, you've gotten on the same page with a lot of receivers going back to Ohio State. What's the trust process, like developing trust for some of the new guys that you might have this year, and how much of that do you actually have to play games for that to begin?
Yeah, I know it's kind of weird, but I would say like failure is probably the best way to get that done in ways. Like throwing a ball, like even now, me and Nico sometimes don't connect, and that there's good things because now we can have a conversation. So sometimes it's in practice, like when it's too perfect, which is also a goal. Sometimes it could not be good because in the game it's not going to be exactly how we draw it up or the scout guys give it to us. So I think sometimes like having hard conversations like, bro, you need to be better here. I need to be better there. So I think that has to do with it. And yes, playing the games definitely does help.
CJ,
You want to go? Okay. What have you learned from Jerry, and how might have he helped you?
From Jerry?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Jerry's amazing, man. He's somebody who is very vocal, challenging. You know, he's very old school. He reminds me like a long lost like uncle, just how like he approaches how he coaches, and I think he's done a great job of preparing not only myself but Davis, Keaton when we had Keaton and Graham. So I thought he's done a great job of challenging us to push other guys and also push ourselves to be great.
CJ, do you remember how you were feeling before your NFL debut? And if so, how much better do you feel now with the experience you have under your belt?
The only difference is the uncertainty is like, other than that, I'm still nervous. I'm still like questioning myself. And I think those are all good things. Now, if you let it be negative, then I don't think it is. But I think that's a blessing for me. I look at it as a blessing because I'm still excited to play this game and be great and hold myself to a certain expectation and standard. So I'm very excited. The only difference is just now I kind of know not exactly what to expect, but somewhat on how the game could or might go.
It seems like you're going to have more responsibility in your play because, checking protection, sometimes, being able to audible a little bit more. How much does that new challenge excite you going into your third year?
It excites me a lot. Like I told y'all before, it's just something that I'm kind of used to. I mean, I've done it a lot in college and high school. And yeah, it's new now in the NFL, but I don't know. I think our coaches did a really good job of making it vanilla, and trying their best to not only just leave me out to dry, but give me tools and things to have, weapons to combat the defense when, they run a good coverage or do so. Just like it's the coach's job, to call good plays and coach us the right way, it's also my job to have their back and you just sometimes save the day and, do the right things to get us in the right look. So I'm very excited for that.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As Texans quarterback CJ Stroud, post-practice presser. It is a Wednesday. We get players today. Boy, it's been a busy day on Sports Radio 610. Nick Caserio joined Payne and Pendergast. D'Amico Ryans was on here after practice. CJ Stroud press conference right here after practice. We got a lot to sift through here. I think here's the deal. Look, the Texans, they've got there's one big storyline that is just significantly bigger than any and everything else that we can talk about with the Houston Texans. It's the offensive line. Nick Caserio hit on a couple of topics that, we'll see what happens when rubber meets the road. But in theory, these two individuals that Nick Caserio spoke about this morning on Payne and Pendergast, I think are going to play a huge role in whether the Texans are Super Bowl contenders or not. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Underdog Fantasy.
pets off. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Y'all got to be ready to go, man.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, 281-222-2222. If you or a loved one is ever injured in an accident, you know who the hell to call, Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. All right, check it out, man. If you're listening on that AM, FM dial, we greatly appreciate you. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, we greatly appreciate you. We want all y'all to do us a solid favor and download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app and stay plugged into Sports Radio 610. And today would be one of those days where you definitely want to have the Odyssey app. Nick Caserio was on Payne and Pendergast in the 7 a.m. hour. You can use the rewind feature and go directly back to that and hear it in full from Payne and Pendergast. Robert Flores was on with us right here, MLB Network, at 2:40 today to discuss the Framber Valdez situation, which is dominating the airwaves, at least in terms of Major League Baseball. It was before I came in, and I'm sure it still is, but Robert Flores of MLB Network had some interesting thoughts. D'Amico Ryans, post-practice presser on a Wednesday game week, was on at 3 p.m., and CJ Stroud, we just wrapped up with CJ Stroud at 3:40, his post-practice presser. You can catch all of those on the Odyssey app. That rewind feature is absolutely clutch. Also, Tyler, when the show's over, he will podcast individually every single segment that we have, so you can sift through and just pick what you want to listen to. We prefer you listen to 2 to 6 straight on through. We greatly appreciate those that ride from 2 to 6, but if you need to dial in, plug in to just one segment, you can do that on the Odyssey app. Again, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app and keep us on your hips. Stay plugged in to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Now, Nick Caserio, I mentioned he was on with Payne and Pendergast this morning. And look, the topic with the Texans, until rubber meets the road and we see not one, to be honest with you, but multiple games with this particular 2025 version of the Houston Texans, the biggest talking point is going to be the offensive line. The biggest talking point is going to be the offensive line, and Nick Caserio was on Payne and Pendergast talking about two of the most important figures when it comes to the Texans fixing their offensive line problems. Let's start with Nick Caserio telling us, Tyler, what the Texans are up against this week. They are up against one of what Nick Caserio says is one of the best defensive fronts in football. Here's Nick Caserio talking about the Rams' defensive line.
Yeah, we're probably as ready as we'll be on the offensive line. So, we understand the challenge in front of us against the Rams. I mean, this is arguably like top to bottom, like 1 through 5 when you include Poona Ford in there, which not everybody's really talking about Poona. I mean, they have probably, this is collectively, one of the better defensive lines we'll probably see over the course of the year, just from a 1 through 5 basis. Like, we're going to face good defensive linemen every week, and some teams maybe only have 1 or 2. But, when you look at the Rams, I mean, they literally have 5 guys who are as good as anybody in the league at their respective positions. So we're certainly going to have to account for their defensive line on almost every snap. I mean, Verse kind of moves around the front a little bit. I mean, it's a really good front. Again, it's probably as good of a front, just top to bottom, that we're going to face 1 through 5. So, we're going to need everybody to just focus on their execution, their fundamentals, and their assignment, understand what the intent is on each play, and just make sure the communication is clean. It's going to be a hostile environment. It's going to be on the road. So we just got to make sure we have all 5 doing the same thing, and the tight ends will be a part of it, and the running backs will be a part of it. The quarterback will certainly have responsibility in it as well. So it's going to take a collective effort to handle their defense without question.
High praise. D'Amico had high praise for Jared Verse, calling him one of the best in the league. Nick Caserio talking about this front with the 5-man rotation that they can roll through there being as good as there is in the league. I don't know that I can get there in terms of one of the best in the league, but I do believe that this is a very solid test for the Houston Texans. I don't think there's anybody on here. Jared Verse is a great player. I mean, they've got some great players. You mentioned Poona Ford. There are some great players on this team, but I don't think there's guys on there, Ron, that should just absolutely wreck the pocket for CJ Stroud or wreck the run game blocking schemes for Nick Chubb. This is a good challenge, great challenge, but it's one that we as Texans fans should expect to have a little bit of success.
You don't think Verse is that type of player?
No, I think he potentially can be, but I'm not ready to anoint his ass as that. No, I don't watch Jared. I watched Jared Verse, and I loved him in college. He was one of my favorite players coming out of Florida State, and they ended up getting both of the defensive linemen from Florida State, and I like him, and he may end up being one of the best in the league. I just don't know that I'm ready to call him an absolute game wrecker and mention him with some of the best that the NFL has to offer, in my opinion. Now we'll see. Maybe Sunday he proves me wrong. The point being is I agree with Nick Caserio right there. 1 through 5. This is a good rotation. This defensive line can pose some problems for the Texans, who their number one priority is to fix the damn offensive line. And I think before we see rubber meeting the road, I think the number one person that can help the offensive line and fix the problems from last year is CJ Stroud. You just heard from him at 340, and he gave you some reasons why he can help this offensive line. There's been multiple times that he's been asked this offseason about the offensive line. He said, hey, we got to help these guys. I've got to help these guys. Nick Caserio got to help these guys. Right? I think CJ Stroud, the quarterback, is the number one guy that can help this team. But there are two other guys that Nick Caserio spoke about today. One of them being the new offensive line coach, Cole Papovich. Here's Nick Caserio on the O-line coach and the guy that ultimately I think is tasked with making the biggest improvement across the board for the Texans this year.
Yeah, Cole's worked really hard during this opportunity, and he didn't have it easy. When you look at kind of where he started and to where he is now, it's a credit to him and his approach. And I think what you're hoping for as a player is just whomever the coach is just for somebody that's consistent, that's honest, and that's authentic. And I think Cole embodies a lot of those principles, and he has his own style, which is important, but he's very smart. He works very, very hard. He played the position, so he has a little bit of a background in terms of, what the expectation, understanding is of scheme, etc. And he and Zach Yenzer have worked really well together. And your job as a coach is just to get the players prepared so when they go out there, they can perform at an optimum level. Cole's worked really hard. There's a reason that we brought him into the program when we did. Cole's earned this opportunity, and we're glad he's here.
Cole Papovich, the new offensive line coach, Ron. I think this.
Jesus.
Obviously, he is the task has been laid at his feet, and he's got to fix this offensive line. Yeah, Nick Caselio's got to schematically do some things and hold some guys, set a certain standard. But Cole Papovich is the one that's in the room with him. And here's what I like about Cole Papovich, Ron. He was in the room last year with all of the dysfunction, right? And when they hired Cole Papovich, like, what the hell? This guy was in the room. Why couldn't he fix it? Now, and I that's still there. Now we'll see if he can outplay that, so to speak. But the fact that he was in the room last year with all this dysfunction, Ron, it should have been, and hopefully was, a key piece in confidently making the necessary moves. Move on from Laramie Tunsil. Make some of the moves that they made with players that were in there last year. Be able to confidently say, hey, here's some of the things that were going on in that room, and give D'Amico Ryans a firsthand account of what was going on in that room, right? And so, therefore, Cole Papovich should know how to fix it. You ain't coming in blind and going, well, who are these guys? What do we do? Cole Papovich should know. The experience in this system that Nick Caserio is trying to install and the Texans are hoping to run this year, not only in the system, but he was under one of the best offensive line coaches the league has ever seen. And I think that has to mean something for Cole Papovich. I like that about his resume, Ron, and his overall approach to coaching offensive line, I think, is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Texans. I don't know internally, like from the players, I don't know those guys. But I know from a fan's perspective and from a media perspective that watches a lot of film, this team needed to be held to a physicality standard. Like, set the standard of, hey, we are going to play the game in a physical nature, and I think this team needed it, and I like that about Cole Papovich leading into the season.
Yeah, he everything has been A-OK. Thumbs up, great belief in everything. But if I know Texans fans the way that they should be approaching it and the way that I think I know them after this being the 6th year I'm covering this team, it is under there. It is under there, and the concerns of what this thing is going to look like is still there, and they need to get going off on a good start. So up to this point, everything has been positive, but the real bullets are about to get fired, and they need to see it.
Fixing the offenses, the Texans' offensive line problem. CJ Stroud's number one. A close second is new offensive line coach Cole Papovich. He was in there and saw what was going on. Damn it, he ought to be able to fix it if he's worth the damn in terms of being a coach. We shall see there. I think another key player here with the Texans in a sense of fixing their offensive line play is the center Jake Andrews. And look, Jake Andrews is a guy that was released by the New England Patriots, a rebuilding franchise with a young quarterback, and immediately scooped up by the Texans. I mean, clearly Nick Caserio, clearly Cole Papovich have experience with Jake Andrews, knew him well, and thought it'd be good to bring him in here. I did not think that he was going to get the Kamari Lassiter treatment, though, Ron. You pick a guy up off the streets that couldn't cut it in New England, you bring him in here, you give him the starting job, and he never let it go. Here is Nick Caserio on what about center Jake Andrews earned him the starting job.
Yeah, sure. No, he was a player that we evaluated when he was coming out of Troy in 22 or 23, whatever year that was. He had a certain, I'd say, playing style, physicality, toughness about him that what we liked, and we graded him kind of accordingly. And then he was drafted there in the 4th round by New England. And the fact that Cole had coached him, we had some more better understanding of what the player was about. We felt that was a player that when we claimed him, he would at least be competitive with the rest of the group, understanding we were kind of still piecing that together. But from jump, I mean, his attitude, his mindset, the way he works, I mean, he's upstairs as much as any player, watching film, spending time with Cole, and we had legit competition at center. JP's played a number of snaps. He started and played quality football for us. You know, Juice really has the most position flexibility between those guys, center to guard, but Juice has started at center. So we let the competition kind of sort itself out. The reality is we're probably going to need everybody in that room at some point. But Jake has earned this opportunity with his work ethic, with his mindset, and, you know, we're glad that he's here.
High praise for center Jake Andrews from Nick Caserio, the general manager for the Texans. I tell you what I love about Jake Andrews and his ability to help this team be better in the O-line play overall. But if we're being honest, it's about pass protection. The fact that he knows this system. He knows the terminology. He knows offensive line coach Cole Papovich like the back of his hand. I believe he's got experience with Nick Caserio, the offensive coordinator, as well. I think Jake Andrews won this center competition for 2 reasons. One, he can communicate. He knew the system. He can communicate clearly. He's a good communicator. Number 2, we talked about the physicality that I think Cole Papovich wants out of this offensive line. He brings a level of physicality, at least in the run game, blocking perspective. He brings a level of physicality that I think is what they want out of their offensive line. So Cole Papovich, the O-line coach, Jake Andrews, the new center, Ron, I think those are the 2 key pieces beyond CJ Stroud that are gonna play a role, whether good or bad, good, bad, or indifferent, in fixing the Texans' offensive line problems.
To start, it was a Patterson, Andrews, Scruggs type of situation at center. Then it dropped to a Patterson and Andrews. From what you watched in training camp, and to the texters and listeners as well, what you watched in training camp, what you watched in preseason games, did you feel like Andrews clearly separated himself in that competition?
Well, I wouldn't say I see that clearly, but I think overall, as the offensive line play goes, he spent most of his time with the ones from start to finish. And as I said many a times watching training camp, yes, the practices were ugly and messy for the offense, and a lot of it was pass protection for CJ Stroud not being able to get a ball off. But as I saw it, it was more about tackles getting their ass whooped. It wasn't about the center, the middle offensive linemen not being able to stand their ground. It wasn't about guys getting out of position because they didn't know who the hell they had to block. It was about guys getting beat one-on-one. And so I got to believe that has a lot to do with, number 1, the communication, and it starts with the center. I think it starts with the center. CJ Stroud he can overrule anything, override anything, but the center communicating, I think, is a big reason why that interior O-line play was better. And then I think the second part of it, Ron, is look, we never looked at this team, at this unit. This is probably not fair, but it's real. we never looked at this team with Jarrett Patterson at center and said, hey, man, look at that movement inside. Jarrett Patterson did a fine job, but we never looked at the offensive line. I'm talking about beforehand, before last year when he was getting run. We never looked at them and said, man, did you see that center guard, a double team, just completely move that D tackle from the damn hole? We never saw that. So I've got to attribute the fact that we're seeing it now in the preseason. We saw it some in joint practices. I got to attribute that to somebody, and to me, that's Jake Andrews. And I'm leaning solely on the fact that what we've heard people in the building talk about is, boy, Jake Andrews is really in that run blocking, in that physicality, and firing off the ball and hitting somebody. He puts an emphasis on running the football, and so I got to believe that there's some truth to that. So I don't think, to me, it wasn't like, oh my gosh, Jake Andrews is head over heels the better center, but I think the overall product improved significantly with him in there, and so I got to believe that he had something to do with that.
The one thing that was real noticeable is he seemed to have like take control, like he completely knew what was going on from that position. He seemed to, with the system and everything, he seemed to have a clear control and understanding, to me, more that stood out than the other guys he was competing with. All right, coming up as we continue, the lineups are out, and Jordan's back in it, folks. So you're in good hands. Lineup is out, and another move to the roster with the Astros, and this one greatly affects this show. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Serta Pro Painters. Y'all, look, I've told y'all many a times, I've flipped several houses. I've dealt with several paint contractors.
Confidential, a 1-hour conversation featuring mental health professionals and some of the biggest names in sports, music, and news to promote mental health awareness across the nation. For more information, visit imlistening.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And right there's one of them old beats that'll make you move your head a little bit.
Makes me think of Forrest Gump.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've heard this in movies.
And they're riding into Nam.
Big Earn, riding back behind that El Camino seat, boy, illegal as hell. Shouldn't have been back there. Me and Hank, boy, Dad smoking cigarettes, blowing smoke in our face, riding behind the seat, no seatbelt on. Listen to these oldies right here,
You're disappointed that I don't have a clue who this is?
No.
Is this a very known band? You think I will know it when I hear it?
Here's the thing: it is a known band, and I can't tell you who it is. I ain't got the artist.
You got it?
It is a known band.
I got it.
He's looking at it.
Is it?
Well, I actually don't even have it labeled right, but I do know who it is.
Is this the Stones?
No. Clint, any guesses?
Oh man,
the Red, White, and Blue.
I don't have it, man. I don't have it. Who is it? It's going to piss me off.
Little revival. Revival for you.
Creedence.
Yeah, Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Oh, I knew that, man. Big Earn would be so disappointed.
I have never in life heard of that.
Never heard of CCR?
That band until today at 4:28.
Oh man, CCR. Big Earn be mad at me right now, man.
This show's all about educating and entertaining.
CCR.
I mean, boy, hey.
Wow. Okay.
Golly, man, that's disappointing. Sorry, Dad. I mean, I don't. It's hard for me to disappoint Big Earn at this point. That would have done it. I mean, going down I-10, smoke in the face, Dad's cigarette with a cherry on the end, burning the hell out of the felt around where the window rolls up. Oh yeah.
Kick Rocks said, and Ron got upset at us for some obscure lady we didn't know. Is CCR the equivalent of not knowing who Erykah Badu is?
Yeah, I would say so.
I'd say so, yeah. They were pretty big time.
And what year is this? Are we talking this again?
60s, 70s?
Yeah.
Is there a difference between that being in the 60s and the 70s and Erykah Badu being in the mid to late 90s?
If you didn't have anybody in your life that put 60s and 70s rock and roll, southern rock, whatever you want to call it, in your veins, then it makes perfect sense that you wouldn't know who it is.
Text line in, damn Ron, that is pathetic. CCR, never in life heard of it.
I couldn't pull CCR, but the fact that you ain't never heard of it is you watch a lot of movies. You watch it. What was
and I listen to a lot of stuff. And here I have nope.
You have a diverse music palette.
I may not listen. Let me take it back. I may not listen to all of the, but I am weirdly obsessed with like finding out about bands and their stories.
CCR. Look, if Teresa and Red didn't put it in your life, you wouldn't know about it. That's Big Earn. That's all Big Earn right there, man.
Yep. Fire Ron immediately. Turning out of 610 since Ron doesn't know who CCR is. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus. Clint did not have them.
I couldn't pull the artist on that song, but I know exactly who CCR is. But yes. Gosh, that's.
Do you think is there another CCR song that you're confident that I know?
I would bet CCR. I'm going out on a limb here.
I mean, is there? Who's the lead singer? Is there somebody
I'd bet you, Ron, that there's multiple songs that you would know if you heard it. That you would know some of the lyrics. Maybe not all of the lyrics, but you would know.
I mean, they debuted in 1959.
59. There you go. 60s and 70s. That's right. What's the one? What is the song, Tyler? It's Good Morning Vietnam. You remember Good Morning Vietnam, the movie? When they're
R.I.P. Robin Williams.
Isn't that CCR when they're coming in on the helicopter to start in the opening of the movie? Isn't that CCR?
Yeah, probably.
People are texting in John Fogerty. Is that somebody who is?
It's Fogerty, but yeah.
Fogerty. Fogarty? Is that somebody I don't know. Someone texted John freaking Fogarty.
Bad Moon Rising, Proud Mary. Bad Moon Rising and Proud Mary. You've heard those two. Fortunate Son.
This is Proud Mary.
Proud Mary has been done over by several black artists.
Well, I'm looking at a point.
I've heard Tina Turner sing this.
We bumped in with Fortunate Son.
Yeah, I've heard Tina Turner sing this. Yeah.
Did Tina steal it?
She did. Yeah.
Picked up the beats per minute a bit, old Tina did.
Well, that's Tina Turner. I didn't know that was not Tina Turner again until this moment. It did not have that as.
Golly, I didn't realize how many good songs CCR had.
Oh, yeah.
Down on the corner?
Yep.
Golly, I knew. Out in the streets, baby.
Text line coming in. Ron, you're good. 2 Americas. Okay. I figured it was.
Well, look, I
figured a little bit in there.
Well, I mean, I think it's fair to say that Erykah Badu may fit in the 2 Americas.
Oh,
2 Americas
yeah, sure.
deal.
I thought Tyler mid-90s might.
59 and old, and 59 rock may not reach show.
But Tyler had never heard of the songs.
Yeah, no, look, I mean,
right, like Better Call Tyrone or like any of her songs he had not recognized her, let alone Erykah Badu.
Mm-hmm.
I've at least heard the songs.
I did know Miss Tina Turner along with CCR though.
Okay, you said there's some real quick. You said there's some good.
Oh, there's some pertinent Joe Espada out here.
Let's hear it. Let's hear Joe Espada. Obviously, the whole Framber situation and everything. We got to address this at some point. Chaz
go home and
McCormick.
listen to oldies.
Chaz McCormick has been sent down to AAA, so it's over.
Oh!
You can completely stop with that music. But what is
Melton on the roster?
He's damn right he is.
What's he hitting right now? You're keeping a left-handed bat. Like I knew this was coming. I've accepted this.
It's a spot audio.
I accepted this. I knew it was coming, Ron. I knew it was coming. But you literally are keeping a dude on available on 149. He's sub 150 now.
Get 2 more players in September.
He's sub 150. What does Jacob Melton have pictures of Joe Espada naked?
Oh, maybe.
What are we doing here?
Maybe this means Jake is really close. All right, what is it? What is it from Espada? Let's hear it.
Let me start today before you guys start. With the questions. So yesterday, I obviously met with Salazar and Valdez once I finished talking to you post game, and I really wanted to get down to number one was the asking him to step off. I wanted to know about the thought process, which pitch, who was calling which pitch, and what. And I wanted to hear from both of them at the same time. I wanted to have a conversation face to face because I wanted to hear the truth about the whole entire thing that happened in that inning. I have a lot of respect for both players, and I truly believe that when we have these conversations that they're honest, and I want them to tell me the truth, and I want them to tell you guys the truth once they, talk to the media. So I don't want to get into specifics, but I do want to say that I want to put this behind us. There's a lot of speculations and stuff that is being said on the media, which I don't read, but they make me, people tell me what's going on, and I don't like it. A lot of that stuff is not true, but I understand the environment and what comes with it, right? So I appreciate if we can just get past this and go back to, baseball. No, that's too long to go in respect.
I bet he does want to get past.
Once again, I tip my cap to Joe Espada for how he handles things. I love the way he handled the Presley hater thing.
Hey, he was serious there.
I love it.
He attacked that.
Now, the only problem there, Espada, is you didn't address the elephant in the room. Your ass didn't say what you learned. And by the way, you didn't say, hey, look, simple, hey, too loud. Hey, hit the wrong button on the pitch comp. Hey, simple, crossed up, happens all the time in big league. You didn't say anything about that.
Just want to get past it, Clint.
You just want to get past it. Love the way that he handles it with his players in the locker room. Love it, Espada. But if you're going to come out hot like that, you got to at least explain what the hell they said.
He said, I'm not getting into specifics. I'm keeping it in-house.
Clearly that what he heard and what he got out when he got down to the truth, he didn't feel like he could share it with the media.
Puff your chest out all you want. Don't pee in my freaking cereal.
Their actions say they don't believe that stuff was intentional. All right, coming up, football is back. Texans report is back. Brandon Scott, he joins us next right here live on The Drive.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Thirsty Thursday is back for year 3. Join Clint and Ron tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6 live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Cyprus with our friends at Bud Light for great wings, cold.
I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Brandon Scott in Texans report. Brandon is disappointed. Are you disappointed? Are you surprised?
No, I'm not disappointed or
that
surprised.
I don't have CCR. I know there's songs like Clint just played several songs. Just want to remember the Titans. I remember, but I didn't know the name. I didn't have the name.
I think it's pretty consistent with Tyler. It's a bit of a Two Americas thing. I think it's what's happening there. I think it's pretty consistent with Tyler not knowing Erykah Badu. But definitely, I would even go further to say, like, if you were to get in the car with me right now after we finish this, you're more likely to hear Erykah Badu than you are CCR. But CCR definitely more famous than Erykah Badu by a mile, by like a long shot.
I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to argue that. I mean,
so like more well known.
59.
They sold 7 times as many albums during their career.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, they had a head start. They had a head start.
So mine's not as bad as yours.
59. No,
I'm not going to stop yelling because that means I lost the fight.
Yeah, I think it is bad.
59
mid-90s.
59 is when they started.
I've at least heard the songs. I've at least, like, you played them, I've heard the songs.
You just didn't.
He ain't heard Tyrone.
7 mil versus 50 mil sold, bro.
Missed him.
Now, I do wonder, where were you in 1997, Tyler, to not have
what
heard
year?
Tyrone? 1997. That's probably when Tyrone came.
We played Bag Lady.
Second grade.
Bag Lady. First timer.
Bag Lady would probably have been 2000, somewhere around there, 99.
See, clearly what I've learned is CCR, they're in a lot of movies.
They are in
a lot of these are songs I've heard in movies.
Yes. And me working at Walgreens.
And you working at Walgreens.
I got a little classic rock knowledge from Walgreens. I did.
Yeah. As we're gonna listen. Let's go Texas report before let's get away from us. By the way, football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live on Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Someone texted and said maybe if you grew up more in the South, you may have CCR better than in the Midwest. All right. Texans week 1 is here. The biggest thing, you were there, you heard from D'Amico, CJ, as they spoke to the media today, a big thing, the number one thing on your mind going into week 1 right now.
Well, I just want to see this test that the offensive line is going to have. I mean, earlier, even before D'Amico, we heard from, and y'all played this a little bit in the 4 o'clock segment with Clint, on how Nick Caserio was talking about the offensive line, specifically the offensive line coach, Jake Andrews earning that spot. And I know if you look at it and you think, hey, he was the starter from said go, did he really earn it or did they just give it to him? Now, I think they gave it to him because he earned it. I watched him quite a bit in preseason, and you could tell the difference between what it looked like, not just the communication piece, which is important, but I think less important because of what CJ Stroud is going to be doing at the line of scrimmage, but the physicality stuff that they're talking about. Jake Andrews, I don't know how good he is necessarily, but he's got that dog in him. Like, he's willing to go out there, put his body on the line in the way that you want your offensive line to do. So I'm curious to see how this offensive line is going to fare against a defensive line that I think is going to get after it. I think is going to test them. I think from a Texan standpoint, you can look at it the other way of like, hey, your defensive line is going to get after Matthew Stafford. But they also got one, too, that's about to get after CJ Stroud, who was sacked as many times as all but one quarterback last year, 50-plus times, and you don't want to see anything like that. So this will be a good test for the offensive line, I think.
Yeah, look, I think you don't have to be the biggest, most talented, O-lineman in the room. If you've got the mentality and you can communicate it better than anybody else, then and you just approach the game a certain way, you know more than everybody in the room because you've been in it before. That could be a powerful existence right there, right? You don't have to be necessarily a first-round pick or the biggest dude in the room or the baddest dude in the room. It's just, hey, man, we believe that this guy's going to get us in the right calls. And he's going to give us a chance to execute some blocks. What about the CJ Gardner-Johnson stuff? You know, him being healthy sounds like D'Amico kind of talked about this week, but then he even mentioned he alluded to last week being back out there. C.J. Gardner-Johnson being back for this team is big on the defensive side.
I thought it was a good sign, and I think we were all out there. Certainly you and I were out there, Clint. Ron might have been out of town at the time, but that Panthers practice, that Panthers joint practice, when we saw C.J. Gardner-Johnson for the first time since his injury, now he was out there with a little bit of a limp, but that to me was a good sign and showed that, hey, he's probably further along than obviously we thought when he got injured, but even so after that, when they kind of made it seem like it wasn't as bad as it looked. So, yeah, no, I think it completely changes the dynamic of the secondary. It is what helps them make that case for best secondary in the league, right? Like, why were we not talking about them as the best secondary in the league last year, right? Well, the only missing piece when you talk about what they brought back and what they're bringing in is C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Everybody else is somebody that was already on the team for the most part, right? So C.J. Gardner-Johnson is the addition, a different type of player. I think that's a huge thing for this defense, even if the strength of it is up front. Like, this to me is what takes them over the top.
Brandon Scott, Texans report. There's a lot going into this year of just kind of unknowns. We talked about a little bit up front, the offensive line, what to expect from them. I think maybe the biggest unknown right now, and we've learned a little bit more, is Nick Caserio. How are you feeling about Nick Caserio at this point, now that you've gone through training camp, you've gone through the preseason, you've seen him call some games? What's your feeling about going to this game with Nick Caserio, another big unknown question?
So far, so good. I think earlier in the show, this was just the last segment, I think, when early in the hour, when you were talking about Jake Andrews, when Clint brought it up, and you're like, so far, so good. It looks like so far it's checked all the boxes for me. Yeah. You know, the play calling, I think, looks good. The coaching, I think that's the piece of this with Nick Caserio that he's supposed to be bringing that Bobby Slowick supposedly did not, right? Could draw up plays or could call plays, but couldn't necessarily adjust, didn't necessarily have all of the necessary coaching points that it seems like guys like Nick Caserio and Cole Popovich are more so emphasizing. That's good for a lot of talk right now in the preseason and camp and the offseason. We will see once it gets out there. I feel good about it, but I'd like to see a much more thorough sample size than just a couple preseason games and how things look in a controlled practice, right? Like when things go right, like they haven't really faced any kind of adversity, right? Like they obviously lost the Minnesota game, the preseason opener, and of course you had the rookie throwing picks all over the place, and that didn't necessarily look great. But ever since then, they've looked pretty good. There's been no adversity. There's been no need to like adjust, make a change, make a decision. We haven't seen them in that situation yet. So we will see, but so far so good.
I love the way that they installed. I love the way that they didn't try to do too much and come out guns blazing. He gets his opportunity and goes into promising the world. He just slowly, methodically installed this offense, it looked like. I love the way they did that. Like you said, I think the most adversity they really hit all camp long was in-house. I think it was Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter just ruining every damn ones versus ones team they had. And it seemed like they stayed pretty strong and consistent through that, made the necessary adjustment to put Titus Howard out there to give him a chance. I know that was more of a Cam Robinson thing, but that's kind of promising. I tell you where I'm at, B. Scott, with him too, is kind of like where I was with DeMeco Ryans. When you hired DeMeco Ryans as your head coach, first things first line of business, first order of business, the defense better be right.
Yeah.
If that's your head coach, you got to have a top-tier defense. They did that, right? When you hire Nick Caserio as your offensive coordinator, ultimately he's got to be a great play caller, great schemer. We'll see all that down the road. What I expect to see immediately is the tight ends used more effectively. The tight ends being the guys that are put in position to help this offense win games. Let's be honest, from last year to this year, there's a big gap to say, hey, man, the tight ends need to be better. Individually and as a group, a bigger part of this offense. So that's one thing that I expect to see pretty quickly here is that group be more productive and be a little bit more of a weapon for the Texans.
Well, and I would say in both the passing game and in the run game.
Absolutely.
Right? Like this is something that we don't talk about as much because the offensive line was as bad as it was, or at least they were as bad as they were from guard to guard. And, of course, they had the guy that led the league in penalties. So you had all of that going on in this fixation on the offensive line. But I know you talked about this. We've heard Seth talk about this. Overall, as a team, they just were not good enough from the offensive line to the tight ends to the wide receivers and the communication. Everything was just off. And now you look at it, I'm glad you mentioned the tight ends because I'm thinking back again since I mentioned that Panthers practice where they had that one play where I think it was Cade Stover that caught Derek Brown on a wham block.
Yes.
It was just like vicious and nasty. And I think they ended up running that same play in the game, and they had Luke Lachey on the other side, which was interesting to me because they had their ones out there. But Dalton Schultz was on the sideline, and they had guys that it seemed like were really going to get after it in the run game, getting it after in the run game. And that's just kind of knowing your personnel, knowing who's who and what's what. And I love to see that. Talking about the offensive line, too, I think this is worth noting. It seems like, to me, y'all tell me if y'all disagree, they didn't really downgrade from what I can tell so far at any of the offensive line positions except left tackle, where you feel pretty good about the rookie. But from left guard all the way to, and I guess the right tackle will be the same guy in Titus Howard, but from left tackle to right, or from left guard to right guard, I feel better about the guys that they have out there than what they were trotting out there last year. That's an improvement. And then hopefully Nick Caserio is calling plays that suit that personnel, and that's what it seems like.
Sorry, Brandon, how you you ain't got to give away your pick, but how are you feeling? How are you feeling about this game for the Texans in LA?
Yeah, I think I picked against them when the season, or I should say when the schedule first came out.
Well, did they get you?
I think they got me. I think they got me, and it goes a lot to what Clint was just asking about feeling better about. Nick Caserio is an unknown. It's a question. I'm not about to sit here and act like it's not. The offensive line, to me, is still an unknown. It's a big question mark. I'm not going to sit here and act like it's not. But feeling better about those things based off of what I've seen from camp, what I've seen in preseason, makes me want to give them the nod just a little bit more. So I'm leaning toward the Texans. I am leaning toward the Texans actually winning this game when I did not think that they would when the schedule first came out.
Leaning towards the Texans. All right, there you go. Go for it.
Talk myself into it. Why not, man?
Hey, why not? Why not? What's the worst that can happen?
Yeah, I could just be wrong. That ain't never happened before.
Right. It's all right.
That ain't never happened.
All right, that's B. Scott. He is on with us each and every Wednesday, 4:40 Texans Report. Check him out on Friday on In the Loop at 11 o'clock. He's in for that hour. And, of course, you can catch all his work on SportsRadio610.com. We appreciate you. As always, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire, Joe Espada. It ain't over. He addresses the Framber Valdez situation and Cesar Salazar situation. We'll talk about that next. And Chaz McCormick, Boys to Mend today. We'll discuss that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, Twin Peaks, y'all, there's 5 lodges around the city, coldest beer in town. I do that
Check eligibility requirements in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the face that produces the place, has the latest. And the latest is the Astros are going to try to flush down all of what happened yesterday as they lose 7-1 in the opening of the series against the Yankees. All of the Framber situation, they're going to try to flush that until Joe Espada met with the media today. And Joe Espada came to the media and he said, damn it, I got something to say. This is right after, he had him a hell of a day. Went ahead and sent Chaz McCormick's ass back down to Sugarland like he's just firing people at Sprint. And then, I'm sorry, man, there was that. I'm framing the 90s, man. They were just
Sprint.
Hey, man, them managers in there firing people on their lunch break at Sprint every day. But he went here and cut loose of Chaz McCormick, which hurts us. Victor Caratini, he is back a day late. And he addressed Joe Espada, not yesterday, today. He addressed, and I'm telling you, folks, you can hear him. You can hear him in his voice. He said, God dog it, I got a little something I want to say, damn it. I want to say something. Here's Joe Espada trying to regain the captain mantra. Here he is talking about the Framber Valdez, Cesar Salazar situation.
Let me start today before you guys start, with the questions. So yesterday, I obviously met with Salazar and Valdez once I finished talking to you post game, and I really wanted to get down to number one was the asking him to step off. I wanted to know about the thought process, which pitch, who was calling which pitch, and what. And I wanted to hear from both of them at the same time. I wanted to have a conversation face to face because I wanted to hear the truth about the whole entire thing that happened in that inning. I have a lot of respect for both players, and I truly believe that when we have these conversations that they're honest, and I want them to tell me the truth, and I want them to tell you guys the truth once they, talk to the media. So I don't want to get into specifics, but I do want to say that I want to put this behind us. There's a lot of speculations and stuff that is being said on the media, which I don't read, but they make me, people tell me what's going on, and I don't like it. A lot of that stuff is not true, but I understand the environment and what comes with it, right? So I appreciate if we can just get past this and go back to, baseball.
All right, there's Joe Espada coming to the table addressing, and he said, finally, it felt like Joe wanted to say, before we get started, I got something to say for you ask your little questions. It felt like that's what Joe was in that type of mood. Your reaction and response to Joe Espada.
Well, first off, I applaud Joe Espada and how he handles issues, frictions, adversity within the clubhouse. I love that let's call both guys in and let's air this thing out and get to a resolve and move on. I applaud the hell out of that. Now, on the other hand, his ability to communicate with the media once again is interesting, right? I mean, he comes out hot, guns blazing, like, hey, y'all listen up. I'm going to tell you what's going on.
Hold on to your little question.
So that we can all sweep this under the rug and move on. And right when he got to the point of, all right, now here's what happened, he said, well, I'm going to ask them to tell the truth to the media, and I hope they tell you the truth, and now we're going to sweep this under the rug. And he didn't shed any light on what happened in the clubhouse, on what happened on the diamond, on the mound, behind the plate, in the game. He didn't shed any light on what went on in that meeting, which, again, I don't expect him to. But when you come out hot like you are fixing to, then the expectation is, all right, well, if you want everybody to get beyond it and everybody to keep speculating, you want to point out that everything is wrong and there's a lot of bad information out there, then, hey, write the record.
He said he doesn't agree with the stuff that's being said out there which I guess could lead you to a point to think that he doesn't believe that was what happened and what he got from the meeting.
I mean, he could. I mean, to me, if this was a man, it's easy, man. These guys got crossed up. He would have said it. Like the fact that he didn't tell us something, I think is very telling of what he found out when he did his little investigation in the manager's meeting room. I mean, it's anyway. Applaud him for the manner in which he goes about dealing with his players. I give him a A for effort in a sense of energy and juice to that interview, but an F when it comes to actually saying something of any kind of substance to change the narrative. Right, like right now, it's just again you put me in a spot where it's like, hey, clearly if it were no big deal, he would have explained it. The fact that he didn't explain it tells me personally that there's something they don't want to get out of the clubhouse right now.
All right, we'll address more of that because somebody else has spoken on the Framber situation as well, and we'll let you hear what that was also. But they got game 2 tonight, and the lineup here is with Jason Alexander on the mound, Pena Alvarez back in the lineup, and he is in left field. Altuve is DHing, Correa behind him, Sanchez back in the lineup, Diaz behind the plate, and as we said, that Chas McCormick has been optioned back to Sugarland. Hell, I didn't know he still had options, but he has been optioned down to Sugarland. That's because they have reinstated Victor Caratini as he returns back from the IL, that 7-day concussion IL he was on. He is in the lineup as well, and he is out there playing first base, returning. Urias is at second, and then Taylor Trammell back in the lineup in center field. So that is the latest there. Clint, we've talked a lot about the Framber situation, the Salazar situation, because that was the big thing coming out of the game. But one thing it covered up was they played against another AL playoff team, and right now it would take a real meltdown for the Yankees to miss the postseason where they are right now. They've gotten hot here of late, and they scored 1 run. And they went up against their ace, and they scored run. They were shut out 2 games ago by the Angels. They have struggled here lately to score runs. And that, to me, is the thing that's getting covered up, luckily, by the Framber situation is, again, they go out against good pitching, and they can't score runs. And when that grand slam was hit, you knew it was over because they can't come back and score more runs, and they end up scoring 1 run. They've got to figure this out. Hopefully Alvarez returning helps them with their ability to score runs, but this is the hidden thing that gets kind of swept under the rug with the situation with Framber that's on TV right now.
Yeah, look, it's no doubt about it. I mean, they're streaky right now, and then they've got to produce at the plate. I think Yordan Alvarez being in that lineup absolutely changes the dynamic, not only of the lineup, but how the opposing pitcher has to approach the lineup. And so hopefully that is the shot in the arm that these guys need. It's definitely a game changer. So, with him in the lineup, I think we got a better chance, obviously, of scoring some points and some runs, and let's see if they can keep him in there and we can get off this rest train every 5 games.
Yeah. So let's see if they can score some runs, and they are. Listen, there's some tough pitching. Will Warren is probably the easier of the ones. They've got Rodon tomorrow, and he has had a really good year. So that's another tough lefty that they'll have to deal with. We'll see if they can score some runs in this series. Also, a note: Isaac Paredes. There's video of it. He was taking ground balls at the Daikin today, and he also was running in the outfield. Joe Espada said Paredes went for follow-up imaging on his hamstring yesterday. So good sign out there. He's taking ground balls, fielding them, throwing them over to first. So we'll see what that means for the Astros with his potential return and where he would.
I have no idea where he's going to fit in, but that video of him fielding ground balls, throwing to first base, he looks light on his feet, looks like he's moving well. There's a report that he was doing some running exercises out in right field, out in the outfield as well. So, I don't know, but with that level of hamstring injury that keeps you out, man, it sure seems like he's early on, September 3, he's moving like that. I don't think he's ready to run any bases or anything, but I think it was pretty promising for Astros fans. I don't know where the hell he fits in when he does get back. I'm guessing maybe DH. If anything, but we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Woo! 5 o'clock fire.
All right, D'Amico Ryans, CJ Stroud spoke to the media today, talking about similar things. Here is D'Amico talking about, hey, this is where we are now. Talk is over. Let's go.
Yeah, for our offensive line, we'll see. There's been questions all offseason about our offensive line. Everybody wants to know who's going out there, who is this guy at this position, that position. It's just a lot of talk that quite frankly, I'm tired of talking about it. Like, it's time to go play, and let's see how our five matches up against a really great defensive line. And that's what we'll see on Sunday. Let's see how it all plays out.
That was D'Amico talking about the O-line, and then the guy who is playing behind the O-line, CJ Stroud, speaks about them going into this game against the Rams.
Yeah, I think, one thing about this group that I'm really proud of is that, man, they're dogs, man, from left to right, up and down, no matter the age or the position. I think everybody, that we got up there loves to play and plays really hard. The effort is there, and, I think got a great challenge. This D-line is really good, starting to reverse. He's really, really good and really strong, powerful. There's different type of rushes. Good in the run game. 55, 91, 0. Really, all of them are really good. So, I think this is a great challenge for us. And, those guys they know that and they're preparing. So, I think it's going to be a great battle.
All right, that's them talking about what is clearly, I think, everyone's belief, but clearly their belief, the key to the game, Clint, is the offensive line. And I'm with D'Amico. Hey, tired of talking about it. Let's see it. And we're going to see, as we talked about, a fair matchup to kind of see where they are.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I'm less tired of talking about it and more ready to see some improvement. I mean, there's a huge gamble here that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans took with their approach to fixing the offensive line. And I agree with Brandon Scott. I think on paper, as we look at right now, I do think they are better everywhere except where Laramie Tunsil left. I mean, whether it's Cam Robinson or Ariante Ursery, they're not going to be Laramie Tunsil. I think you can go left guard to right tackle, and you can argue that they're better than anything that was on the field last year at any given point. Now, that's in theory, that's on paper. We hadn't seen them play a snap yet. And the truth of the matter is, just being a little bit better than you were last year, as bad as they were last year, is not going to be enough. And so, look, I'm not tired of talking about it. I'm tired of it being an issue, right? I mean, I'm just hoping like hell the cheap approach, the inexperienced approach, the youth movement, if you will. I just hope that works up front with the Texans in a way in which it hasn't worked for Ed Ingram with Minnesota, or the way it didn't work with Jake Andrews with New England, or the way that guard didn't work out for Titus. Now he's moving back to tackle. Like I hope it all comes together on Sunday as something that we can put behind us and the problem be solved. I'm with D'Amico there, but yeah. I'm more tired of it being a problem than I am talking about it.
yeah, and we'll see. And we'll see. I think that part that you brought up there, hey, they got they took a real unconventional path of how they decided to fix, at least unconventional to most people, how they decided to fix their biggest issue, right? Trading their clear-cut best linemen and then bringing in guys that didn't grade out well, and then changing it midstream, and so yeah,
they put a ton of stock. They put less stock in talent, and they put a ton of stock in coaching and mentality. And hopefully you hired the right coach, and hopefully that mentality is shifted enough to where it can outweigh the talent of a Laramie Tunsil. And the experience of some of the other guys you had up there. We'll see. When rubber meets the road, we shall see on Sunday at 3:25, baby.
There we go. All right. We will see. And big game one for that offensive line.
Stop being a dumpster fire.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this story here is potentially going to really take off. And Pablo Torre, now Meadowlark Media, but now also of The Athletic, did his first story. Said he's been working on this for 7 months. The Clippers allegedly skirted NBA salary cap rules with Kawhi Leonard. He got paid $28 million to be a no-show endorser for a tree planting company that was supposed to really help the environment, and he was the highest paid endorser and did no work for it. $28 million. Then there is a connection with this company with the owner of the Clippers, the richest owner in all of sports, Steve Ballmer, that he also gave $50 million to this company this debunked company that is building growing trees that he didn't pay. So the NBA has now come out and said they are investigating it, and this could be a huge deal in a salary cap sport, to where owners are getting around offering more money by having outside ventures to be able to pay these guys more than what the salary can give them. I got to believe there are some owners also around here thinking, oh, hell.
Look out now. But look, I mean,
KB, the first time this idea has come up.
Well, I think Mark Cuban made a great point and I don't know that I agree with Mark Cuban. He thinks that he's on Ballmer's side here because and his reasoning is there's no way a guy with that kind of money would let a company that was doing this kind of thing go bankrupt, knowing that when a company goes bankrupt, the records are essentially opened and would allow for people to see that Kawhi Leonard was receiving this money. Now, my thought with that is I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that a billionaire, one of the richest guys in the world, it wouldn't be the first time that person thought they were untouchable and did something stupid, hoping nobody would notice and let it happen. But yeah, I mean,
this could be a big, like, they could get in big trouble. I think the last time something like this happened, the Minnesota Timberwolves, the owner was suspended, the team was fined, they gave up 5 first-round draft picks, and it wasn't $28 million that he was getting a year. Like, this could be a big thing, and it is. It's not that it's unbelievable, but I bet you there's a lot of people wondering, make sure they don't come sneaking around here, because I cannot believe in any of these salary cap sports that no one else has come up with this idea. Let's be able to add to it here, get them a little extra money. All right, coming up, the Framber Valdez story with the cross up is becoming a national story, a big story here. We heard from the manager, Joe Espada, speak on it. Now, an agent, the agent for Framber Valdez, spoke on it. He came out just as hard as Joe Espada did. We'll let you hear what he had to say coming up next.
All right, y'all, if you got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, man, you know you got to listen up. It's Louis Flory over at Ability Tree Experts. They're the way to go, man. Those trees, they're the second most valuable asset on your property.
610, Sunday morning from 7 to 8 a.m. for Odyssey's I'm Listening Special. A 1-hour conversation featuring mental health professionals and some of the biggest names in sports, music, and news to promote mental health awareness across the nation. For more information, visit imlistening.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Been a fun show. Shout out to our guy, B. Scott. Brandon Scott joined us at the end of the 4 o'clock hour. If you missed that, around 4:40, check it out. Good conversation. And he said he's changed from the beginning of the season. He said he is now leaning towards the Texans. Beginning of the year, he had this as a loss against the Rams, and now he is leaning towards the Houston Texans. You can listen to the rest of our conversation we had with him. All right, as the top story here coming into today, and it still is, it's being talked about at a national level as well. And that is Framber Valdez crossed up his pitcher. That is what he said last night. It was not intentional. It is what he said. Salazar said it was not intentional. But most have a different belief. Joe Espada, we just played that at the start of 5 o'clock fire. He gave his thoughts on it. Talked to them both about the entirety of the inning, is what he said, not just that particular moment. Framber Valdez's agent, who better had his ass out here, he gave his thoughts on it. He said the idea that he's intentionally trying to injure one of his teammates is preposterous. It's a complete lack of respect for who he is as a person and who he is as a player, and his body of work demonstrates that. Anything to the contrary is just completely misguided, and it's not right. And you would understand in a contract year, his agent certainly doesn't want to have out there that he has a player that is out here trying to take out his teammates because he gets mad that he gave up a grand slam. You can understand that. But we've heard a lot. We talked about it at the beginning of the show. You saw it last night. We've heard from Joe Espada a couple of times since it happened. We're hearing from the agent. We heard from Framber. We heard from Salazar. Where is your thoughts? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, Clint Stoerner. Where are you at in this Framber situation?
Yeah, look, I think Framber is a child. I think Framber is very unprofessional. I think some of the signs that we've seen leading up to this incident were kind of swept under the rug. We discussed them on this show, but it was more kind of tongue-in-cheek, where he was needing to be checked, the keeping his emotions in check, and I think there's been signs of the lack of professionalism, the immaturity, the inability to handle adversity, if you will. I think there's been signs, but I think this is just all of that coming to a head. I think this lacks professionalism in a major way. Now, look, I don't think Framber Valdez is a bad dude. I don't think Framber Valdez went out there and decided to throw a pitch, and his thought was, I'm fixing to hurt this POS catcher back here that just that won't sit back there and just catch my game and let me call pitches. I don't think I don't think he intentionally hurt one of his teammates. I'm seeing that phrased a lot. No, I do not think Framber Valdez did that. If we're going to talk about intention, I do think Framber Valdez intentionally decided to not step off the rubber when Cesar Salazar was waving his hands, both hands, before the grand slam. I do believe that Framber Valdez intentionally decided to throw a pitch when communication wasn't clear between him and his catcher, out of frustration, out of immaturity, out of a lack of professionalism, not to hurt anybody. But I do believe he intentionally did those things, and the result of that was he put his catcher in harm's way. The result of that was he obviously caused some level of friction within the organization to a point where he and the catcher had to be called into the manager's office, and the manager had to get things straight, wanted to hear the truth for himself, right? So I just think this is a bigger example, a more magnified example of what we've seen from Framber Valdez in the past. I just think there's a level of immaturity. There's a level of lack of professionalism that is unacceptable for a guy of Framber Valdez's ilk. I mean, Framber Valdez is a professional. He's a veteran. He has been in huge moments and had a ton of success. He should be the adult in the room in this situation, get the communication right, and give the team a chance to win ball games instead of ending up doing what he did and having to be called into the manager's office. I think bottom line is Framber's a child. He's too old for this crap, and unfortunately we had to watch it all play out in live action.
Text line coming through. This is probably why we haven't signed Framber. I bet this ish has gone on behind the scenes for years. He hit him, and he'll be lucky to get an expensive contract from the Rockies. Framber is a long-haired bee. That was on purpose. I think a lot of what you said, Clint, is very fair. I think he is immature. I think we have known that. I think we have talked about that. I think he does not always handle adversity in the best manner. I think we have talked about that as well. I can't get with people who right now are 100% positive and sure that this dude went out there and purposely threw a fastball at him while him knowing that Salazar was looking for a curveball or something off speed. I do not. I can't put that on him, because to me that is a POS. You are choose my word. You are a jackass. You are an a-hole if you are purposely going to do that to injure, because you hit him right in the ribs, 93, right in the ribs. Like you can hurt somebody, and you do that because you're pissed that you gave up a grand slam, or he's not doing something you don't want him to do, so you send him a message. I do not believe he did that. I think he was frustrated, and I think, as you said, Clint, he was acting immature, a child. I'll even go there with you, but I don't think he sat back there after giving up the grand slam, throwing a changeup where they were on the same page, and then saying, "Here, I'm about to give it to his ass right now." I don't believe that is the case. And if you do that, that's fine. I just, like, that to me is a serious claim on somebody that, quite frankly, has never shown us recklessness like that before. He doesn't even throw at batters that he's pissed at, let alone his own teammates. And the other thing that stuck out to me was, Framber is a highly emotional player to begin with. Throws a pitch that gives up a grand slam, a pitch in which his catcher, as you said, put his hands up and he didn't step off and threw it anyway. Throws a grand slam, clearly pissed off and frustrated throughout. Throws another pitch, and then, apparently clear as day to most, intentionally threw a ball at his catcher. Nobody came to the mound. Nobody even came out there just to say, "Hey man, what the hell's going on?" Salazar clearly looked confused. No pitching coach, no manager, nobody came to the mound from the infield. And their actions today are also showing they don't believe it was an intentional thing. And to me, if it was intentional, if he did do that on purpose, there needs to be serious action taken, because you could have really hurt somebody. So I don't think that it is intentional. I think the biggest thing to this, Clint, is they need Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez to be not good but great for them to get where they want to get to. And the big thing is he hasn't been that. And he hasn't been that lately, and that is what they need moving forward. I think that right now, especially as they're moving forward, not putting any action, that is the biggest thing to me.
Well, look, you're right. You're dead. Your nails right there. The key is, even as an Astros fan or a media member, whatever it is, the key is you've got, this team is going nowhere without great Framber and great Hunter Brown. And so they've got to get Framber back in the right frame of mind, because the reality of it is we've seen Framber, out of frustration, not trying to hurt anybody, we've seen Framber throw the outfield, throw teammates under the bus in a post-game presser. We've seen Framber not back up a catcher and cost the team a run in a tight ball game. We've now seen Framber make a piss-poor decision, multiple piss-poor decisions in a game where he could have he potentially put a player not potentially, he did put a teammate in harm's way. Like, they've got to get that under control for another 3 months. They got to get that figured out with Framber so that we can go try to win a damn World Series. I know that is the real deal right here. And you're right. I think the bigger question, it's fun to talk about this, but the bigger question is moving forward, we've got to have really good to great Framber Valdez, and of late he's been inconsistent, to put it nicely. He's got to get back to being the guy that we look from a performance standpoint that we've come accustomed to see.
All right, baby. Framber is the thug and now a liar. I love that take. All right. Hey, I'm with you. You gonna throw you gonna throw at somebody on purpose, your teammate? That's wild. That's got to be like at the top. I ain't never been a professional athlete like you have, Clint. That's got to be at the top of the list of you just, hey, but I'm about to purposely take out my teammate. That'd
be rough.
That's like, to me, what he did is as if your right guard said, F it. I'm just going. I know it's a pass route. I'm going to sidestep him and let him just lay your ass out.
I felt like there's been a time or two when a couple did.
I don't do that. All right, coming up, we'll see how Clint and Tyler are doing after it happened to Chaz McCormick. And we had mentioned this today, the Texans captains. Anybody not on this list that you're surprised? They're captains: CJ Stroud, Will Anderson, Nico Collins, Aziz, and Dare. Anybody you're surprised that aren't captains? We'll discuss all that coming up next.
Underdog Fantasy, y'all. I enjoy it year-round, but football is back, man. And Underdog Fantasy is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. And, heck yeah, you can play.
your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Leasing a car has never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. You'll hear from D'Amico and GM Nick Caserio live starting at 6 o'clock. Stay tuned for that right after us. You'll hear from the head coach and the general manager as they are going from 6 to 8 o'clock. And then following that, we'll hear from Area 45. Damn it, I wish I should have turned on Area 45 last night. I bet you they were getting after it.
It was a great night for them to be going to midnight for the first time this year, that's for sure.
And I'm certain they will not only have the post game tonight as the Astros try to even up this series against the Yankees, but I'm sure they'll respond to the latest Framber situation with Joe Espada. I'm guessing Caratini and Yiner are going to be catching Framber the rest of the way.
I think that's probably safe.
That's the number one thing. Like I don't think it's uncommon for veteran pitchers, but he has got if he don't believe you are to a certain level, I mean, he will just roll right through you. That is clear the last 2 years of Framber.
I think we ought to give Jason Alexander Diaz anyway. I mean, if that is a source of frustration for him, which I think it's documented, I think it is. Yeah. He's going to be sitting in that bullpen or in that dugout tonight, going, "Look at this, look at this somebody here,
right here." Yeah, man, that's what we say. Hey, remember how pissed off some of y'all would be? So Verlander just has to have Dubon in center field and Maldonado behind the plate, no matter damn what. Yep, that's what he said. Hell yeah, he gets it. I'm gonna guess Framber is in Salazar. Maybe their days together are maybe numbered this year, and it seems like Framber's are numbered anyway. But coming up, also T-Mill's best bets. Make sure you stay tuned for that, as he's going to try to get back on track. Got 1 out of 2 yesterday, but he went those 3.5 runs for the Astros. I wondered how that would look against Max Fried. So he's coming back.
Bring it up, didn't you?
I had to look at it. We got it, but we'll get back on track here coming up. Jordan's back in the lineup. See if he'll probably put some money on the big fella. So that's coming up in a bit. Hey, come on out with us tomorrow to Cypress. The very first Thirsty Thursday, Buffalo Wild Wings in Cypress, right off 290. And if you remember last year, we don't come empty-handed. All right, shout out to our good friends that help us put this on. Buffalo Wild Wings, Bud Light. We do not come empty-handed. It will be a fantastic time. So come on out with us and have a good time. 2 o'clock, Cypress, Buffalo Wild Wings. The Drive will be live for our first Thirsty Thursday. So come do your thing. I just want to check before we get rolling. Are you all right, man? Oh, you lost Chaz.
Yeah,
Chaz
McCormick.
They expand rosters in September.
I have prepared myself for this. There is something behind closed doors, man, that these cats just don't like about Chaz McCormick. So I prepared myself for this. The thought was that Jacob Melton would be bad enough to where it would make this impossible, which I think he has been, but clearly there's no bad enough. I mean, he's sub 150 at this point in time. From both sides of I guess he's always a lefty, isn't he? The fact that he's on this roster and Chaz isn't is absolutely nuts. But hey, man, I prepared myself for this. So yeah, we lost Chaz McCormick, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know how he makes his way back up.
Oh, I think I don't think he's going to come back up unless there's an injury now. Yeah, man, it's time.
There's a song for Chaz, but it was not the one that I was hoping for.
I mean, expanded rosters, man. You go from 26 to 28 now. man.
I never wanted to play this for White Boy.
And Chaz is, and they said, yeah, man, let me get Taylor Trammell, let me get Jacob Melton up here. And again, did you know how many options does Chaz have? My God, this has to be coming to the end.
He's lucky he had this one, or he would have been
DFA'd. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, look, rough year. Let's be honest. Chaz is only hitting 60 points better than Melton, so I probably should. It's not like he's having a great year.
He's got some moments, man.
But if you look at the three center fielders, and you look at the three center fielders, the only difference is the other two are left-handed. He's right-handed because he's better everywhere, as good if not better everywhere else. And he's the one that gets canned.
Yeah, Dubon's going to be the center fielder when they face left-handed pitcher.
I mean, this show did all we could. We tried to DoorDash the guy some banana pudding.
Yeah,
up to Detroit.
You tried to just play the music even when you shouldn't have. You tried to.
Yeah. We had to wait till you were out of town to do it. We felt really good about it. so good we lost money on it. Yeah. I mean, you're out of town. We bet $100 on it. Man, we're ready. Let's go, bud.
Oh, y'all put money?
Oh, yeah. All we needed was a hit, man. One hit. One measly-ass hit.
You know what they did? Strong about it that night, too.
I bet he didn't get all of his at-bats.
Oh, no. Not only did he not get all of his at-bats, he got 3 against Scooble, and then they pinch hit him when the
righty came
in. When the righty came in.
Yeah.
They pinch hit him. Actually, this time they did. I think
Scooby-Dooby Scooble.
I think Trammell actually pinch hit for him, so it was better than the old 149 batting for him. But 149 did get a pinch hit in that left-handed lineup there, by the way.
Before we get to T-Mill's best bets, captains for the Texans announced: CJ Stroud, Will Anderson, Aziz, Nico in there for the first time, Dare Agumbawale. Those are the 5. Any surprises that didn't make the list in terms of captains?
I think the one for me that had legs is one that I think got hurt, C.J. Gardner-Johnson possibly, but other than that, no. I mean, I think when you look at these guys, these are the pillars. These are the guys that they hope to be around, at least offensively, and the big boys up front. Look, I think Dare Agumbawale earned this thing from doing it the right way, the hard way. I think when you look at Aziz Al-Shaair, he made it because he's the mouthpiece of the defense, and damn it, D'Amico's going. I mean, there is an affinity for Aziz Al-Shaair like no other. And then them 3 in the front, Will Anderson, CJ Stroud, and Nico Collins. It's just those 3 are no-brainers.
Yeah, I'm a little Jalen Petrie is the one that I'm really
it's a good
like. It seems like that is the other guy when they talk about Will and CJ that I think Amari Lassiter's probably going to be in this here in a couple of years, but I'm a bit surprised that Petrie's not there. And then a couple of the veterans, Titus. He seemed to have kind of become the leader of that offensive line, and you got Daniil Hunter and Stingley. Generally like hell, they were continuing to put Laramie Tunsil on there just because he was the best player, and you wondered if they do that. But those are the 5 captains going into the season for the Texans. All right, T-Mill, let's get it. Give us your best bets. Let's see if you can get into the green tonight.
Yes, that would be ideal because it was a rough one last night. 1 for 3. Not a lot of good.
It's a good one, though. That was the Cardinals. That was a good one.
Yeah, that win, I'll take it. Better than 0 for 3. But I got 4 more baseball bets for you on a Wednesday night. And tomorrow we will have some freaking Thursday night football bets, which